Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Welcome one, welcome all back to Sim Speed TV, the top split of the Majors 24. We took the first 6 hours last night and now we're here for the final 6 hours today. What an incredible special event this has been. One-off, non-championship run by the Majors Series organization, and it's one of the biggest sim racing events of the year. 24 hours of racing in the French countryside with a full complement of sports cars that have provided some incredible action over the last 18 hours of racing. We are through the night, we are back into the day, and we're bringing it to you live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. It's me, Reese Gardner, with Dan Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box. Jay Kennedy handling production behind the scenes as he did last night as well. Probably the hardest working of us all in this race is Jay. But Dan, we've certainly had some interesting developments through the night, not least WSR Esports, not least the overall leaders of BS competition, my apologies, unfortunately crashing out through the night. They were so strong in the first part of our stream, and unfortunately they are now out.
That is indeed unfortunately true, Reese. Well, part of that being it wasn't entirely on them and them alone. We'll bring up the replay from the overnight once again. Entangling with the 111 Saltpeck Precision Racing car there in front, and there you can see the 89 of the BS car trying to make its way through, but yeah, running into the back of the Saltpeck car that gets all kind of wrong through the 4 chicanes. Also the Garrick Motorsport GTP 877 also entangled. You can see here that there's no front end left on the 89 machine. There wasn't much that car was going to be able to get done, let alone not be able to see very much at all either. You can see here in the daytime, this is the Garrick car. Pardon me, actually, this is when he picked up its damages. Now seeing it tumble down the water, officially classified amongst LMP2s because it is no longer on circuit at this time. And that is what's seen those cars out. It means we are left with 12 of our GTP cars still running, down to the Saltpeck Precision Racing 111. Everyone below that is unfortunately at this stage not in the server and called it quits from this GTP class. And they're not the only cars who have had issues recently in this race. In fact, mere minutes before we went live here in LMP2, there was a bit of a battle between the Hydra Race Geodesic 214 and the IFR Esports 717, but Unfortunately, there was a small slip and slide for the IFR machine here in the Ford chicane. And for Jonas Wies, that meant he lost a whole bunch of time to that hydrodesk machine of Graham Sanders right here.
Yeah, it's an easy place to have a spin here coming into the Ford chicane, and it looks like they just lost the rear on entry there. Usually we've seen cars clobbering the curbs, and that's the reason they spin, but not so here. So that's one of the closest battles in LMP2. With big issues. Meanwhile, in GT3, looks like the car running in second place just had a spin in this class. This only just happened. Getting it on the replay now, and as the Scherer Esports Blue clipping the curb in the Ford chicane and spinning out, fortunately able to gather it up without any further issues. But yeah, we've seen the standings in GTP, we've seen the current standings in LMP2. How about GT3? Well, that gap was very narrow for the lead, but now it's ballooned out to 8.5 seconds with that unfortunate incident for this Scherer Esport Blue number 16. Impulse Racing 57 is the leaders of the race at the moment, and man, they have been incredibly consistent through the night. They've just kept the car clean, and they are on their way to a result, but we still have 6 hours of the race left to run. Things are far from over here.
They sure are, and I just also had to run through things I said. So we've got 12 LMDH cars, or GTP cars, however we want to call them today. Still racing, GTP, there you go, actually on screen now, overlays. For our LMP2s, we actually can go back to 12 as well, out of their starting 16. Oh, pardon me, told 13. Actually, if I can find where is the 13th? I've been told Synergy.
Yeah, Synergy Sim Racing 089 out on track at the moment. 15 laps down on the overall leaders.
Ah, yes, my bad. They're actually, yes, they're behind the Delta Sport car, which when they last both came around to the timing line. That's what tripped me up there. So my apologies there. So 12 GTP, 13 LMP2. Unfortunately, our GT3 cars have taken a bit of a beating over the course of this race, and it would have us just 9 GT3 cars still racing with the number 24 Team Nishiken. Is to be Reese, our last runners in this one, and a couple of laps down on things. But enough talk of how things have changed, although I might bring it up a little bit more in these next couple of minutes here and there. Here's a bit of a look at what we've got on circuit right now, and the main stuff being a battle that may eventuate, but at the moment, a bit of a gap between the Apex Racing Team number 99 and the Effect Simulations 909 LMP2 machines here. 0.7 of a second as I make them up towards Indianapolis and Arnage.
Indeed, very close battle here between Martial Hubert and Andrew Dawson. Apex Racing Team, of course, one of the favorites in the LMP2 class. They're known, they have built up a reputation for being prototype and open wheel specialists. If it's a stiff car with downforce, Apex Racing Team is usually pretty good in it, and they put together a fantastic lineup. Have to say though, the Effect Simulations car was running up the top when I was commentating the first 3 hours last night, and they've managed to stay in that position. Really something worth saying about that. Yeah, once we get our next pit cycles down, we'll be able to give you a full picture of where all these teams sit on strategy. We're keeping an eye as well on the battle for 7th in GTP. The Vermilion Esports doing okay, GTP. There's certainly had its fair share of run-ins, not least with the stewards a couple of times in the first 3 hours, but they have managed to maintain their positions in the race. Still running well in GTP, but getting chased down by the ST Racing Esports car, which I remember at one point in the first 3 hours of the race had lost its rear assembly. No rear wing on that car, and they lost a lap or two getting that repaired. Good to see that they are back out there and still racing hard.
Indeed, yeah, with the ability to repair the cars, at least we do get a chance to see drivers who are willing to put in the effort, as much as it now is a pretty a rough time of it. Good to see, yes, indeed, that we are going to see drivers continuing to commit here. And that means we do get battles, even if it is well down the order. And unfortunately for these guys, a couple of laps off the lead. Nevertheless, they're going to give it a fair crack. And they're not all that too far. What are we talking about? 15 seconds behind the Parnell Racing 177, which is also on the same lap. So we could, if these two can sort of stay nose to tail or figure out how they want to run this one here, they could catch up to P6 in class there. Maybe make this a three-way fight for some minor placings in GTP.
Yeah, let's see what Matthew Roberts can do in the Parnell Racing GTP there. This is certainly... Oh, easy does it. A couple of technical issues here for Bailey Ford as he makes his way into the chicane. But a nice smooth exit for sure. Mark Voigtschol in that 8th place machine. He's got the slipstream coming out of the second of the Mulsanne chicanes here. It's usually one of the places where we see the most passes, but you know, early on in the race, we saw that BS Competition and Movano were clutching hard coming into the braking zones. It looks like ST Racing is just going for the lift and coast strategy to save a bit of fuel here behind the Vermilion Esports car. And I think, you know, for the majority of the race, it's all been about extending your stints as much as you possibly can. If you're able to get an extra lap out of the tank, we usually, say for the GTP, you'd go 12 laps going at full chat. If you can extend that to 13 and keep doing that over the course of the entire race, then that's going to pay dividends for you. Less time spent in the pits, a bit more of an opportunity to play around with your strategy towards the end.
I mean, yeah, it is going to be interesting to see who's prioritising fuel economy at this point and who's looking for sheer pace, even with things spread out as they are. Because, yeah, that's going to be one to keep an eye on, even though we might have another safety car or two. That is still an opportunity or an option at this time in the race for the next just under 5.5 hours remaining before we enter the final half hour, at which they won't bring a safety car in at all. So there's that to consider. But we've had two in this race. Obviously, there was the first safety car that was caught as part of that opening 6 hours that was broadcast. There was a second safety car pretty much, I'm told, right on the halfway point of the race during our offline hours. So there is that also. That it's been a while basically since the drivers have been given a chance to reset and maybe take a bit of advantage on some things. Nevertheless, we'll see what they can make of it. There's some GT3 traffic, and in fact it is going to be that Scherer Esports Ferrari. They make their way by, and thankfully no troubles there. Get through before the 4 chicanes, making that life nice and easy.
Indeed. Bit of a development in the LMP2 second place battle. Meanwhile, Effect Simulations, they actually lost a lot of time on the previous lap. I saw they were a lot closer with Apex Racing Team, but it looks to me like Apex have just taken a pit stop there. Daniel Civizarbo going for into the car there in the driver swap. Andrew Dawson is currently in the Effect Simulations 909, and he's remaining in the car for this pit stop. So let's see what kind of a pit stop time we're going to see here. The Apex team was stopped for 35.9 seconds, and it's 35 seconds flat for Andrew Dawson in the Effect Simulations 909. He's just come off the box now. He's on the pit limiter. Daniel Civizarbo coming up to the end of his first lap on this stint, and Dawson will emerge in front. Here we go, Effect Simulations gaining in the pit cycle. That dot in the distance coming into turn 2. That is the Effect Simulations car. Now they've just got to get those tyres back up to temperature and prepare for potentially a scintillating battle once more.
I've done a very nice job there. Gap, even though we're still on the S's, and Dawson might be just sort of winding back up to speed, and traffic too to worry about front and behind. There it is on the screen, 3.2, 3.1, probably might round back towards 3 seconds here. Variations there, so that's a very nicely executed stop. You can see actually quite nice gains from the cone-to-cone transit time in the pit lane, which don't don't perfectly align with the pit stop time. So about half a second gains there, it seems. Although you can see here down towards the Daytona, which would be chicane there, maybe a little bit extra stream for the 99 off of that Mercedes GT3 to give them a bit of a benefit, as we'll bring back up the fighting, or at least the nose-to-tail driving we've got here out of Vermilion Esports and the ST Racing Esports Acuras here into the 7th and 8th in the GTP class.
Yeah, the Acura certainly the preferred mode of transport if you're a GTP team. We had a single Porsche in the field of Eclipse Sim Sports. Unfortunately, they've been out for quite some time now. They crashed early on, and then unfortunately 237 laps ago they ended up retiring. So it's all Acuras all day, all the time in the GTP class. And Mark Voitschol, he isn't exactly making big inroads on Bailey Ford right now, but he must be doing that on purpose. You know, if you're finding a draft buddy at this stage of the race, when everyone's all spread out, there's been crashes, there's been incidents, there's been time lost in the pits, there's been safety cars as well. It ends up spreading the field out quite a bit. So if you can find a car in your class to run behind and save a bit of fuel, then once again, that's just to your benefit towards the end of the race, as we see the number 3 Delta Sport LMP2 make their way into the pits just up ahead there. Delta Sport, the last running LMP2 right now. Harry Lawrence bringing that car in. But to the end of the lap once more, I think this battle between these two, I wouldn't really call it a battle at the moment. I think Mark Voitschol's just content to sit behind Bailey Ford for the time being.
I actually want to bring your attention to the fact that whilst my timing isn't comprehensive, because I've only literally been in the spectating the serve for the past sort of 20 to 30 minutes or so, this has been a one lap in and out from Harry Lawrence in the Delta Sport LMP2. So I'm suspecting
he did look a bit slow on the way in,
and he has just jumped out of the car as well. So he might. Well, he's back in the car once again. I might just go and watch that last lap of his. See if I can find anything for you, because yeah, he literally came into the pits on his very last lap of the track.
He spun on the way into the pits as well.
Okay, well, I will have a look for you now. Actually, so we've got this is the 292 in lap, I guess. I'm going to see here on the replay. Yeah, he's had a spin in the second Mulsanne chicane.
Yeah. So evidently there's something more wrong with that car than we were thinking. Yeah, interesting stuff. Maybe trying to get some repairs done, potentially. Harry Lawrence had only just gotten in the car. He'd taken over from Eric Newman, and I don't see anything that betrays a problem for Newman, so maybe there's a bit more damage on that car. Or maybe he's just come in to get another set of tyres after this incident. Just, yeah, a little bit too hard into the second Mulsanne chicane. So, yeah, he's back out. 2 spins on that lap. Delta Sport losing a lot of time there. I'm not sure what went on. Maybe they didn't check fuel on the driver swap. We never know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of possibilities, and unfortunately, no guarantees on the answers there, indeed. Well, go back to the 7th and 8th in GTP as they continue to run nose to tail here, and again it continues to appear that Bailey Ford will stay ahead of Mark Voitschol in this ST Racing Esports number 38. Now, are they making inroads on the Parnell racing car? The answer is on that last lap, 3/10. So it's going to take just a little while before that might work its way in their favour. But if they can keep that up and just chip away, it will take hours, but that will at least give them a chance, perhaps, to get into it there.
Through the Porsche curves, the Parnell car is no, that's not the car we're supposed to be looking at in this battle, but they are making up time on the 6th place machine. But yeah, well, you never know. There might be some transition there in the fight, losing out on the last lap. But Matthew Roberts, he's dealing with a bit of traffic in the first chicane at the moment, the Dunlop chicane. So a little bit more time will be made up there. Wow, look at that. Yeah, another nice little gain for ST Racing Esports.
Pardon me,
Meanwhile,
just been looking elsewhere around, but yes,
all good.
my head back in this as we continue to watch the racing out here in LMP2.
Indeed, yeah. The P1docs.com entry has been super quick all day long, haven't they? David Sobrero back in the car now, and they would have gone through the majority of their driver lineup at the moment. Currently holding on to a 30-second lead over the Effect Simulations entry. Just keeping an eye on who's been in the P1 Docs car. Well, Beckham Jasiah started the car, of course, and then handed over to Thibaut Prevost and David Sobrero. Then we saw the car driven by Matthias Oruela and Alexander Spetz, as well as Luke Peters over the course of the night. And Sobrero has been in the car since lap 275. He's coming up to, well, I think he's just taken his pit stop just a couple of laps ago. So third stint running now that David Sobrero has been back in the car. This has been one of the prime LMP2 teams, and really hoping that they can hold on to that. Either way, it's going to be a fantastic battle between P1 Docs, Effect Simulations, and Apex Racing Team, only separated by 35 seconds total.
Which is kind of interesting to say, yeah, only 35 seconds, but of course we're talking about, it's been, over 18 hours of this race now can run. We're coming up on 17 and a half hours complete, 5.5 hours to go. That 35 seconds does seem comfy, but yeah, that could easily be flipped on its head with any kind of strategic shenaniganry, or even just a safety car, as we said, that could possibly show up. Oh no, don't split the GT3 like that into one nudge, but they will.
Oh dear.
Seems a nose ahead there as they come through Arnage, and this reminding you is for 7th in the class. A little tap between these two as they head up towards the Porsche curves. Ford still a nose ahead of Voigtschul, but that ST Racing car now on the inside surely here is going to be given the spot. No, Ford will sling it round the outside, cut the nose off, well, at least probably stall the run on that ST Racing number 38. And they will come out into the Corvette curves and past karting as they came in. But that was a little dicey there for 30 seconds.
Yeah, certainly was. I mean, Ford getting caught up behind the GT coming out of Indianapolis. That stretch between Indianapolis and Arnage, you've really got to be careful about how you negotiate traffic through there. And Voigtschul, I think, thought he had a chance to get by, but maybe was just waiting for the Porsche curves to come up before slipping back in behind. Obviously, these cars are very closely matched on pace, and it does seem that the ST Racing car is focusing on saving fuel at slipstream, so better off for them at this point to stay behind.
Yeah, and at that point, just jump them in the pit stop would probably be handy indeed. As we go back to LMP2, and we've been informed that Sivi Szabo, he's starting to turn up the wick in relation to Andrew Dawson's pace in the Effect Simulations 909. You can see there over a second gained in the first two sectors of this current lap. We'll look to see, once they get, of course, to the very end of this lap, how it's going to look between these two cars. Here, you can see the gap looks reasonably healthy for now, but he's ripped out a second so far on this one. This won't take too long as into the 4 chicanes they will come, Reese, and we look to see those lap times up again in a second if we could. Cross the line now for Effect, puts it down as a 334.0. It's going to be a 332.9. The actual number 980 for Sivi Szabo in the Apex Racing Team number 99. minutes there. The last 3 laps, well, 295 skewed ever so slightly by the different pit stop timings. And then a little bit of time lost, but now the ART machine will start chipping back at the Effect Racing machine. Let's see if that closes back up over the course of this next, what we expect to be, roughly speaking, 10-lap run.
Yeah, and these cars have been running at pretty much maximum pace for the last couple of laps too. They've had a lovely bit of clear air. There's no GT3s in their part of the racetrack, at least for another minute or so. The next GT car up the road is Riccardo Lamogli in the Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3, just come out of the second Mulsanne chicane now. So there's going to be some great opportunities here for Civi to make up that gap on Dawson. The pace difference between the two of them, yeah, it's quite something at this point. I think Dawson just driving within his limits at the moment, but Civi trying his best to vault Apex up a little more. They are still technically racing for the win, as our overall race leader has come into the pits, Robin Glerum, and the WSR Esports butt kicker, LMDH, followed by the Movano Cube Controls blue entry of Marcus Hamilton. So expecting another pit cycle for GTP here, at least all the ones that are on the lead lap. There's 5 GTP cars on the overall lead lap right now. They include the Penguin RC Lightning entry, the German Sim Racing Blue car, Tatum Vesta Green, and the Parnell, and the Tatum Vesta Green, sorry. I was going a bit further down the list. Everyone else is 3 laps down or more, including these two. It looks like there's a bit more of a gap now between Vermilion and ST Racing. There might have been a mistake or a run-in with traffic somewhere along the line for the number 38.
Yep, I'm saying I'm going to go have a look at it, and might Greg Joe can't even beat me to it, as here it is in the Porsche curves, and it's a Mercedes GT3.
He was already
he's
a
already
bit
lost
far
a lot
behind
bunch
there.
of time. Yeah, despite the presence of the 255, the Strumenti DS Racing Mercedes, being told back at Indianapolis there also might lie some proof in what happened there. And
Yeah.
look at the last lap alone race, nearly 4 seconds, 3.5 lost in the process. There's a driver change for Movano in the 737 machine.
Indeed, Dominic Gedermeyer making his way into that car. Robin Glerum staying in the overall leading machine for WSR Esports butt kicker. Well, this Movano Cube Controls blue car has been up around the top pretty much all race long. When I left the SimSpeed broadcast last night, they were in 3rd place, trailing BS Competition and the Penguin RC Lightning number 95. Unfortunate for Movano, they did have 2 cars in the running for victory, with the Movano red car in there as well, but they've been out for 262 laps now, getting taken out, unfortunately, in the Porsche curves. Speaking of the Penguin RC Lightning entry, Blake Reynolds jumping back into that car, taking over from Cody Cosgrove, who I believe that's Cosgrove's first time in the car, and he was only in there for 1 stint. Interesting stuff there. So brief rest for the other drivers in the team. But Blake Reynolds, he showed great pace early on after taking over from Casey Kerwin after his first stint was done back at the start of the race. So looking forward to seeing what Blake can do from here.
Yeah, can confirm looking at the lap counts from this race indeed. Cody Cosgrove, the single stint for that number 95 machine. Whether you'd say it's Casey or Blake that has the lap count, I'd probably have to give that to Casey so far for most laps in the 95 for this race so far, although a healthy, probably from lap 170 through to 226 for Flynn Lazier unbroken. That's a solid run there as well. In fact, that would easily be, in fact, that is, pardon me, 61 laps? Or 62 even. if I can count amongst all of that. So it's one of the nice long runs there. But let's see, as you said, I had a chance to watch a little bit of our opening 6 hours of coverage, although I was also jumping around between all the other splits that were being broadcast by Global Sim Racing Channel, Rear Vision and Pit Stop TV, partly because I have a bit of a vested team interest in those other splits this year. Meanwhile, from P7, Mark Voigt, Schul, ST Racing Esports, Acura will come to the lane. Now, that says they're in P7. In fact, actually, they are. Yes, pardon me. The Parnell,
Parnell
Racing
just
car,
pitted.
one lap earlier. There, that is why that's all happened. I did miss it, but there's Joseph Loke there on our screens now.
Yeah, taking over the Parnell 177. Of course, a great run so far for Matthew Roberts. Having given over the car now, he'll have a nice rest. Robin Glera, meanwhile, in the WSR Esports butt kicker overall lead car, holding on to an 11-second lead still over Movano Cube Controls Blue. Of course, Dominic Gedemeyer getting into the 737. He'll need a couple of laps just to get used to the car after spending a couple of stints out of it. He's part of the sort of second crew for the race that was taking it through the night and into the morning. But now we'll see what kind of pace he can really get down. It seems like they're not suffering too much trouble from GT traffic down at the Mulsanne Straight. John Botifer, meanwhile, taking over the Geodesic Racing car, but they are still in touch, IFR Esports. Jonas Wiese, despite the spin that he had earlier, is catching back up.
Yeah, the ebb and the flow, it seems, is not done yet in this LMP2 category. Looking at the last lap around, yep, on 33.1 for John in this 214 here that we focus on, but not too far behind for Jonas, a 332.8. So a couple of tenths there gained in favour of IFR. And once again, if they can keep that up, they're going to take about another 7 or 8 laps or so. Indeed, there you go, chipping away pretty steadily indeed. Consistency there looks pretty good from John in the low 333s, but looks like that's not going to cut the mustard, as some might say. Versus the IFR machine in the long run. See if they can get back to them, maybe then get past them, as we'll watch here. These LMP2 cars, which do a sort of, oh my goodness, bit of a moment there, supposedly for the Hyperion Racing number 14 in the pits. I don't think saying they've been in there for, maybe they have indeed been in there for 914 minutes, because
yeah, they're back out on track. Wow. So 925-minute pit stop we're hearing for Hyperion Racing.
Seconds.
There we go. Oh, man. Oh, that's amazing. Well, remember, Hyperion Racing was involved in that controversial incident in the first 3 hours when I believe it was actually, was it Race Clutch that was taken out as a result of that, or was it another car? I can't quite remember, but regardless, the Hyperion Racing car was heavily damaged, and it looks like they've decided to get back out there with the car fully repaired. At least it looks like it from the outside. So they'll at least be able to see the checkered flag, hopefully.
Yes, I forget which car they entangled with initially, but I do remember watching that one back, watching that and seeing that Hyperion then unfortunately stumbled into the Eclipse Porsche and the Synergy LMP2 machines, which has damaged both of those cars, although in the case of Synergy Sim Racing, they've carried on in the 089. They'll be looking to try and close down the margin, although they are a long way behind their next car in class. But speaking of LMP2, back we go to Andrew Dawson and the gap back to Daniel Civisabo. On that last lap, though, Reese, starting to stabilise, it would suggest. In fact, looking at the average of the last 5, it is definitely going the way of Andrew Dawson for lap time. Although on the last 3 laps, it's a microscopic advantage to the Apex machine. Oh, wait, no, pardon me. That was sectors, I'm being told. So that last lap was microscopic advantage to Civisavo. Here's the last 3 laps. You can see there, 297 big gains for Apex, but then it's, again, a little bit of back and forth still. Let's see here for lap 300 for these LMP2 drivers. That's 3/10 going the way of the 99.
Okay, so yeah, all of the time lost on lap 298 gained back, and another couple of tenths in hand. So Andrew Dawson will still have to be looking over his shoulder here. The Apex 99 is looking mighty quick in these late stages. And don't forget, they are split a little on strategy. The Effect Simulations car will be pitting earlier than Apex Racing Team. But they'll still keep to the same 10-lap stint length that we've seen throughout the LMP2 class. I don't think anyone in the LMP2 class has managed to go more than 10 laps at a time, apart from, say, you know, slowing down under safety car and all that. So, yeah, there's not much room to play with in the LMP2 class. So it all comes down to the drivers. It all comes down to consistency and traffic management. Into the frame will appear a GTP. That is Daniel Savini in the Tatum Vesta red car, which is potentially going to be racing with ST and Parnell. They are technically a lap down on those drivers, so we'll have to wait and see. They are involved in a battle, that GTP, with the Absolute Motorsport 118, currently 2 minutes 47 seconds behind. So not that much of a battle, but one incident can change all of that.
Indeed, yeah. That's something to be mindful of even at this stage of the race. You can see they've got a decent margin back to Mag Performance, pardon me, the Absolute Motorsport Asalith car there. Yeah, 36 seconds, but they've also got the our race leader then, the WSR machine, if my timing is right, between them. No, that doesn't quite make. Oh, no, it does make sense because yeah, there's Robin Glerum. So keep that in mind. Entering the Dunlop chicane. Savini is just going through Indianapolis, and a lap behind, Darius Michelli's just exited the Corvette curves. So in fact, that number there, we saw the gap from 9th to 10th actually didn't quite add up. So pardon me there for taking the number as gospel and then suddenly going, hang on, why does my brain not compute where they are on the circuit relative to each other? As the last of those cars 3 laps off the GTP lead is in the pit lane. It's going to be Bailey Ford, and now rolling, and looks like it'll be out ahead of the ST Racing Esports car, which you can see Mark Witschul has jumped out, well, some ways back, and also importantly noted in my ear, solid gains for Vermilion on the Parnell Racing machine ahead of them.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, about a second's worth gained on the overall pit lane transit there. Joseph Lowe will have to keep an eye out here for approaching Vermilion behind. We'll wait and see what the lap times are like when things all shake out. Gap for them currently sits at about 5.6 seconds. Very interesting battling going on in what is now the essentially the midfield of the GTP class, with so many of our GTP runners out. Looks like 7 of our GTP cars we've lost so far. So let's keep an eye on this battle and see how it develops.
Yes, and as we, well, as I was hoping might be the case, well, it'll still take some time, but indeed it might eventuate for us there. Now, critically noting, and it's just been noted by our producer as well, how's that there for Robin Galerum versus Dominic Gatermeyer in the Movano Cube Controls machine behind, a full 2 seconds lost. Now, that's definitely a lap that was out. I actually might go back and see if I can find, Reese, where the offending part of the lap might have been, because averaging for the rest of this stint in the high 322s to be nearly 3 seconds off your average does scream a big old mistake somewhere. So I'm going to go have a squiz whilst the racing continues here.
Okay. Interesting note from Paul Busby in the broadcast chat, who I believe is part of the Effect Simulations team. Yes, in fact, Paul handed over the car to Andrew Dawson back on lap 275. Paul pointing out that Apex are -1 lap on fuel. So you never know how that's going to affect things towards the end. Still a long way to go, but if there is another safety car, then there's potential for Apex to get back on the same strategy as Effect Simulations, or depending on how the numbers are shaking out, maybe Effect Simulations get on the same strategy as Apex. We'll have to wait and see. All depends on whether or not you can, say, pit 10 laps from the end and go nice and long to the end, or if you have to take a splash and dash right at the very end of the race, or have to fuel save in your final stint, then that would unfortunately be a big position lost, as there's a driver swap in the Shera Esport Blue GT3 leader, Daniel Sommer, jumping into the car there, taking over from Chris Shorter. And Shera Esport has certainly had a lovely run over the night. They are battling with this car, the Impulse Racing 57, Balazs Pala, at the wheel of that one, as the Shera Esport car is away, and they are going to lose out. The Impulse Racing 57 gets back into the GT3 lead. Looking at the pit stop times, looks like, 41.7 seconds stop time for Sommer. Pala only spending 40.7 in the pits, and they are off strategy by 6 laps. They pitted 6 laps ago, did Impulse Racing 57. They're on roughly the same strategy as the 56 racing team, Delta V Racing in 4th, and Solpec Precision Racing in P5. So it looks like Shera Esport are the outliers here.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that. See how that works. Obviously, that's definitely handy for them to be that far up on fuel. As whilst I've been snooping, I have found the answer as to why the WSR Esports bucket car ended up being way off the pace. And, well, you just caught it there, exiting the second Mulsanne chicane, I hope. And as a result, running past the exit curb. Reese, good old slowdown to be served by Glerum there on the run to the Mulsanne corner proper.
Yeah, you certainly don't want that. But the pace that WSR are showing shouldn't hurt them too much. Yeah, right back into it indeed for John Botifer and Jonas Wiese. The gap sitting at about 1.5 to 2 seconds between these two cars. This has been a scintillating battle, and I'm loving the comeback from the IFR Esports car. Let's see what Botifer can do to hold him off here, as it's actually pit stop time for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. So 717 continues on. They're actually, 2 laps, -2 laps on strategy. So Botifer will bring that number 214 in. We'll expect a pit stop of around 30 to 35 seconds. But Wiese actually doing very well on the pit cycle there. I've seen most of the pit stops in LMP2 running about 34 to 35 seconds. A 33.6 second stop for IFR Esports. Wondering where they've gotten that time.
Yeah, a little trim. That's not a bad way to go about things. I'll have to keep an eye on, maybe, again, possibly just a bit of a roll of the dice there as to just it comes out perfectly right, or just maybe taking a little bit less fuel than absolutely necessary. Because you can fill up in half-litre increments in this car, so maybe going, well, we don't need all 75 litres per se. We can afford to stop the tank at 74.5 or so. That might be a thing they're doing there, and at least in these stints during the race where, well, they're not going to get the extra range, or they're not looking to get the extra range, so they'll maybe sacrifice that bit of fuel to try and exchange that for a bit of pit stop time. Might be a possibility there, but, well, can't say for certain. But looking back in once again, Andrew Dawson with Daniel Civizabo in the background, although on the last lap, it was Dawson with advantage by about 0.3 of a second over the 99 machine. So starting to, well, not starting, very much continuing to swing back and forth, and Andrew will pass on by his fellow P2 machine at this stage in the race there, with Daniel Sommer, of course, behind the wheel of that Scherer Esport Blue Ferrari, as vaults the curbs at the Ford chicane, and will put another lap on the board. 3:30.9. That is almost as good as that car's best lap, official best lap in this race. And indeed, confirmation, as we've been reminded in the YouTube chat, Apex Race Team in the pit lane 1 lap sooner as they get to the end of their 10-lap stint just now.
Yep, so effect simulations will be out for 1 more, or maybe even 2 more if Busby's comments about pitting 1 lap later or anything to go by. But I don't think that is the case. Even if you fuel save in the LMP2, it's very difficult to make it beyond 10 laps on a stint. So the battle for the lead, WSR Esports butt kicker still holding on, and they've managed to stretch the lead back out to 11 seconds despite that slowdown for them earlier. They are the class of the field right now in terms of pace, able to keep the gap nice and open to Movano Cube Controls Blue. 1.2 seconds that WSR Esports gained on the previous lap. Nice clear track at the moment, and I mean with this many cars still running, 34 at the moment, spread across all 3 classes. Track's a lot emptier than it was in the first 3 hours, so there's a lot more potential for these drivers to maximize their pace. In fact, the Tatum Vesta Red was actually the fastest car in the GTP class on the last lap, 322.9. These guys running low 323s to high 22s. It is a 323.0 for Robin Glerum there. And we'll wait for the time from Dominic Gatermeyer. 1.5 seconds slower than that on the last lap, but he'll get a 322.7, will Dominic Gatermeyer in the Movano Cube Controls Blue car. So starting to gain a little bit here on WSR Esports. I think Glerum might have to start finding a bit more pace if he wants to keep that safe margin.
Perhaps, but still feels like we are very much, there's enough traffic around that it is very much the traffic will giveth and the traffic will taketh here today. Speaking of things to worry about, also knowing lap times and such changing around here, here's how our weather situation stands in this particular top split server as we're coming up on 10 o'clock virtual time here in France. 20 degrees Celsius air temperature, which has been fairly steady. You can see that in fact nearly all 18 hours of the race, that is basically unchanged in terms of air temperature, but very much seen a shift, of course, in the track temperature, now starting to climb back up from sort of the overnight lows at 24 degrees Celsius currently. Let's see if it starts heading back up towards the 30s, maybe even the low 40s. Like that graph suggests, we got close, but not quite, at least at the start of the race.
Yeah, and there's a lot more of the race that's run in daylight hours in the final half. Of course, the race starting at about 3 p.m. local time. Look who's back out, meanwhile. The Vermilion Esports doing okay GTP and starting to gain now on the Parnell 177. There's only 0.5 of a second between these cars now. Bailey Ford getting some massive advantages over Joseph Loke as we have our 2 top LMP2 cars coming into the pits. David Sobrero bringing the P1 Docs entry in and Sasha Lehmann jumping into the Effect Simulations 909. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the battle with Apex Racing Team, whether or not Effect Simulations can gain a bit of extra time in the pit stop. Sasha Lehmann, of course, very capable, probably on outright pace, might be able to catch up David Sobrero, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll also have to wait and see if Joseph Loke can sort out those evident technical issues he's having. Bailey Ford not able to make any more inroads on him right now, but give it a few more laps and we might see a change as Sasha Lehmann does indeed bring the Effect Simulations car back out on track. Apex Racing Team with Daniel Civisarbo still coming out behind, but remember, on a bit of a different strategy here. It is a lot closer, it has to be said.
Gap now sits at 1.8 seconds, or not even 1.7 at this time. So that is indeed advantage Apex. Oh, there you go. How about that? Whether that's to do with the driver change, although just got held up by traffic entering Petra Rouge. But no, look at that there. It's 2.5 seconds in the transit, and then about 1.5 seconds just in the pit box alone. So that's been a good stop for the Apex Racing Team 99 relative to the Effect Simulations 909. Now, when we were watching these two cars, meanwhile, in GTP swing through the second Mulsanne chicane a little moment ago on the other side of the circuit, though I guess it's a minute and a half or thereabouts now. Did notice that for Bailey Ford, he ran very wide on the exit of the second chicane in the Vermilion Esports Acura, but didn't pick up any kind of penalty there. So looks like there's a little bit more to the exact positioning of when the slowdown penalties kick in. Although he's definitely the faster of the two here at this stage. Let's see how long it's going to take to get in a position to make the overtake. Another car coming out of the pits. It's the IFR Esports 717, yep. And
awkward. A little bit awkward.
They go.
Okay, so a little bit of time lost there for Vermilion negotiating the LMP2 through the first couple of corners. And don't forget, IFR Esports are still involved in that fight with Geodesic Racing. That fight for 4th place in LMP2. Remember, Geodesic already been out on the track for 2 laps now. John Botifer will certainly be liking the opportunity for a bit of extra slipstream from these GTPs. Top speed is pretty much the same between these two classes of car, but the GTPs really make their gains on power application. They do have a hybrid system for that extra punch out of corners. The LMP2 is just a naturally aspirated V8, but a bit less drag. So they end up reaching around about the same speeds by the end of the Mulsanne.
Yeah, and I mean, it's quite fascinating, really, because also, of course, different gear ratio decisions and the like for cars, in particular the LMP2 cars. As you can see here in the toe of a GTP car, as you said, once that hybrid trails off in the top end, and once you see them into the top speed range, Bailey, that's going to... No.
I think yeah, you are allowed to cut inside that curb on the exit, but I think if you don't have at least 2 wheels on the curb at the apex, then that's when the slowdown kicks in.
That would make some sense. Oh, pardon me, if that came through.
Absolutely did.
Yeah, my excuse is I spent most of last night whilst you guys were commentating, staying awake, volunteering. I got myself 3 hours of sleep, so I might have to go try and get myself something to refresh in the later stages, so at least we can be somewhat alert come the checkered flag. But back to the racing action on circuit, and it's almost at a second, or was almost a second, but it springs back to 1 point. Nope. Bouncing around a little bit, up and down, 1.6, 1.2, 1.7, 1.1, back to 1.6. Apparently the timing and scoring can't quite make its mind up on what the gap should be between the Effects Simulations 909 and Apex Racing Team 99 as they proceed down the first third of the Mulsanne Straight once more.
Yeah, it does look like Apex is gaining, though, so we'll have to keep an eye on this, see if Daniel Sivijabo can use his current time in the car to his advantage. Of course, Sasha Lehmann just jumping back into the 909 a couple of laps ago. Oh, dear. Hello. Looks like Vermillion have gotten ever closer here to Parnell Racing and almost coming together in the last part of the lap. Looks like the Parnell Racing car was a little bit faster on that previous lap. You know, that's something that I've noticed watching this battle is that Bailey Ford in the Vermillion car, he seems to have the edge on these twistier parts of the track. You know, he's making those gains through the Porsche curves, through the Ford chicanes, and then here through Dunlop, through the S's, through Tetra Rouge as well. That's where he seems to be getting the closest to the Parnell car. But when they get to the Mulsanne and the run down to Indianapolis, Parnell seems to have a little bit more in it. I think they might have trimmed out the car a little bit more for a bit more straight line speed. Bailey Ford, despite the slipstream, topping out in 7th gear. Can't gain any more in a straight line by the time they get to the end of the straight there for the Daytona chicane. So, you know, potential setup difference there between these two teams is what we like to see. They have advantages in different areas of the track. Makes the battle ever more interesting to pick apart.
Well, what's funky there is that means that they're on the short gear stack for the Acura. Just having a quick look, I actually happened to pick at the Acura of all the cars to as my ghost car while spectating here. Noting that, the top speed on the short gear stack in 7th is officially 320 clicks. Versus if you go on the long stack, which is the default on the iRacing Le Mans setup, you hit that speed in 6th gear. 7th then can take you, in theory, to 355. But clearly, with the way these cars are trimmed aero-wise, that's probably a bit of a stall out. And probably not all that useful, it seems. It just, again, part of that sort of interesting thing there where it's a bit of a mixed bag, a bit more of a mixed bag supposedly in LMP2, at least from other examples and other splits I can make reference to as well, at least, where some teams will have opted for the standard gear stack, which around that 312 km/h top speed, I think it is, versus teams that maybe go the long stack and look for aiming to get the slipstream, get the overspeed, and could theoretically go to 340, but they won't get there thanks to running out of puff. As we've now got ourselves 2 nose-to-tail battles on the circuit. So, top of your screen. I've been told 3.
Yes, indeed. We've got the battle between Apex and Effects Simulations happening as well, but it looks like that race between Geodesic and IFR is really starting to heat up at the moment. Making some really good gains down the run to Indianapolis, and they're within a couple of car lengths now. The IFR car is going to be getting the slipstream on John Botifer, and we'll see what they can do in the last part of the lap. Catching up, there might be a tiny bit of aero wash to deal with. There's obviously nowhere near as much aero wash following closely behind another car as you have in, say, high-level open wheelers, for example, but still has an effect in these areas of the racetrack. And seems like the Geodesic car gaining a little bit more there coming out of the Porsche curves. That fight, though, between Parnell and Vermillion gearing up to something special here. Could see a move from Bailey Ford at the chicane. Nope, he's not going to go for it, but he is a lot more aggressive over the curbs than Joseph Loke is, and he's making those beautiful gains. Question is, will he want to make the move, or is it a more pertinent decision for Vermillion to stay behind and fuel save?
Well, if he does, he's probably only looking at getting a chance to save for 3 laps. 3 laps, because the Parnell racing car is on its 10th lap of this current run. So this should do this one and 2 more. But never mind. Ford will pop out from the draft, and inside of the Daytona chicane is now his. Let's get it pulled up. Check that box. Check the box through the apex. side in front. So there you go. That should be, well, it's temporarily resolved. We'll see if that changes.
Loka's lifted off.
Again.
I think Joseph Loke might have gotten a slowdown potentially. He's just lifted off massively and given like 15 car lengths to Bailey Ford. I'm not sure what the deal was there, but well, the battle is over in that GTP fight. So now we turn our attention back to Sasha Lehmann, trying to keep Daniel Civigiabo behind him. Apex have had a fantastic lap so far. They've gotten into the slipstream and they're continuing to pile the pressure on effect simulations.
That they are indeed. I'm also just backtracking through the replay for me because we have also a new mechanical black flag in the server. And I'm being told this is why. I thought this was a brake lock, but that doesn't look like locked tyres. Unfortunately, that angle doesn't help. But the suggestion is maybe that was something in the engine letting go, which would possibly make sense. Alas, unfortunately for the Delta Sport guys, they were 13th in the final car running in class, and they are now very much on their lonesome. One more angle of this one into the Mulsanne corner.
Let's see the smoke here. Yeah, there's smoke there. Looks like that's coming off the tyre. That is a lockup coming into Mulsanne. The engine did blow in the pits for Delta Sport. Unfortunately, it looks like they left the engine running, and you don't want to do that in an endurance race like this. The more the engine is idling in the pits, the more heat is generated, and the car will just give up after a while. But yeah, man, Delta Sport have been in the pits for quite some time there. I'm going back myself to see what the deal was as we check out once again Apex Racing Team trying to find their way past effect simulations. Doesn't seem like there's any give into the first of the Mulsanne chicanes, but you never know, they might get the best run possible here and have a run at the second chicane or even Mulsanne itself. This is turning into a nice fight.
Yeah, let's see if Bizarro is going to play the long game and save fuel and maybe try and find a way to close up the lap difference between these two cars, or whether it's outright pace that's the name of the game through that second Mulsanne chicane. It almost suggested the latter more so than the former. Let's try once again into the Mulsanne corner this time though, as they build up the speed, although no, I would suspect that's going to be sitting in line. Yep, stay in line, but close right up on the brakes. No fear there for Daniel. He'll get it as close as he can, and then on the run out, up they will go towards Indianapolis and Arnage and follow that toe wherever he can get it. Whilst they also got to keep an eye on it's our race leader, if I'm not mistaken, there, the number 23. Yes, it is Robin Glerum closing in on these two as a bit of overlap into Indy.
Oh my God.
Commits.
Oh, there we go. There's a bit of excitement. Excellent stuff there in that battle. And Robin Glerum, the overall race leader, right in the midst of it as well. And that's going to kill any run that Sasha Lehmann might have had to fight back. Brilliant move by Daniel Civigiabo there. Don't often see cars going for passes for position into Indianapolis like that, but he did it and he made it work.
Yeah, that was for a second there looking a little risky because it was also getting pretty late on the entry to Indianapolis to pull it up, but Civigiabo committed and has made it stick. And we'll see if Sasha Lehn's got any last gasp strike back, but I don't think so, based on how the gap is already 7/10, which is definitely a little bit more spread out than what we saw in that half lap proceeding. But also further on back, John Bodefua cannot shake Jonas Visor, although it is more a case of that IFR esports machine continuing to slowly work their way back onto the 214 from Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. And let's see if they can settle in or find a way through and hopefully not have any issues. As just like that race, we're almost our first hour of this closing 6 in the book. Although, give it another 15 seconds.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see the run into the Porsche curves, whether or not that allows them a chance past. I went back and checked the Delta Force number 3 LMP2, by the way. I think with the issues they've been having, they're probably just going out for a couple of laps at a time and seeing if the car's okay. But Harry Lawrence is just making a few mistakes, and potentially they're dealing with some suspension damage on that car that's a bit hard to fix. So they decided to just bring it back into the pits. Now, the mechanical black flag that is showing up for them is due to their engine blowing, but that happened in the pits when they left the engine running. So that is the situation for Delta Sport right now. If there are any Delta Sport members in the chat, we would appreciate some context as to what's gone on there. It's a real shame to see that car as low down as it is. As there's a slowdown for the Geodesic car, John Botifer will finally give up the position to Jonas Visa. Such an inconvenient place to get a slowdown right at the end of the lap.
And it's one you can get fairly easy. Just hop a curb wrong, or more often it's try and flow it in a bit too quick through the first couple of the opening part of the chicane complex. But nevertheless, now see what Botifer can do. Can he catch back up to Jonas Visor and not let that position go? Speaking of positions being let go, that's your lemon. Now there's a bit of traffic in this part of the circuit, mind you, but cannot go with Daniel Sibisabo, it seems. Speaking of also cars not being able to go with, it would appear that Bailey Ford definitely has the legs on Joseph Loke in this fight for P6 in GTP. Gap now on its way up to possibly past 2 seconds in due course.
Yeah, don't forget that the Parnell Racing GTP, right after they were passed by Vermilion, slammed on the brakes coming out of the first Mulsanne chicane. That's a big part of why that gap is as big as it is. But yeah, you're right. It seems like it's just stalled for them at the moment. They're losing out by a little bit each lap and not making any real gains. So looks like Vermilion are safe for the moment in P6. And they unfortunately won't be able to go any higher unless there's a retirement or a long time spent in the pits for any of the cars ahead. These guys are 3 laps down on the overall leader, and we only have 5 of our GTP cars on the lead lap at the moment. Oh, I have noticed a bit of a problem potentially for Daniel Sivijabo. He just had to serve a slowdown off the final chicane. So that has brought the battle right back into contention here for Sasha Lehman.
Yep, just like that. Put a wheel 1 pixel out in this case. Although maybe millimeters and meters is a more accurate measurement. So let's have a look at this here. So Movano Blue, as an aside, duck into the pit lane.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, aggressive and a little too aggressive there from Sibizabo. Slams on the anchors after the chicane, which is, we can confirm, is not ideal. And indeed, eyes light up for Sasha Lemon in that effect. Simulations 909. So yeah, just there you go, there. That's pretty much on the limiter for the 909. So they're running the standard gear stack, that's for certain. Which means that they'll have a little bit better punch in sort of 4th, 5th and 6th here, but it does mean they trade off top speed potential with the slipstream. So one of those interesting things that I didn't even really think was a thing you'd trade off, but it appears it is something worth considering here.
A lot of long
running into the
straights
third
at Le
line.
Mans, but a lot of fast corners as well, where you can gain a lot of time if you give it a bit more wing. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's also this whole thing of like almost the straights just aren't long enough to guarantee the tall stack is by far and away the best choice. It's quite literally, as you said, it's on the bubble, as it were, where going for the shorter stack to prioritize the faster turns, where you're going to want that that response in fourth and fifth. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the way the LMP2 gearbox works is pretty much first, second, third are practically untouched ratios-wise by any of the gearing options, and it's entirely the top 3 gears that are affected by which of the gear sets you choose.
Yeah, indeed. Raft of pit stops, meanwhile. Norbert Leitner bringing GT3 in. Antoine Bastard is jumping back into the number 56 GT3. We also see Blake Reynolds in there for Penguin RC Lightning and GTP, the third place running car. German Sim Racing Blue is in there too, and they've only just started their pit stop. And I think we're going to be seeing Blake Reynolds come out very shortly. Tatum Vesta Green, Kimitani at the wheel, making the next stop too. All of these cars on the lead lap in GTP. And interesting to note there, you've probably already seen it up in the top left, the gap for the lead has decreased in the pit cycle between WSR and Movano, now less than 10 seconds. There's been a driver change in the WSR Esports butt kicker machine at the top of the field. Daniel Kraft now in the machine there. Dominic Gedermeyer staying in the Movano Cube Controls blue car.
All right, so another driver head-to-head, which will be interesting to watch for the next little while in this server. Again, see if maybe things desperately change. Or whether they'll stay the same. This change could go one of two ways here in this race, of course, to keep in mind. So, there it out, race leader, but then back to our LMP2 battle. Yeah. So critically noting that on the last lap, fastest car of the top 3, Sasha Lemon by 0.2 of a second relative to David Sobrero up in the P1 Docks entry. Sivasavo actually the slowest of the top 3 on that last lap. As there you go. Here's the benefit of the slipstream when it's a GTP car that can then pull you up. As oh no! Trouble for Gedermeyer.
Oh, yeah. Movano Cube Controls Blue have towed back to the pits. Oh, no. Oh, they've lost the front end. Oh, dear. I'm not looking forward to seeing how this happened. It was in the Porsche curves for Dominic Gedermeyer, and oh, this is heartbreaking. This is absolutely heartbreaking here. We'll stay with the replay. This is a little bit early, but, you know, on their own here, on the run up to Indianapolis, was having a good initial outlap here, but you got to remember the tires are cold, and with the track still heating up, you might not have as much grip as you'd expect. So coming into the Porsche curves, Dominic Gedermeyer will go flinging into this right-hander, but watch, right in the middle of the corner, the rear end goes, he tries to correct it, and goes straight into the barriers.
Oh, right side gone. In fact, is that lost a tire?
Yeah.
On the circuit there, so yeah, there was no way that was getting back to the pits.
Oh man.
Any way, shape, or form, and just like that, well, the nature of the race turns on its head, and tragically, it does mean that things are going to be a little calmer in the GTP class, it would seem.
That's very deflating. For Movano Cube Controls Blue. I mean, you don't want to be the driver that's involved in a crash in a front-running car like that, but to do it all by yourself, that was an unforced error there from Dominic Gedermeyer. So, man, I can't believe what we just witnessed there. You know, even some of Sim Racing's top teams are not immune to unforced errors in an endurance race. And judging by the helmet color scheme I'm seeing in Sim, it looks like Marcus Hamilton might be getting ready to get back in the car once it's had its repairs done. Meanwhile, battle for P7 in GT3. The ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow trying to keep the Strumenti DS racing car behind them. Very nice battle between these two.
Actually just made an exchange of position off camera into Indianapolis with the Arctic Sim Racing Team Yellow entry getting through. So they're in a bit of a world of their own here. Unfortunately, they're overlap down on the class leader. In fact, actually
off sequence as well. They pitted 5 laps ago, and the rest of the GT3 class, save of course for the leaders, pitted about a lap ago.
Yeah, 2 minutes behind the last car on the lead lap in GT3. And it's one more look at the onboard with Gedemeier down to 6, and then just late in the corner when you're already so committed thinking the car was going to be fine. It just breaks away, and there's no time to respond to that with the speeds they can carry in those GTP cars through a corner like Porsche.
Yeah, you definitely could tell that Dominic Gedemeier was not anticipating that slide, and it's just a shame to see, because we had a battle for the lead within 10 seconds, and unfortunately that's completely gone now. WSR Esports Butt Kicker enjoy a 2-minute lead. That is almost 2/3 of a lap advantage over Penguin RC Lightning. We'll keep an eye here on the Strumenti DS car. Gonzalo Ferreira at the wheel of that one. We have Matthias Bertius, I think. Matthias Bertius in the ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow car up ahead. The Strumenti DS racing car, meanwhile, is certainly one for the Portuguese, but Gonzalo Ferreira evidently living in the Netherlands, getting negotiated there by the Vermilion GTP. 2 Mercedes battling on track for position, but of course on different strategies. Bertius in the blue and white with yellow highlights machine, having completed 5 laps already. Gonzalo Ferreira having just completed his first lap out of the pits. And I'll tell you what, Arctic Sim Racing have got a really international driver lineup there. What flag is that for Nasser Alali? It's Kuwait. Interestingly, I never thought Kuwait to be a sim racing nation, but Nasser Alali repping.
Yeah, you go. I mean, indeed, it's you get the chance to have drivers from around the world meet up, race with each other, and as a result, come together for big events like this. So, always good to see that there. See how this battle continues, because for now it would look as though they can stick together, these 2 Mercedes GT3s. Let's see, past last lap came here on the way up into Indianapolis, although the Strumenti DS racing car with Gonzalo Ferreira behind the wheel, I would suspect not quite there. It would be an ambitious dive. I'm watching from an overhead shot. Nowhere near close enough. It would be a mistake somehow that didn't cause death to the 39. That would open up an opportunity on this particular occasion into Indianapolis. So they will come out as they went in.
Yeah, Bertius is driving very well at the moment. Nice and consistent. The car's tyres will, of course, be well up to temperature. Chance that Gonzalo Ferreira might just still be getting those tyres up to operating pressures and temperatures with just now 1.8 laps completed on that car. And the Porsche curves, I mean, we've talked a lot about them. In relation to the prototypes, just how much speed they carry through here. But they're especially fearsome in a GT car because you have less aerodynamic grip at your disposal. And GT3 cars are, of course, quite easy to drive, let's be honest. But nevertheless, it is difficult to nail the line through the Porsche curves in one of these Mercedes because you're flinging it in, hoping that you can carry mid-corner speed, but you have to try and rotate it a little more.
I mean, of course, you've got the that Mercedes AMG engine up the front end of the car, weighing down on your front axle, even if it is slightly behind the axle these days, with many GT3 style layout where there's the front rear configuration. So that'll mean, yeah, getting those cars pointing where you want. Bit of extra effort, which then also needs to be counterbalanced by not overworking the rear tyres and suddenly having them skating around and scrubbing off more than you want and need. So we'll get their 282nd lap of this race underway. And the gap almost at a second here as they approach Tetra Rouge. So for Matis, he might have almost broken the toe here if he keeps this up relative to Gonzalo behind.
Yeah, it does look like, just on the edge of slipstream effect there. At top speed on the Mulsanne, if you're around 1 to 1.5 seconds back from the car ahead, you start getting the benefit of the slipstream, but it really goes up in effectiveness the closer you get to the car ahead. A little bit of time being made up for Ferreira at the end of the straight there. One thing I have noticed, especially looking at those aerial shots we were seeing a few moments ago, Ferreira is much more aggressive under brakes than Boches is. That tells me one of two things. Number one, potentially Gonzalo's just driving it harder, but also Boches might be saving fuel a little bit, just lifting and coasting in every braking zone he can, and helping to keep the run going for this ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow entry. Remember, they are off strategy compared to the cars around them, so if they can get a bit of fuel saving done, they might be able to get themselves back on strategy in the next few hours.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask, though, I would say, being that far off.
I mean, 5 laps at Le Mans, that is a full 20 minutes worth of time in a GT car. So, yeah, it's a pie in the sky prediction, but it's possible if you keep driving like that for the rest of this 4 hours and 43 minutes, then you might stand to gain some time somewhere.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is our battle on track at this stage in time, although we've also still got the FX Simulations and Apex Racing Team cars, and they're actually within half a second as well. So, got ourselves 2 on-track battles to watch. And might want to cut to the LMP2s once again if we could, perhaps, as they're coming onto the start-finish straight. They've got some traffic to worry about as well, though this looks like it'll be perfectly timed. Oh, never mind. I've literally picked the worst possible time to go to race, because lo and behold, as the laps tick away in these LMP2s, it's 10 laps done for Daniel Sivisabo.
Oh dear. Bailey Ford jumped into the pits behind him in the Vermilion Esports GTP. 13 laps complete on that stint, and that's pretty good there from Bailey Ford, because if you're going full bar in the GTP class, you'll make around 12 laps to a stint, but if you fuel save a little bit, then you can extend it out to 13, and it looks like that's exactly what Bailey Ford has done. So good move there from the Vermilion crew. Pit stop complete meanwhile for the Apex LMP2.
Oh, that's off.
That's pretty deep there for... Yeah, very much offline. And that's going to be the run here for Gonzalo Ferreira. Potentially a chance to get back past the car of Matias Botes. Easy does it into turn 1. You've got to lift and then jump on the brakes instantly through that first corner if you have any chance of making the Dunlop chicane. It seems like Boches has managed to gather it up here. Still, a lot of time lost there.
Yeah, although, as you said, the gap rebounds back out a little bit to half a second or so from what it was. And actually, I'm more impressed by the fact that he ended up basically off the circuit. But whether it was because he was so out of shape through the final part of the 4 chicanes that it decided to slow down, was either not warranted or served in the process of just gathering the car up there, that it never even flashed by the time I was looking for that information. Here, 0.6 of a second. The gap not really shifting between these two. Although, at the end of the straight, a little bit of a roll there from Gonzalo in the Strumenti DS Racing Mercedes. Oh, look at that one there. So, just here, the first part of the chicane, it just did not want to turn right. The rear dancing on the way in.
Yeah, very deep into the first of the chicanes, and I think trailing the brakes a bit too much, swung the rear end out and couldn't get it gathered up and pointed towards the right-hand apex in time. So that's unfortunate there, but they've managed to recover well, and they still remain ahead for the time being. So ArcticSimRacing.com, play on, boys. If you are a Movano fan, you'll be happy to hear that the 737 is back out on track. Dominic Gatermeyer has remained in the GTP that we saw crash in the Porsche curves some time ago. They are now 2 laps off the overall lead, but still circulating. And with 4 hours to go in the race, you never know. A safety car, some strategy shenanigans might be able to get them back onto the lead lap, but that is a incredibly slim possibility.
Yeah. Possible 2 safety cars could be called. It's just, yeah, they're completely random, and there's only a 4-hour window in which they could happen. And to get maximum benefit from them, that a Movano car would have to be sitting in front of the race leader, which on track they sort of are, but at sort of the distance that they're ahead of, more arguably behind. As a result, probably not able to really benefit. Nice there is our 2 P6 battles on track are going to line up side by side for a moment.
Nice.
As the GTPs will swing by the GT3s and pretend that that moment of synergy was, well, just a fleeting moment passing by. As into the Porsche curves they will go.
Indeed. Sasha Lehman, meanwhile, has brought the Effect Simulations LMP2 into the pits. Pit stop is complete. So we'll see if Apex Racing Team will finally be able to get ahead. And it looks like, yeah, they'll actually cover them very nicely. Marcel Hubert back into the 99 and with a solid half a second and more gap over Effect Simulations. Looks like the gap's about 2 seconds, actually. So Apex Racing Team have absolutely nailed that pit stop. We shall see if Effect Simulations have anything left to fight with. But we'll turn our attention here to Teo Sorono, who's taken over the Vermilion car there. And, well, his first couple of laps in the car are a baptism of fire, because Cameron Martineau has taken over the wow, great move, makes the move there. Parnell Racing is now ahead. Joseph Loke, sorry, still at the wheel of the Parnell car. So Teo Sorono taking over from Bailey Ford, and this seems to be the first time Sorono has driven the car since lap 100. So that was basically in the middle of the night, I think, that Sorono first took over the car. His first time driving the car in daylight conditions, and yeah, still getting used to it. For now, Parnell Racing back ahead.
Yeah, a little less grip, which does, well, was sort of suggested there by the way that the car did not pull up for the Dunlop chicane, that perhaps indeed, yeah, maybe taking sort of a reference marker there that would work with more grip and cooler temperatures, which therefore cost them the run through that opening sector, of course. So, as you said, hopefully it must be a case of re-acclimatizing to the conditions and how the track is currently situated, which these days will probably be very much, well, as we've known for several weeks, and due to a couple of decisions around stability and the like, very much been dry. But now, of course, will be all kinds of rubber and marbles down on the circuit too, and being given a bit of a leg up now by the fact that Loke ahead of him there, going around the outside of the 56 Racing Team Ferrari rather than waiting for a run up the inside on the exit of the Mulsanne corner. That gains the number 18 machine back about a tenth or so.
Indeed. I'll alert you all as well to another battle that might potentially be brewing for third overall in GTP. German Sim Racing Blue, with Benjamin Cease at the wheel, has had a couple of problems. He got a slowdown coming out of the final corner. These guys fresh out of the pits 5 laps ago, so over a third of the way through their stint, but Tatum Vesta Green with Kimitani at the wheel has been gaining and making solid gains on the last 2 laps running. They are on the same piece of racetrack, only separated by 4.5 seconds. Look at the sectors on the previous lap. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous there. 2.4 seconds in Sector 3 alone. So what's been happening to Benjamin Cease?
As been reminded, it was most likely the slowdown penalty there for Cease right at the end of the lap. And interestingly, though, the numbers don't quite add up unless it's because I'm seeing what was the lap before that when they were both valid. Perhaps that would. Oh no, I'm looking at completely the wrong numbers. That also explains why. There, I'm getting my lines mixed up and noticing the time for Movano Cube controls rather than. And yeah, getting those a bit out of shape. So yes, that 3:28. Well, that's a hyper rapid LMP2 time rather than a typical GTP time. There's a decent lap indeed. In fact, 3:24.6 on that last lap. Only cars faster in the server. P1 and P2, mind you. So would be a bit of work there. But nevertheless, solid position and pace for this Tatum Vesta Green machine at this stage.
Yeah, indeed. Noticed I was keeping an eye on the German Sim Racing Blue car all through this. They ran a bit wide at Mulsanne and lost a bit more time there. So this should be potentially a valid lap for Benjamin Cease. Of course, it will show up as slower because he was still clearing the final corner slowdown when he crossed the line the previous lap. Pit stop, meanwhile, for Maximilian Muir in the Solpec Precision Racing GTP, the last running of our GTP cars at the moment. And, lost out a little bit in Sector 3, but still making huge gains in the first 2 sectors. So here's hoping that Cease can avoid a slowdown and we'll be able to get a proper reading on these cars' pace in relation to each other, because if it falls in the favor of Tatum and Vesta, we're going to be seeing a great fight for P3. These are the last 2 cars on the lead lap of the race.
Yes, well, those here now on circuit. Turn our attention back to LMP2 cars. Once again, Marshall Hubert has been caught up by Sasha Lehrman. So driver change at this stage for the Apex Racing team. Not as ideal as keeping the driver of the 909 for effect simulations behind the wheel at this time. So swing up through the Porsche curves and look to see what just come out of the pits again, slightly fresher tyres, slightly more fuel on board as well. But gap inside of a second, holding roughly steady there, it seems. Mostly in and around the 8/10th bracket.
Yep, 2 laps completed for effect simulations, 3 laps completed for Apex Racing Team once they cross the line, and you can tell they're both pushing super hard. That final chicane, it's one of the banes of my existence when I'm driving around Le Mans. I'm amazed to see just how confident a lot of these drivers are over those very harsh curbs. Well, this is one of the only battles on track. This is the other one. WSR Esports and Alpha Esports making their way out of the first Mulsanne chicane. Gabriel Adeli trying to make the move and keep Ciro Zambra behind him. These two cars are also separated by 1 lap on pit strategy. The WSR Esports butt kicker white car in front is the one who made the pit stop most recently, 2.5 laps ago, and Ciro Zambra pitting 3 laps ago. There was just that change for position. So this 1-2-3 car actually unlocking a memory from last night for me. This WSR Esports car was the LMP2 leader early on in the race before they unfortunately had a massive crash and were taken out of the running. This is the reason why the position was changed, just catching the grass and then going into the marbles through Tetra Rouge, and the 1-2-3 was right there to take advantage. And there is the move made. A little bit of back and forth between these two, actually. They seem pretty well matched on pace, all things considered. But the little back and forth through the GT3 traffic will fall in the favor of WSR Esports butt kicker, who at the moment are sitting 55 minutes and 10 seconds behind the LMP2 leaders as of right now. It's a real shame for WSR Esports, because they had some fantastic pace early on. They were a solid competitor and probably one of the favorites to win in LMP2, but no team is safe from huge crashes at a long race like this. A little bit of a slight run off the track there at the Porsche curves, and we'll see if they can recover from that and stay in touch with WSR. It's been a fantastic run from all of these drivers, actually, to still be running at this point in the race. 4 hours and 28 minutes remaining on the clock. We'll get a replay of that incident. Yeah. That's the thing about that section of the track. You do need to make sure that you're back on the racetrack at least 2 wheels over the white line by the time that curb ends. And I get the feeling that's exactly what Ciro Zambra was having to deal with right there. And I get the feeling that we might have lost Dan Yeaman. Of course, he's been doing the hard yards and not getting much sleep. There is a chance that he may have just nodded off in the background. We'll have to wait and see what the deal is. Oh no, I see him typing in Discord. He's okay. Oh, okay.
Ooh, yep.
Ooh, Lordy.
There's the wake-up call I needed.
Yep.
Teo Sorono sending it in on the
effect simulations car.
Simulations car. Now that's a little nasty there. Thankfully, neither car gets trouble from it. But for the 909, that's not what they needed when they're looking to try and attempt to go with Apex Racing Team in the long run.
Yeah, they were still within range of Apex at the time, but Teo Sorono going for the big dive here at turn 1. That's that's not good. That would have resulted in a bit of damage for the LMP2 and potentially a call into race control. Sorono gathering some damage himself, and also would have picked up a slowdown on the inside of turn 2 there.
And yep, Sasha Lehman going to express the team's, well, presumably the team's dissatisfaction at that attempt there at a pass. As slowdown for Strumenti DS Racing, which means that's going to very much end any hopes at sticking with the simracing.com Mercedes. They're just going through the final couple of chicanes now. Meanwhile, looking here, and German Sim Racing Blue and Tartan Vesta Green, gap closing down inside 1.5 seconds there. So, need to see how this one plays out. And yeah, 3:25.9 up. Just gonna let them straight go. Okay.
Huh. Okay. Not sure what the deal is there, but that's a very decisive change for third overall. I'm looking at the lap there for Benjamin Cease, and yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there. I think he picked up a slowdown somewhere, but it looked like he was within track limits at the first chicane. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing a slowdown flag, so I think that's just a case of it is a bit odd. Like if you're not gonna fight it, fair enough. But why make it that easy? I guess is the $1 million question. One might say. Yeah. Regardless, I guess it is what it is. It's another replay for Teo Sorono, coming on the number 8 LMP2. Which is the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage entry. Technically get through there okay. P2 though, hung out wide to dry. As a small spin for the Alpha Esports 266 at the Dunlop chicane.
Oh no.
They will get going though without too much fuss.
Yeah, it looks like they've avoided damage to the car. So play on for the time being, but Ciro Zambra obviously was struggling a little bit with car control slightly earlier. We'll see how it happened for him. The number two. Oh yeah, in hot, locking up the rears, and away he goes. And it looks like, well,
yes, that was at the start of the lap through the S's.
Yes. That already happened, Jay. The change for position. German Sim Racing Blue. Oh, yeah, I've just seen that.
Change position for 7th in GTP. Cameron Martineau able to catch up to and pass Teo Sorono, who tried to set up a move around the outside of the Sole Precision Racing GT3 of Dominic Oliveira. And that did not work out for the AT machine in terms of getting momentum and such, right? We'll try run a drag race down to the Daytona chicane and we'll back out first. So you can see 7th place at this time. And in all of this, they're now 15 seconds behind the Parnell Racing machine of Joseph Loke. And that kind of shows how zoned out I've been for the last little while, because I didn't realise the gap had grown that much of late.
Yeah, well, Sorono, I think, since he's gotten in the car, has not quite been up to the pace of his teammates and has been making a few small errors, just struggling to get past the GT3 there and running off into the grass, and that is how the ST Racing car got through. So, yeah. And it looks like Teo's just gotten a slowdown as well. So
both of them got the exact same slowdown. The exit the second Mulsanne.
Oh, yeah, okay, interesting.
They both flung in. I think that one they both stayed over the curb for too long on exit on that one. If I understand it right.
Yeah, it didn't get back in time.
And that's what got them in the naughty corner.
Indeed. Well, keep an eye on this corner, see who gets the best exit from it. This Tartan Vesta green car has been holding on to the position of the German Sim Racing Blue, but it looks to me like Benjamin Cease has gotten some pace back here. He did have that, what we presume to be a slowdown, and letting Kimitani go, and before that point it seemed like the Tartan Vesta green car was faster, but now that the German Sim Racing Blue team is in the draft, and they are absolutely monstering the back of the number 36. Move on past the GT3 second place Ferrari of Scherer Esport. who have only just come out of the pits. Remember, they're very much off sequence to the rest of the GT3 class. Every other car's about anywhere from 5 to 7 laps further into their stint. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. The Tatum Vesta red car just making a move on them there down the run to Indianapolis. And that number 11, sister car to the number 36 that's just up the road. And unfortunately 4 laps down on them. But Luka Grumka might stand a chance to help his teammate out here if he can catch up to these guys. He is gradually gaining on them. And the battle's starting to heat up between Tani and Cease.
Yeah, they are 3/10 apart as they head up towards the Porsche curves. Yawn, please go away. Grumka once more. And let's see here. Oh, GT3 traffic for Tani and Cease. They will negotiate around the outside of the entry to the Porsche curves before it's too much of an impediment. So that helps out for now, it seems. Carry on with speed. And yeah, is it our one battle on track? According to my timing, it is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
only 2 cars within a second of each other.
It's a moment of somewhat peace at this stage.
Yeah, very peaceful indeed. You see those patches on the start-finish straight. Those were tyre marks left just before the Hyperpole session started nearly 20 hours ago. And those tyre marks have remained on the circuit the whole time now. Never know, you run over that rubber, you might be able to pick some up and extend your tyre life by a couple of corners. Who knows?
Yeah. Possibilities could be boundless. We'll have to have to wait and see. Yes, I deserve that. I deserve that roast on the YouTube chat. Yeah, I've had one can of V to try and wake me up at 4 o'clock this morning when I was at the end of my prescribed 3 hours of nap time. And then I was perfectly fine all day. The moment I sat down so started commentating, I'm like, oh, it's starting to drag on me once again. So Matisse Bertius, though, will bring the iRacing Racing Mercedes to the pit lane. Out of 7th, well, it was 6th, it's now 7th, so 13 laps done on that stint for them. We've also got, well, IFR and Hydra Race Geodesic haven't separated out fully yet, and in fact, I feel like they've come back together.
Yeah.
Although last lap doesn't suggest that. Last lap suggests they should have spread apart or something like that.
I think it's Bota for just getting a consistent run back after his unfortunate slowdown some laps ago. We'll keep an eye on this battle for sure. But I actually had a question. It's more of a rhetorical question than anything. As I want to point out also, the Tatum Vesta green car has been clutching heavily in the braking zones. They're on maximum fuel save mode here, getting chased down by German Sim Racing for 3rd in GTP. Wow. Okay. 1,000th of a second difference in lap time on the last lap. Okay, so it looks like both of these guys are locked in to trying to extend this stint out. But yeah, this is something that I was thinking about before, and when you mentioned energy drinks, Dan, it brought me back to it. I'm wondering how many kilograms of coffee have been consumed by all of the teams and drivers involved in the Majors 24, let alone race control, commentators, everyone involved. That's going to be a lot of brews being made.
It'd be a high number, yes. As a non-coffee or tea drinker, though, the number is difficult for me to fathom.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there are energy drinks as well, and I suppose that'd be the more popular option for quite a few of our teams. I suppose total milligrams of caffeine consumed over the course of this event, it'd be a really high number indeed.
iced coffee the beverage of choice for our producer Joe Kennedy. Fair enough. If it was up to me, it would be cans of Coke no sugar. Although
I'm an all-natural boy.
trying to go for moderation.
Yeah, well, I mean, not so much moderation, but I don't know. I can't get into soft drinks that aren't sweetened with sucrose. I just prefer the taste of sucrose to everything else, and I like to get my caffeine from coffee, all natural.
Yeah, no, that's good. See, the fun thing is that I'm in a family where it's my brother and my mum are coffee and tea drinkers. My dad and I, though, forget it. You're never going to see us touch either of those. It seems in a wet week, which does make for a sort of interesting split in the household. So, despite the fact that there are plenty of teapots and a coffee machine, they aren't fully. Maybe I'm going to have to experiment with maybe just messing with coffee and adding some different flavors in to make it interesting.
Jay says just don't add Milo to coffee, whatever you do. Now I'm tempted to try that out. Actually, I think actually many years ago when I was experimenting with coffee, I'd make a sort of mocha type beverage using instant coffee and Milo. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm a sucker for some good chocolate, so maybe I need to explore mocha options.
Yeah, I think
that might be the call. Because otherwise, yes, the only way that I typically go for is sugar free, but who knows what else I'm ingesting alongside the caffeine Coke. As back to the racing action, John Botafour indeed seems to be back in his stride, because he's now the faster of the two compared to Gustav Vingborg here in front of him in that IFR Esports 717 P2 machine. So Jan Mulsanne corner will come, but no. For a moment there, Botafour are not going to follow directly in the tram tracks of the IFR machine, and they'll head back out once more. As they were, but if that kind of a draft gain happens again, maybe Indianapolis could be on the cards. Let's watch here as they head up to it now, Reese, although that's a little too far back.
Yeah, a little too far back for a move into Indianapolis. We've had a few pit stops in the meantime. It looks like our GTP leaders all taking their stops. The Tatum Vesta green car is just coming in for their next stop now, and they'll be followed in by German Sim Racing that unfortunately lost some time in the first part of the previous lap. So let's see if anything can be gained back there. In terms of this LMP2 battle, meanwhile, well, these two still have some laps to complete. We're expecting the geodesic car to be coming in at the end of the next lap. Still got 3 laps left in the tank for Gustav Vingborg in the white machine up ahead. So, yeah, pit stops being run now for our GTP runners. Also seeing Felipe Silveira for the AZR Motorsport Black LMP2 in the pits at the moment. For the time being, though, looks like John Botafour content to sit behind the 717. IFR Esports comfortably in the lead of this battle just for a little longer. Pit stop complete for Penguin RC Lightning. Blake Reynolds staying in the car, and he's back out on circuit. But still keeping an eye on the pit stop fight between German Sim Racing Blue and Tatum Vesta Green. Who is going to be first out of the pits between these cars? It looks like the Tatum Vesta green car will be first, but is there any time gained for German Sim Racing? Oh, they're a second quicker on the pit stop, so that's given them some time back. Marcel Egbers now in the number 67.
Yeah, close. I'm actually seeing less in a second, but I guess, hey, that's the art of different timing and scoring, depending it ever so slightly differently between us. So there or thereabouts in the grand scheme of things, it seems. Maybe a litre or and a half or so difference at that point of the tank. As indeed into the Dunlop chicane, or Daytona chicane, they will go there before heading back out onto the Mulsanne straight away. And see here that Bodefer will jump back in the slipstream in Borg, but oh, actually no, here we go, side by side. No. A bit premature on terms of defense from Vingborg perhaps, but in the end, Bodefer will get back in line, single file through the second of the Mulsanne chicanes, although the exit there
Ooh, bit
might
unstable.
just have rattled the IFR car there. Let's see what Bodefer can do with it here into the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, it's going to be defensive for the 717, but will Bodefer be brave enough under the brakes for a move? No, he's, oh, yes, no, maybe. He's going to stay side by side on the way in, hold the outside, coming onto the exit of the corner, and that allows them to carry momentum through. He may be able to get past by the time they get to Indianapolis, but it depends on the acceleration of the IFR esports machine. They're still side by side. This is an interesting battle. You know, we've been following this for some time. First time they've really been side by side, and then they're going to go all the way from the exit of the second Mulsanne chicane to Indianapolis, but it's Bodefer who will get the move done there and move ahead of IFR Esports.
Yeah, bit of a lift out there from Gustav to concede the position. Thankfully, with still over 4 hours in this race. Okay, I'm going to break the toe apparently, although that's not appreciated by Gustav, it seems. As in the meantime, in terms of incident reports that have been issued and
that's the contact between Vermilion GTP and the effect simulations LMP2 there. So
yeah,
obviously effect simulations have called that one into race control.
Yeah, no surprises there for that one, that's for sure. So see what the outcome of that one is indeed Bodefer and the Hydra Race Geodesic P2 make their way into the pits. 10 laps done once more, and it's time to fill that car back up. And it will now release Gustav Vingborg once more to keep putting in laps till his tank runs out as well. Meanwhile, down in GT3 race, top 3 covered by 40 seconds at this stage. So for Norbert Leitner, who's also one of the faster cars out there at this point in time, it is looking pretty handy for the Impulse Racing. Well, $57, $57. Take your pick on how we want to name this particular sub-team naming scheme. Makes you wonder if it's a character that didn't translate properly from, say, a non-English keyboard, perhaps, given 2 Hungarian drivers and an Austrian driver there, perhaps.
Yeah, you never know. There's potential for that, but regardless, we do know that it is in reference to the car number at the very least. So yeah, I think Norbert Leitner, he's one of the star competitors in international sim racing. I always hear about him here and there, racing hard, racing well, but yeah, it looks to me like, well, they're on the same strategy as the 56 racing team car. You mentioned they're covered by about 40 seconds. Antoine Bastard is in the 56 racing team right now and actually running a 10th quicker on the previous lap. So, I mean, it's going to take a while, but as things stand, it seems like 56 Racing Team is a little bit quicker than Impulse at the moment. Might see them come together at the end. There is also the wild card of the Scherer Esport Blue number 16 that splits them. Basically, half a stint's worth offset from these other cars in GT3. Alpha Esports Blue, meanwhile, making their way into the pit lane in LMP2, and Apex Racing team will complete their 10th and final lap of their stint in the number 99, bring that one in. Marshall Hubert seems not giving the car up just yet. That's the gap to the Scherer Esport blue car, and I think a bit further behind coming into the Mulsanne chicane there. Yeah, we saw him in the background, Antoine Bastard in the 56 Racing Team Ferrari. Another intriguing battle here for the top positions in our slowest class here today.
Yeah, that it is. And looking a little further afield at that GT3 class, our top 5 still on the lead lap. Although for Delta V Racing, with Johan Martin Meyer behind the wheel, they are a minute 51 off the lead, and therefore sitting about a minute and 11 seconds off the 56 Racing Team of Bastard. But they are a minute ahead of Dominic Oliveret, who's here on screen, who's now exiting the Corvette curves and karting in the Solberg Precision Racing number 162 machine. So
going into the pits.
Okay, there you go. And yeah, that checks out. They're on their 13th lap, so fuel is expired from the tank and needs to be replenished, some would say.
Yes, the Impulse Racing 57 is currently on their last lap of this stint as well. We did note early on there were quite a few GT3 teams that were fuel saving heavy and extending stint length to about 14 laps. They included the fiercely forward Corvettes, but unfortunately we've lost both of those cars. Fiercely forward actually completely eliminated from this field. Their GTP and LMP2s out of this one as well. Problem meanwhile for this LMP2, the 266, we've seen some trouble for them, just losing power it seems. Not too sure what the deal is there for the 266. They have come back into the pits. Ciro Zambra only just coming back into the lane there, and I think potentially a hardware issue, or maybe accidentally hit the engine ignition light. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Engine is... Actually, as I say, can we go back a little bit further? Actually, or if I can just go find them again. I'm going to go right on board. If they had enough fuel or not in the car, perhaps. I'm wondering whether they... Because unless it is just an issue with pedals, because steering gears, they appear to be okay, but then off the corner.
Yeah, I honestly don't know.
Don't think.
I'm looking back in cockpit view on my end as well. It just shifts up into fourth coming out of Tetra Rouge, and then there's no power to the car. I don't know what the deal is there.
Ooh. There's a big old lift into the S's as well.
There's a very intriguing incident there for Alpha Esports. If anyone has any information about exactly what went on in that car, we'd really appreciate it, because it seems like a very bizarre incident. It's not something you usually see in sim racing unless there's some kind of hardware issue involved.
Yeah, so whether that, I feel your likely answers to that one there. Yeah, issue with pedals, issue with refueling. They seem like the two likely suspects there, but alas, we will not know for now. Anyways, just checking back in with our LMP2 class leader. There's now Matthias. Now, actually, I kind of feel like maybe not trying to pronounce that name right this second. My apologies.
Oyuela, maybe?
Yeah, actually, you know what? That kind of feels like that's about as good as I'm gonna be able to get. So, Oyuela, we'll go with that. Yeah, the P1 Docs entry still leading out front. And there we go, Gustav Vingor bringing the IFR Esports 717 to the lane as expected. There's been a driver change over at Hydra Race Geodesic Racing in the meantime, and their last stop, Austin Young now behind the wheel of 214. See where they meet up relative to that 717 now in the pits.
Yeah, we did see the Movano Cube Controls blue car making a pit stop as well. Marcus Hamilton has taken over that car now fully from Gedemeyer. They remain 2 laps off the overall lead, but certainly hoping they'll be able to get some consistency back and at the very least hold on to that 5th spot. IFR Esports completing their stop, but it's going to be very close here between them and Geodesic. A slowdown for Austin Young coming out of the final corner, and that means that Gustav Vingborg will likely keep the lead in this battle. He certainly will. Look at the gap that's opened up.
And that is just enough of a gap for a slowdown to have, well, demonstrably affected there. So Austin probably kicking himself. That was a good opportunity that is now gone amok. There's a checking here at the pit stop count for our teams across all the classes. You can see there GT3 is by far, the most fuel capacity there is the leading car, although impressively or crazily, you note there that, for example, look at the Schreier Esports blue car. Or is it pit stop on this cycle? Technically it does. So they'll have 22 stops to what looks to be 23 for the rest of the front runners in GT3. Hearing the biggest number of the field is 34, which you can see for Casters Effects Simulations and IFR Esports. That's for those that are on the lead lap in LMP2. And GTP able to eke out a tiny bit more range on the fuel, and of course that tiny bit of range will add up in time as it's on again for P6 in GT3. And interestingly, ArcticSimRacing.com team are going to have to do it back on track once again.
Yeah. So, trying to defend is Pedro Montero, who's taken over the Strumenti DS racing car from Gonzalo Ferreira, and the defense is going to continue into Arnage. Matthias Burgess having a lot to work with here. Seems like corner exits are where he's strong, but he's just not able to get alongside properly. How hard is Montero going to fight this one into the Porsche curves? Remember, these two cars are separated by 4 laps on strategy. Burgess has been out there already for 4 laps. Montero just coming out of the pits, and I think probably a wise decision to let Burgess go there.
Yeah, we've already seen it since we came back. Just not knowing the limits of the car on an outlap as the conditions re-warm is important. Well, there's been some kind of trouble down at Indianapolis for Austin Young.
Oh no!
The
Not
Hydra Race
Geodesic.
Is
it's in the wall.
Is it stuck in the wall? I think it might be stuck in the wall.
I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's well and truly stuck in the wall at Indianapolis.
It's back out.
Okay, he's managed to get it going, and it looks like the front clippers remained on the car. But, well, this is what happened to Austin Young in the 214, and this is going to be a pretty heavy impact.
Yeah, except it's not inflicted by themselves.
Oh, no.
It's
okay.
I believe, the 88 Absolute Motorsport Asolith. Marco Massetti behind the wheel, which now sports Solak in front end. They had a solo incident.
He lost it. Yeah, he lost it into the corner, and it was what would probably be classified as a dangerous re-entry for this car. We'll keep a close eye on how all of this eventuated here on the replay. He loses it over the curb, and then it slips and slides, and he gets hit back onto the track. He initially does the right thing in getting off track and out of the way to get it pointed, but then he starts accelerating back onto the track when Young is coming through the corner. Probably should have been looking at your F3 there, mate.
Yep. We are 20 hours down and a couple of minutes. but still means it's just a hair under 4 hours of racing left, which is going to be a while longer. So that front end is now very busted, and Mercedes, you'll have to get that one fixed up. And likewise, same for Austin Young. So that's now 2 cars with mechanical black flags joining the Delta Sport machine, which is still not repaired. And then again, it's just now, I think, sitting alone in the pits is, in the final chicane, Teo Sorono's had a moment in the Vermilion Esports number 18. He's gathered it up and got it going. All of a sudden, it seems we've just sort of opened up, and it's a lot
mistakes.
And it's pretty much all solo driver mistakes, Reese. Just no pressure.
This is a weird incident here for Sorono. Watch the car's attitude here. He gets on the brakes and then it just, what on earth went on there? It's like the rears just started going backwards all of a sudden. I have never seen a snap that intense in a GTP.
Yeah, I mean the speed and everything was under control. It's as if the brakes have just fully applied and with maximum rear bias to just lock the rear end up independent of the fronts. But back to live pictures we'll go. I actually might keep an eye on that car in the background for a little bit and see what happens. But yeah, ArcticSimRacing.com and Strumenti DS Racing going to go at it. Although on that particular occasion, Pedro Montero a little deep into Arnage and will give up a bit of momentum. As passing them by, your race leader will put them another lap down. Daniel Kraft still holding a 2-minute lead on the rest of the GTP field.
Yeah, especially since now there's no pressure from Movano Cube Controls Blue. The WSR Esports Butt Kicker GTP will just be driving at, I think, about 90% or thereabouts. Obviously still trying to set the best lap times possible, put themselves in the best position, but ideally not going to be pushing very hard. 2 minutes, yeah, I mean, at Le Mans, that is less than a lap's lead, but it is still a full 2 minutes that they've got in hand over Penguin RC Lightning. Just can't afford to make any mistakes at this point. You want to try and hold on to that gap as best you can. Same for Matthias Boches here. Wants to try and hold on to this gap here over Mr. Montero. This is... I'm just wondering what the pit strategy is going to shake out as for this Arctic Sim Racing car, because they, along with Daniel Sommer in the Share Esport Blue car, they're the real outliers in the GT3 class at the moment. I mean, the Absolute Motorsport and Team Nishiken cars, they're off strategy as well by quite a ways. But in terms of cars that are actually competing for significant positions here, as the position will likely be lost here coming down to the first of the Mulsanne chicanes, or will it be defended from Mr. Burches? Well, he's getting a little bit of extra pace here over Montero. But yeah, I don't know how their strategy is going to pan out towards the end. If they're 4 laps off from the rest of the GT3 class, is that an advantage or a disadvantage at this stage? And you can ask the same question of the GT3 leaders. This battle's starting to intensify now. Here comes Pedro Montero. Strumenti DS Racing will move through at the second Mulsanne chicane. Not much that Matthias Boches can do at this point.
Yeah, both of them trying to ride the crown, and what he can do is outbrake Montero into the second chicane and not overshoot. So we'll retake the spot without much problems there. So good job there between those two, although as much as they were getting awfully close whilst trying to both claim the crown down the Mulsanne straight to make things a little exciting. Watch them into the Mulsanne corner. Defensive.
Oh, this is close.
Yes, and then Montero. almost opening up the entry there a little enthusiastically. So gloves are starting to come off here in this one. It's our current battle on the road. Have to keep an eye on this, it seems, for the rest of the race. Oh, there we go. IFR with Gustav Vingborg going to arrive on the scene. And yeah, don't forget that IFR car has now been unshackled from its competition with Hydra Race Geodesic, thanks to that unfortunate incident it found itself entangled in, just by the unfortunate the misfortune of arriving on the scene first, as it were. Technically second, I should take that back, because there was a car that slipped through.
Yeah, in that case, it was arriving on the scene second that was the worst thing. So, yeah, that IFR car is cleared. These two GTs, they can resume their fighting. They still carry a lot of speed through the Porsche curves, don't they, these cars? They look positively pedestrian compared to the GTPs and LMP2s through this part of the circuit, but rest assured, they are pushing. They are pushing as hard as they can, and oh dear, that's a little bit too wide there for Montero. He's going to have to lift off and slow down there. That's unfortunate. Once again, it's by the end of the curb, you'll need to have two wheels back on the racetrack and not over the white line. iRacing, when they scanned this track and started building it for the sim, they worked with the ACO to create a track limit set that was suitable and meshed well with what is allowed in real life. You can take quite a few liberties with the track limits here. For example, at the exit of the Porsche curves there and at the exit of Tetra Rouge. But the basic rule is, as long as you get your wheels back onto the racetrack by the time the curb ends at those two locations, you're all good.
Some very important, useful information, I should say there. Indeed, thank you. To keep that in mind, if anything does pop up in terms of late race battles. Watch here, Marcel Egbers continue on down towards Indianapolis. 5.3 behind Kimitani in the Tartan Vesta Green paint scheme, and there it is now, heading up towards the Porsche curves. There's been a question also about Synergy Sim Racing from one Brody Baldwin in the YouTube chat, and Wayne Burke now behind the wheel of the 089. They are currently sitting 11th and inclined to move to 10th once the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing car is lapped once again.
Yeah, still in the pits, unfortunately. Have been for the last 8 minutes for Geodesic Racing. And no sign of that car moving anytime soon. We'll have to wait and see, though, if they can get back out before those other cars arrive on the scene, but they won't. The Delatraz Automotive car moves on through, and shortly the Synergy Sim Racing car will do the same thing. Tatum Vesta Green still holding on to a nice gap over German Sim Racing Blue. Marcel Egbers hasn't had quite as much luck with traffic as Kimitani has. But these two still close enough for a big difference to be made towards the end.
So looking here, both of them since my stint stuff started tracking them on the same strategy, so that will mean that that change will have to come into course. Last lap, I'm seeing yet invalid. 2 invalid laps last times around, although unofficially it was a 325.6. So 1.5 seconds lost to Marcel Egbers on a 324.0. on that previous circuit around the track. Keep an eye on that, potentially brewing. Coming back to your question, which I don't think I ever answered, and I feel like I want to answer, in the case of the GT3s that are now way off sequence compared to everyone else. I mean, it depends on whether you argue that they are, or in the case of Schrerer Esport Blue, it's probably not going to matter for them. What it does do, though, is to it's actually now the 88, which is actually just been in the pit for 10 minutes fixing itself up, and it's now just rolled outside of the pits. The other one we want to think about, in fact, that it's the ArcticSimRacing.com, sorry. That's the other one that really matters for this discussion. For those guys being, actually they're now the first car lap down, whilst it's still also, Strumenti not too far behind, but now all of a sudden they've pulled 3.5 seconds. You love to see those gaps ebb and flow on the way. But yeah, for the Arctic Sim Racing car, being this far off sequence, unless it guarantees them one less stop, and their last stop is a short one, the biggest problem is the short stop going to help them or hinder them? I'd argue for the race leaders. On the other hand, in GT3, it's not that big of a deal with a 52-second margin. If it happens to be an extra stop that they're taking, well, they can afford that at this stage.
Yeah, seems that way. Late pass there for the GTP there. I believe that was the Tatum Vesta machine, and it was that made the move on Borges in the ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow entry, which now has a nice gap over Montero in the car behind. Strumenti DS Racing, they've got a gap of about 3.3 seconds at the moment, and it looks like it might be steadily climbing now. Seems like Borges is on a lovely run here. Nice, consistent lines, keeping the average speed up. Always good to see. Well, looking at the rest of the field, not much going on at the moment. We are in a nice lull in the action. We have had, of course, a fair share of drama in this field. Since we restarted this stream, of course, those massive problems for the likes of Movano Cube Controls Blue and Geodesic Racing, not to mention the Absolute Motorsport Asalith GT3 car as well. But WSR Esports butt kicker still holding on to the race lead, and they've extended the gap by a few seconds now, up to over 2 minutes over Blake Reynolds in the Penguin RC Lightning entry. All Brit team save for one Dutchie in the form of Robin Glareham, who was the most recent driver in the car before Daniel Kraft took over. And looking like a very consistent driver lineup. If I go back and look at all of their laps, of course, track conditions will play their part in lap times, but seeing, high 22s, low 323s for pretty much all of the drivers here. So a lovely consistent lineup. And when Nathan Moore was in the car through the night, they even dipped into the 321s occasionally. It's always important when you're putting together an endurance team to have a consistent driver lineup. Sometimes it is good to have a safe driver who'll be able to keep the car going on track at the cost of maybe a second or so per lap. But if you can, it's almost always the best way to construct a team is to have drivers all on similar pace. And that's exactly what our GTP leaders have in hand. It's been a great lineup here in the Penguin RC Lightning entry as well. Of course, Blake Reynolds and Casey Kerwin, known for their exploits in professional sim oval racing. Flynn Lazier, Ray Kingsbury and Cody Cosgrove joining them in that machine, and all putting down some very good times on their way to second place running right now. They might come under pressure though from the Tata Investa green entry. Kimi Tani still at the wheel of this machine, and he's been in there since lap 299. So I would expect he's going to get ready to hand over to one of his teammates very soon. Looking at lap times, 3:23.8 on the last lap. As they cross the line, it's going to be a 3:23.0 for the number 36, 3:24.7 for Blake Reynolds. So keep an eye out here. It'll take about a stint or two for them to catch up, but it does look like they're catching up.
Yes, indeed. And the next car there, still running along in class and looking to try and catch up with them, of course, is that German sim racing entry. And it's one of our few, actually it's our only car so far. It's the first car, I should say, in class, but is indeed drivers all of one nationality. And for Marcel Egbers behind the wheel currently, did gain a tiny bit of time on Kimitani on that last lap. And then over here, or some of the guys in the Weitzel, Till Sommerfeld, or perhaps even Benjamin Cease. We'll have to wait and see as to who it is that they entrust with the speed. It might be Weitzel based on earlier performance, although he did a lot of laps in the opening half of the race for that German sim racing entry.
Oh, he certainly did. Yeah, putting in the hard yards. Marcus Hamilton, currently at the wheel of Movano Cube Controls Blue, the first car off the lead lap in GTP. But remember, when we started the stream, these guys were running in second. Really heartbreaking crash for that car when it was in the hands of Dominic Gettemeyer. But Marcus Hamilton putting consistent times down for sure. Actually, looking at the times here, it seems like only 3 of Hamilton's 5 laps so far have actually counted. He's evidently had off tracks a few times over the course of that. 3:24s is what we're seeing for the most part from Marcus right now. The Parnell Racing GTP now in the hands of Jack Savage, and this is a truly international team, this one. We've got I'm presuming that's a New Zealand flag by Jack Savage's name. I don't want to offend anybody. Jay's going to double check that one. I was, I'm tempted to say, oh, Australian, but can't quite see the stars. So yeah, it is a New Zealand flag. They of course use red stars and the Southern Cross on their flag. But yeah, we've got two Brits, 3 if you count the Welshman of Matthew Roberts, Primoz Miklavchik. No idea what nationality he has been assigned, but Jay is about to tell us. Slovenia is where Primoz is from, and then Ruben Paulino from France making their way through here. Pretty solid run from that car, and same for ST Racing Esports. We saw them with a big issue, losing the rear wing. Paulo Munoz, Cameron Martineau, Mark Voitschol, and Leon Seeley making the race here in this number 38. I gotta say, it's been a really nice recovery from them after the issues they suffered at the start.
Yeah, that it is indeed. And then in behind them, it's our first All-Australian lineup in the Vermilion Esports doing okay GTP entry. It's our last car 3 laps behind the class leaders. Unfortunately for Andrew Gilliam, Andre Yusuf, Terry Serrano, Bailey Ford, well, the damage was done before we went live, really. So odds of being able to claw their way back into it seem slim at this stage, but they might be able to snatch some spots away from ST Racing Esports and Parnell Racing once again, which would get them top 6 at least.
Tata Investa red as well, with plenty of fighting going on behind them. It's another GTP, obviously, not on the same lap. That is the German sim racing blue car behind them in 4th place. But Luca Gramke back at the wheel of this one. Matteo Arucci, I believe, was involved in an incident when we started the stream last night. He was at the wheel when a massive crash happened for that car. Maxence Schmidt and Daniel Savini also in that car. Another European team, truly continental indeed. We've got Germany, France and Italy, 3 great motorsporting nations presented in that car.
Indeed, they are indeed. And it just leaves with a couple more cars here in this GTP category. One of them being Absolute Motorsport Asilith. And their GTP entry, the 118.
All Italy, all the time.
Yes, indeed. So I'm expecting, or is it a bit too stereotypically expect lots of flamboyant hand gestures if anything doesn't go their way. But nevertheless, for Simone Nucera, who's currently behind the wheel, along with it, and Antonio Segro, Darius Micheli, Andrea Casson, and Davide Occhetto. The 5 of them will be hoping to finish off strong. The only problem is that they are a lap down on the Tatum Vesta Red machine. What they do have is 2 laps here on the Mag Performance GTP machine there, which is in front of them on track, but naturally more or less 2 laps behind at this stage. In fact, it'd be almost 2 laps behind, because I believe the race leader might be nearby, or am I just, you know, I'm just a little crazy and getting it a little bit wrong, because yeah, it's just quite literally that's the gap there on circuit race. So yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Mag Performance GTP, one of the last running here with Alessandro Nicola at the wheel of that machine, joined by 3 Italians and an Argentinian. I love the international flavor of a lot of these teams. You know, we saw it at the very start of the race when we went through how many nations were involved in this race. Really appreciate the sheer diversity of talent that we have in this 4th running of the Majors 24, and the last running GTP car at the moment. They are 8 laps, looking at the wrong car there. Yeah, 8 laps down on the overall leaders. This is the drivers representing the Precision Racing League. Of course, their races go all through the week, and they are broadcast live on our friends at Race Spot TV. You would have caught me commentating their Super Formula series with Mark Galen, and occasionally I looked at their GTP LMP2 series, of which Pat Pelshar is a major competitor. Very quick in these cars, so looking to see what he can do in these final stages here. Obviously, 7 laps down the leader, no chance of winning from this point, but I think they'll be able to make some gains at least. Replay, meanwhile, for the 56 Racing Team entry. Oh dear, they're racing for the lead in GT3, or a podium at the very least, getting tapped around by one of the Tatum Vesta cars. That's a very awkward place to have that happen. Banked outside of the corner. Let's see how badly the car's damaged here. Oh dear. Talk about left hand down. That car is uncontrollable. So it's going to be a big challenge for the driver to make their way back to the pits there. It was Amaury Sauvage who was at the wheel at the time. Man, that's a real shame. We're still at the point in the race where there's the occasional contact between GTs and prototypes, where the prototype probably squeezes the GT3 a little too much.
Yeah. That is definitely a right shame and some, so we'll have to see if that makes its way through the protest channel and is picked up on in due course. Almost another half hour gone. And food poll once again available in the YouTube chat for those who wish to tell us what they want us to answer the burning questions to. Is going to be Blake Reynolds bringing the Penguin RC Lightning machine to the lane. They followed in the race leader, have they? Yeah, the race leader is that far ahead. Then, of course, Daniel Kraft has already started his outlap by the time Blake Reynolds is even thinking about staring at the pit entry. There is the race leader right now, entering the second of the North Zone chicanes.
Yep, fairly standard pit stops from these teams. It looks like the Tatum Vesta green car is going to go for an extra lap here. Kimitani has been saving some fuel and be able to make 13 laps on that tank. Pretty significant there, but still remains to be seen whether or not they'll be able to hold on to that second place. I would suspect it'll round out to yet another 30-second gap or so when the pit stop is completed for Blake Reynolds, which it is right now. Meanwhile, pit stops happening in LMP2 as well. The Apex Racing Team car have completed their 10-lap stint. The top two of P1 Docs and Effect Simulations, they still have 1 lap remaining in the tank. We'll see them come into the pits at the end of this lap.
Meanwhile, speaking of prototype cars, we can move down towards the LMP2 category. And of course, check in with our race leader, e1docs.com. I hope I'm actually not going over material you may have already hashed over, Reese. If I have, that's a bit of an oops. I'm being told though I'm not, so I've picked up for the right spot at least. But yeah, still unchallenged, a 38-second margin for these guys. And they've got a pretty busy car there. 2 from America, and Luke Peters and Beck and Jasir, but also got Thabo Prevost from the Netherlands. Matthias Puera from Espanol, or well, Spain, I probably should just go that way. There, and then Alexander Spetz from Sweden and David Sobrero from Portugal. So quite the range lineup there in our race leading car race. It's a little bit simpler there for the Effect Simulations 909.
Yeah, Sacha Lehmann, the lone Frenchman with 3 Brits. Andrew Dawson, of course, hailing from England specifically. But yeah, the gap between those two teams at the front still sitting at around 38 seconds now. The P1Docs.com team had a 1 second quicker pit stop, about 1.3 to be precise. Apex Racing Team, one of the top competitors in the LMP2 field, truly international, both sides of the Atlantic represented. We have a Frenchman, a Hungarian, and an American, of Hubert Sivijabo and Jordan Johnson. Getting some news, meanwhile, that there could be a change for position between Synergy Sim Racing and Alpha Esports Blue at the back end of the LMP2 field. Ciro Zambra, as we've seen, has been struggling for consistency a little bit. Wayne Burke is at the wheel of the Synergy 089. Slightly better run down the straight for Alpha Esports. We'll see if Synergy will be able to catch them up here in the Porsche curves. A little bit more curb there for Ciro Zambra. It seems like, yeah, he's having a lot of trouble keeping the car straight on the exit of the corners there. So did Berkey, but has a little better run of it. And look at how much Zambra is extending the entry to the corner there through the pit lane. Oh, that's a mistake. That's not consistent at all. and that's going to result in the change for position. Synergy Sim Racing then up to 10th place in LMP2. How hard is Zambra going to fight this? He's going to lift off coming into turn 1. No such fight at the moment. Question is, now that Burke is ahead, can he maintain consistency? Can he avoid getting those dreaded slowdowns?
You'd hope so. That certainly would be ideal. And oh no! Zero. Too much of the curb on the exit of the S's, and now broadside across the racetrack with a little gap, and now thankfully a big enough gap to finish the 3-point turn and carry on.
Wow.
Hippo Prevost, who's just jumped in, your class leading LMP2 machine. There you go. So Andrew Dawson back aboard the Effect Simulations 909. And Sivasabo back aboard, by the way, the Apex Racing Team 99. And Gustav Vingboard still running 4th in that IFR Esports 717.
Yep, coming into the pits at the end of this lap. We're projecting 9.9 laps completed thus far. So watch for IFR to make their way to drivers right here on the entry into pit lane. An all-Danish team here at IFR Esports. And Vingborg will more or less nail the pit entry there. Extended the track out exactly as he should. Maybe a little bit Larry. Maniti Racing Purple, 5th place in LMP2, and it looks like the last car on the LMP2 lead lap here in the number 78. This car has had plenty of adventures themselves. Was involved in some scintillating battles towards the start of the race, but have settled into round about 5th place. Francois Aldrini currently at the wheel, sharing with Maya, Bella, and Marriott, all looking very fast at various stages of the race. And it's looking like that car's going to be coming into the pits at the end of the lap too. Almost a full lap behind them on track. The AZR Motorsport black car, an all-Portuguese lineup in this one. 5 drivers in that team. So at the very least, they each get a reasonable rest.
You'd hope so, yeah. Apart from obviously the fact someone's going to have to be run the night shift for those guys. That is the nature of, I guess, the beast when you're running these kinds of races. Someone's going to be off sequence. And then in behind them, although it is a full lap down, next to our WSR Esports butt kicker entries. Well, it's actually the butt kicker black first up here. So we've got Adam State behind the wheel at the moment. And then Daniel Ferguson, Alessandro Lau, and Alessandro Romanelli. That's impressive there. We've got the AA star power there. And then the sister car Reese, although sporting the butt kicker LMP2 white, or just butt kicker white naming convention in the team name. Similarly, though, from around quite a few regions, if not a good chunk of the world there.
Yeah, Andrew Caron, I'm certainly aware of. He competed in the Geodesic Omologato series that we broadcast on SimSpeed TV a couple of years ago. And I know that he's definitely a very quick driver. Not in the car at the moment, though. Remains to be seen if he's going to make an appearance towards the end of the race. Well, I've just seen a problem for Apex Racing Team, only a minor one. Looks like Daniel Civijabo just caught the gravel trap on the exit of the final corner. This car, meanwhile, the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage entry, an all-French team, and this, I think, is one of the what could have been stories of the race. They were involved in a crash early on in the race at Arnage, running into a spun fellow LMP2, I believe, losing their front clip, but they were on a fantastic recovery in the hands of Remy Legrand but unfortunately got absolutely pile-drived into the second Mulsanne chicane by another LMP2 they were battling with. So unfortunately some major damage for that car, and they lost a lot of time in the pits as a result of that. But when things are all going right, they're one of the fastest cars out there. And then of course we have Synergy Sim Racing in the hands of Wayne Burke, Australia-New Zealand team right there.
Yeah, that indeed. And you definitely don't make the mistake of suggesting it's all Australian or like that. That would be a great sacrilege, and Jamie would have my head for it, I'm sure. I don't think I get any excuses saying, oh, I was tired.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, unfortunately, the fact that, didn't really get a chance to see what they could do in the long run, unfortunately, on the back foot after the big one, after basically just arriving on the scene of the number 14 Hyperion Racing car, trying to limp back to the pits. Definitely did itself no favors. We saw them a little while ago able to round up Ciro Zambra, who's actually still behind the wheel of the Alpha Esports Blue 266 race. So 3 Dutchmen and a Swiss driver as well has just come to the pits. So maybe another stint here for Ciro before they jump out and switch drivers.
Every chance indeed. And then, of course, the running order in GT3, well, it's still quite close up at the top. Norbert Leitner in the number 57 entry. This has been one of the top GT3 teams rising up to the top, especially since the large problems for the likes of Grid and Go and DTIX. Those two teams were racing right up at the front, but unfortunately suffered their own problems throughout the night. It's 2 Hungarians and an Austrian at the wheel of this Ferrari. And then back further to Scherer Esport, which is one of the cars off sync in terms of strategy. 4 Germans and a South African in this machine. And I've certainly been a fan of the livery of that car, one of the more striking Ferrari liveries out there. I love the quality of graphic design that a lot of these teams have come here with. Really love the Scherer livery.
It is indeed, yeah. Understated in some respects, but yeah, just that little bit of sophistication with the different shades of blue and the geometric sort of design work that is laid into it. Just a touch of red left over to remind you it is still a Ferrari, if the windscreen banner doesn't quite give it away. Is a nice compliment as well. In behind them, at least positions-wise, you can see they're a fair way behind on the road. It's the Delta V Racing number 1, I should say 19. Johan Martin Meyer behind the wheel right now. It's all French driving lineup. They are looking reasonably healthy, given they've got a minute back to the next car in GT3. And so this is getting to this point of the race, whereas this is where things do spread out a fair bunch here. At least they have been spread out, and they look to be staying that way for now, at least, Reece.
Yeah, indeed. Solpec Precision Racing, the other Precision Racing League allied car here. Nick McLaughlin and Dominic Olivier are certainly recognised from PRL's road racing leagues, and they're certainly 2 of the very quick drivers in this field, but some ways down, unfortunately. They'll have quite some time to make up if they even want to get back onto the lead lap in GT3, let alone try and challenge for the win at this stage. But still 3 hours remaining in the 4th running of the Majors 24. Plenty to come there. Strumenti DS Racing, incidentally, in the pits here in the hands of Pedro Monteiro. Joined by Gonçalo Leite and Diogo Faria. Gonçalo Ferreira, I'm assuming, is Portuguese, but currently lives in the Netherlands, which is why he's got the Dutch flag next to his name. And they've just given up 5th spot, being stationary in the pits, to the ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow car, which is quite a ways out of sync. 9 laps compared to Strumenti DS Racing, and actually that stint for Strumenti was a bit shorter than we've come to expect from the GT3 class. Usually about 13 laps, 14 with a bit of fuel saving. Only 11 laps spent out there for the 255. But yeah, the Kuwaiti
black flag, that's why.
Oh dear. Okay, so there's been a problem for Strumenti DS Racing. Once we've done going through the running order, we'll get a replay to see what happened to them. Absolute Motorsport, Axelith GT3, Marco Massetti at the wheel of this car right now. And he's an extra driver that has been put into that car, so he's not on the official list of drivers that we have on our overlays, but that car has been through the ringer. It's I remember seeing it about an hour ago now, potentially more, at that very location at Indianapolis, that car going for a spin, and then unfortunately collecting the geodesic racing car. So they're on the recovery again. Hopefully they'll be able to get somewhere by the end.
And in the last car circulating, Team Nishiken. All Japanese.
Decidedly non-Japanese names, though.
Names. Yeah, I get the feeling that might not have helped me across right. That's a series of names that I do believe we have already well associated with another team. So, and I can I can tell you the actual drivers are Shun Katwafta Sato, Tomoki Hirose, Kazuki Fujita, and Akira Iwata. For sharing that car there, as well, we break up the replay. It's been waiting a while.
Oh.
Daniel Civisabo.
Goodness gracious.
Is the final part of the forward chicanes. There's something fierce. We technically did skip one car, the 56 Racing Team, which is, well, actually not in the service, so it's a bit hard to really show them. Yeah, for those guys there, Antoine Bastard, Amaury Savage, and Nathan Lefranc here, they've unfortunately pulled the pin. Just over 300 laps completed in this race. And, well, yeah, let's see here how Civisabo goes now. Andrew Dalton's back on his tail, and thankfully, to allow me to, well, maybe we'll take a break at some point, and maybe I'll try and sort myself out. But joining us in the commentary box, Reese, Dean Hunt, chipping in for a bit of a chitter-chatter once here in this evening portion and closing stages of the race, Dean. So this might be some of my more unhinged commentary you've ever heard, but another replay coming up here, and this is why... It's got a bit of damage in the rear already there, but is that what triggered the leak? It feels like we're missing something there. Unless it's quite literally that a tiniest of tags.
Yeah, I think it might have been the tag from the prototype on the way into the S's there, but go and shotgun a jar of caffeine pills, Dan. Dean is here just in time for the battle between Apex Racing Team and Effect Simulations to really go off.
Good evening, gentlemen. Nice to be back in the box. It's been a long day for you guys, it seems, but yeah, hopefully I can try and provide some assistance moving forward. Definitely time for some caffeine pills and some coffees in for you blokes coming into the break coming up. But this battle's definitely heating up here in the LMP2 for P3 and P2 over the fight here. So we're just trying to get through the GT3 traffic as well. Obviously going to be proving difficult. We just saw one of them getting absolutely minced by another prototype. So these guys will be probably trying to take it a little bit easy, but definitely track position is super important now. I'm not too sure what the situation is on the safety car history, but I do believe that we could be due for another one anytime soon. We just don't know. with the Majors series. So, you know, track position, obviously the most important thing, I think, for a race like this, but even more important than the most important thing is actually finishing.
Yeah, for sure. You know, being able to get through the night is often the marker of which teams are going to be in contention, and we've had a large amount of our field not make it through the night, and a few more besides as daylight broke. Their races came to an end. For the time being, it looks like Apex Racing Team has the edge there in that battle with Effect Simulations, but the battle for 6th in GTP, we've been following this for a while, still on between Parnell Racing and ST Racing. The Vermilion esports car is basically out of the picture now, thanks to the penalties that they had received and various incidents with traffic for Teo Sorono. Jack Savage versus Mark Voitschol for 6th spot at the moment. Looking at strategy, well, oh dear, that's a slowdown for the Parnell car coming through the final chicanes. So bit of safety then for ST Racing. They make their way back up to 6th spot. Next position car is the Movano blue car, which is a lap ahead.
Yeah, Reece, this one's definitely. I mean, I've only just jumped in, so I don't have the full history of this battle, but that's another part I'm sure you guys are getting sick of talking about, is the slowdowns here at Le Mans. We know how tedious they can be as drivers ourselves, but there's nothing worse than getting a slowdown when you're trying to chase a position or hold on to a position late into the race. You know, 3 hours to go in the grand scheme of things, it's a long way, but when you're looking at it over 24 hours, as a percentage, there's not much left. So obviously you've got to keep that car on the track as much as possible. Just try and just keep going. I mean, anything can happen in the late stage of the race. So many issues with traffic you see. Obviously, moving down into the later hours of the race, there's always less traffic because people have retired and whatnot. Like you said before, there's been quite a few retirements. So bit of a battle heating up as well. I think up in the you were saying in the GTP class as well, for P5 and P3 and P4, pretty close to each other as well. So it's all seems to be happening. I'm just trying to catch up with what's been happening in the last half an hour or so. I've been having a little nap, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because you're competing in this race in another split as well, I imagine.
I was. Yeah, we ended up getting into a little bit of strife at about 5 a.m. my time this morning, just as I was waking up for my stint after having about 3.5 hours of broken sleep. So I was quite, I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit disappointed that we weren't going to finish the race, but I was quite happy to go back to bed and then stay there for a little bit longer. So, you know, there's a silver lining to everything. But that was split 8. So this is where the big dogs are in split 1. I don't think anyone's as lazy as me. There's probably plenty of drivers racing through here with 1 or 2, 3 hours sleep, about 15 Red Bulls in the system. Their hands are shaking. They're all pushing to obviously get the best result they can. Of course, on the greatest platform that is SimSpeed on YouTube, with the greatest commentary team there is as well, mind you. Until I've stepped in, obviously.
You flatter me. Yeah, I mean, there's so many people putting in the hard yards here, not just on track, but also behind the scenes too. You know, we had comments earlier in the stream chat from our friend Daniel Costello at Global Sim Racing channel. I believe it's Daniel Costello handling the stream for that. 2 coffees and 2 Lucasades, over 20 hours of streaming. So they are absolutely going for the long run here at Global Sim Racing channel, broadcasting other splits of the Majors 24. We've also got Grid Vision broadcasting as well. And you know, I think it's amazing the coverage that has been provided by all of the teams involved in bringing this race to you. It's just fantastic to see the community coming together for this one big race of the year in the Majors series. But Effect Simulations, they haven't let Apex Racing Team go here in the battle for second in LMP2. I thought for a second they might have fallen off the wagon, but back in the slipstream now for the 909, piloted by Andrew Dawson. And he's keeping Daniel Sibizarbo very honest there in the number 99.
Yeah, I wonder if Dawson's just trying to potentially get a one-up leg on him and save a little bit more fuel just sitting in the draft. And he's obviously getting quite close, so maybe he does have the pace to actually make a move if he wants to. But yeah, like I said, still quite a long way to go. So just might be biding his time, just keeping on his bumper. You know, puts a little bit of pressure on the guy in front. Can make a mistake, force a mistake, or a slowdown here and there, because as we know at Le Mans, you know, a 1.5 second slowdown will easily lose you about 2 or 3 if not served correctly. So there was a recent update, I think, with the rain, where the slowdowns have been a little bit worse than they were before. So that'll definitely be playing on the on Dawson's mind to try and force the car in front into a mistake. It can happen to like literally anyone. Even in the top split, we've seen plenty of mistakes from lapping traffic and getting slowdowns. Like we've seen a couple even since I've just jumped on. But watching the opening 6 hours on the stream, there was a lot going on. So these guys have probably seen it all and maybe taken a bit more of a cautious step to avoid that. But yeah, the Effect Simulations car just keeping on that rear bumper and just potentially just seeing what can happen in front of him.
Well, what's happening in front is GT3 traffic. That's the Mercedes of Delta V Racing with Emeric Padrines at the wheel. They've got a GTP coming up on them as well. Pat Pelchat in the Precision Racing prototype. So there might be a chance here for this battle to be broken up. We'll have to wait and see, though. GT3 dispatched without any incident there by Pelchat, and now Dawson's going to have to focus here on the exit of Tetra Rouge. It looks like Pelchat's being courteous and staying behind them there. DTIX Motorsport, meanwhile, well, we called them a retirement beforehand, but it looks like they've come back out onto the circuit. Good news if you're following the exploits of DTIX Motorsport. Marvin Strail is at the wheel of that car. They only lasted 63 laps before they unfortunately were taken out. 985-minute pit stop. That was even, I think, before nightfall. Just incredible stuff. But they're back out there, and hopefully we'll see the checkered flag.
Yeah, look, there's definitely something to say about finishing the race in one of these long events, even if you're that many laps down. I think there's always an achievement just to get it over the line. I'm not sure, not to take anything away from the boys, I'm not sure it's the same thing if you've been in the pits for that long, but hey, you know, you've paid your entry fee. It's all a bit of fun. It's a great track, Le Mans, so it's pretty fun to hot lap. They'll just be probably just having hot lap competitions maybe within their own teammates. See how they go at the end there. But yeah, I mean, paid the entry fee, so you may as well get your money's worth and finish a race. Obviously, there's no safety rating or I rating to be earned here, but they'll be able to say, you know, if all goes well at the end of the day, they finish a 24-hour Le Mans race. The major's 24, and not everyone can say that, as we've seen already so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This battle has reached a bit of a stalemate again, I think. Effect Simulations, they're still not seeing much of a chance of making a move on Apex Racing Team. They do have the slipstream. They can get on the lift and coast to save a bit of fuel here, which is handy. You know, we've talked about it many times before in this broadcast and last night as well. If you're fighting for position with a car and you're closely matched on pace, sometimes it is best to just sit behind and save fuel in the slipstream. It'll pay off for you later on. The teams will still be doing it even at this late stage of the race. It's only really in the final half hour that all of those strategies will come together, especially if you're in the LMP2 class, making their way past the Japanese GT3 team in the Porsche curves. Didn't look like too much trouble there for either of those cars.
No, it's a tricky spot to get it done, but obviously these guys know how to do it. Definitely around the outside, if you're the prototype, is the preferred line. But we've, like I said before, we've seen a few issues there with some other cars, and I think everyone's sort of settled down a bit now. They've all had plenty of time to practice that. So, but I wonder if the boys are thinking about maybe working together and trying to save a bit of fuel together. Whether they're not communicating with each other, obviously, but maybe they're sort of thinking on the same wavelength, as if we can just sit in the draft and save fuel, maybe we'll swap positions at the next stop and we'll do it back to you. And they might, I mean, it's a big gap, 34 seconds, but quite a long ways to go to make that back. And maybe they could think about, potentially getting up to that number one spot a little bit closer. It's probably a bit optimistic, but I mean, could be worth a go anyway.
Yeah, you never know. The LMP2 leaders for a time were the 123 WSR butt kicker entry, but they had a massive stroke of bad luck, and the same could indeed happen to P1Docs.com. You never know. They've got a long lead at the moment of 33 seconds. That's a pit stop's worth of time there in the LMP2 class. Apex Racing Team, of course, we covered it before, but just for those of you who may just be joining us before we go on break, Apex are -1 lap on strategy compared to their LMP2 competitors. They're currently on 8 laps completed in their stint. It's 7 laps completed for the first and third place cars, and looks like the same for the IFR and Manti Racing cars as well further down. Pretty much the only other outlier is the Synergy Sim Racing entry, which is just coming up to the end of the stint now, but they're not in this battle. They're a long way off the lead right now, but that is the way things stand in LMP2. There's battles going on in every single class here, and they're all for the top 3 positions. Some of the gaps are bigger than others, but every chance that they'll work out to a fantastic finish here in the 4th running of the Majors 24. We're going to step aside briefly here on SimSpeed TV, take a little bit of a breather ourselves. We'll be back in just a few moments' time to guide you through the final 3 hours of this race.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. This is the top split of the Majors 24. Big special event in the sim racing community. This is the fourth time this event has been run, and we are honored to bring you this top split action here on SimSpeed TV, live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. If you're just joining us, I'm Reese Gardner. Dean Hunt is with me in the comms box, and Dan Yeaman should be making his return a little bit later. Jay Kennedy behind the scenes showing you this battle for 6th place in GTP. Parnell versus ST Racing. These two have been trading positions for quite some time, and it looks like a slowdown there for Mark Voitschol in the ST Racing esports car. So they'll have to give up that position to Jack Savage, who is at the wheel of the Parnell Racing GTP, just making the move on the Strumenti DS Racing car, which has just recovered from a mechanical black flag thanks to contact with a prototype in the S's. So there we go, Dean. That battle was brewing, and now it has been drunk.
Yeah, I'm sure it tastes pretty good for. I'm sure it tastes pretty good for Jack Savage in that Parnell racing car, and I don't think that's the last we'll see of these guys. I've been told that they've been fighting all day, so we'll be keeping an eye on this one as it moves further and further along. But I think Mark Wetshell is still in the draft, so that should be okay for him to maybe claw a few tenths back here and there and keep that fight going for us, and cut back to the Apex Racing Team 99, who's just made his pit stop. I think they were battling against the 909 before that in the effect simulations machine, who's a little bit further down the circuit, but I'm not sure have they made their...
They have not made their pit stop. They are coming in at the end of this lap for it. Pit stops are about 10 laps apart for LMP2s, and we see the end of a 10-lap stint there for Thibaut Prevost, who's taken back over the P1Docs.com entry. And there goes Andrew Dawson into the pit lane. So this will bring the Apex car back up to them. Question is, how far apart will they be? They need to nail this pit stop.
Yeah, look, luckily there's no real, what do you call it, human error when it comes to pit stops in iRacing, like we do see in real life sometimes, and which obviously does play a major part in real life endurance events. But I think we have the equivalent with mechanical failures in terms of hardware and software failures and things like that. We've all experienced that before. So luckily the pit stop factor isn't an issue in terms of staffing, but obviously you've still got to get the entry right. We all know that Le Mans entry is quite tricky, and that little chicane on the way in is no good. Yeah, we should see them come out. I'd hope to see them come out pretty close to each other, but I wonder if they swap positions. You know, they were pretty close, so gaining a tenth or two here and there as you're coming into the lane or coming out of the lane on the in and out lap is definitely going to make up some time as we cut to it now, Reese.
Oh, Effect are going to make it out in front. It looks like a slowdown for Apex Racing Team, potentially. I saw Daniel Civijabo was not carrying as much speed down the start-finish straight as I expected, and it does look like he's unfortunately had a bit too much curb taken out at the final chicane, but he was keeping it flat out all the way to turn one, so I'm not too sure what the situation was there. Either way, Andrew Dawson with a much quicker pit stop than Daniel Civijabo. I wouldn't say much quicker. It was only a matter of about 0.6, but about a second's difference between them on pit lane transit time. So effect simulations have got going in and out of the box down pat.
Yeah, definitely. And like we said, it's definitely an important part of the race. You've got to make so many pit stops. I don't know the exact number, but definitely got to make a lot of pit stops. As we see the Penguin RC Lightning 95 machine in the Acura there boxing, Blake Reynolds at the helm at the moment. So they'll be looking to come back out. Car behind them is also pitting in Egbers as well, coming into the lane with that German Sim Racing Blue. So Effect have just done their 36th stop. I've just read, so like a lot of pit stops, so a lot can go wrong, and you get one of those wrong, get a slowdown on your way in and don't serve it properly, that's a stop and go penalty if you enter the lane while you still get a slowdown on. So yeah, that many times going into the lane, you probably don't practice that as much as you practice actually lapping the circuit. So sometimes it gets a little bit left out and can cause some issues. We've got the GTP coming up behind them now as well. Of Simone Nucera. Oh no, sorry, that's not. No, that's the right one. Yep, we just cut at the wrong time for my brain to operate. But Simone Nucera looking to get past him at the moment. I do apologise in advance for butchering a few names. Unfortunately, I'm an Aussie bogan, not very well travelled, so don't know a lot of unique names, but he's been nice and patient here, which is good to see. The GTP and the LMP2 are quite not evenly matched on pace, but there are certainly some sections of the circuit where it does prove a bit difficult to pass if you're a GTP, just because of that lower pace difference. Not so much with the GT3s.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've talked about that a couple of times. The fact that top end speed between GTP and LMP2 is actually quite similar. The GTPs mainly make their time on corner exit thanks to the extra power they have thanks to the hybrid system. But yeah, the LMP2s a bit less draggy. And they certainly carry a great deal of speed down the straight. So if you're catching up to them towards the end of the Mulsanne, got to make sure you're alongside them before you actually go for the move. Well, effect simulations then dispatched by the GTP, and Apex Racing Team will continue on there. Is that another slowdown for Apex Racing Team? It is indeed. They can't seem to escape it at this point.
They're inescapable around here, Reese, but CB Sabo is probably trying really hard to push and get back onto the rear wing of the FX Simulations car in front and get back into that draft, because we all know that's one of the most important things around the circuit is staying in that draft. If you want to keep onto the back of him in front, you've got to be in the draft. So he'll be probably a little bit of red mist at the moment. Maybe his teammates are in his ear telling him to calm down a little bit, just get some rhythm back, and you get onto him in no time, I'm sure. There's a reason you're in the top split, and there's a reason that you're currently P3, and it's because you're pretty quick. So he's just got to trust himself and relax a little bit and try and get onto that draft again.
Yeah, well, Daniel is certainly one of the quickest drivers in the P2 field. There's been a change once again here between Final Racing and ST Racing. It looks like having only just pitted as Mark Voigtschol in the ST Racing Esports car. Bit of a longer pit stop here than Joseph Loke, who we ride on board with, but immediately Voigtschol trying to take the position back, but he likes to think better of it. Outside entry into the first of our Mulsanne chicanes is not ideal indeed. Pit stop being run for Tartan Vesta Green as well. The third place running car is slow down for ST Racing. Voigtschol apparently still having trouble with the track limits there in those chicanes. I'm honestly surprised that we're seeing so many slowdowns happen throughout this field. I know that you can take a lot of liberties with the track limits at Le Mans, but I would think that by this point in the race, you'd know just how hard to push it.
Yeah, definitely, Reese. But I guess the fatigue element is there as well. I think Jay was saying that there's one team, car 266. They've only used 2 drivers for the whole race so far. So I'm not sure if anyone's gone that crazy with it, but definitely fatigue sets in, and I think at this point of the race, you've been driving around for so long, not actually battling anyone for most of it. When you do get side by side with someone, it's almost like you're a deer in the headlights, and you might not know, what to do, but it's you're not really on guard as much as what you would be in like a 40-minute sprint race per se, I think.
Yeah, you do get into a bit of autopilot mode, I suppose, and your mind can tend to wander when you're at one with the car. You've got the setup right, you're able to just flick off laps left, right, and center, but then occasionally there is that lapse of concentration, and you're on a little bit too wide on the exit of Tetra Rouge, or you cut the inside of a Mulsanne chicane exit a little bit too much, and then you're woken back up. You got to get back on it and make sure that you're maintaining that concentration and consistency. This is a bad place to come up on a GT3. Oh no, a little bit of a tap there, and that's the Strumenti DS car that, remember, had a mechanical black flag before from contact with a prototype. I don't think Pedro Montero is going to be too happy with that.
No, he's not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that one of the cars that was just fixing a meatball just a minute ago? But obviously that's a scary moment there. You do not want to be touched at that speed. with that much resistance on that car. The GT3's nowhere near as much downforce, of course, as the GTPs, so they will be counting their lucky stars that they are still out of the fence.
Yes. Well, ST Racing have to reset once again. I don't know how much damage they would have gotten from this incident, but yeah, just a tough place. Oh, yeah, they did brush the wall there in the Porsche curves, but yeah, I think they must have expected the GT to go a little bit more of a tighter line, but you've got to be prepared to go to the inside of corner exit if you're in a GTP. Meanwhile, Impulse Racing 57 in the pits in GT3. They were the leaders. They'd only completed 7 laps on that stint. I think there was a problem for Impulse Racing. They've had a tech issue, apparently. What's going on here for Balazs Parla? Oh, no. Oh, dear. So that's a combination hardware and technical issue. Potentially a screen freeze, maybe, for Balazs Parla. But that is a massive blow to one of the teams who's competing for the win in the GT3 class.
Yeah, they'd be absolutely spewing at the moment. Yeah, like we said, these things can happen in these races, but that to me definitely looked like some sort of screen freeze or something. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. It could have been anything really, but I think they should still be pretty lucky that they're still on the circuit, and they could have been a lot worse. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on them to see how they do moving forward, but 2 minutes 40 back from the leader now is not ideal.
No, certainly not. We do have Dan Yeaman returning to the commentary box after a little bit of a refueling stop for himself. Tell you what, Dan, that's a pretty big development there in the GT3 lead battle.
I've just had a look back at it myself now that I got caught by us, and yeah. There's a very costly pit stop too. My timing got thrown for a loop by the way they towed and everything, and it says, oh, they only spent 30 seconds in the pits, but that was after a driver change, I do believe, let alone all the time towing from the entry to the Porsche curves. So yeah, they've gone from being, what were you saying? I believe it was like about a minute or something in the lead or something comfy for them, and they've gone all of a sudden to now being 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind. Pardon me, sorry, Sherry Esports. I picked a carbonated drink to have with my pizza, and that apparently was a really bad choice.
That's a mistake.
Yep. I'll keep that under wraps for the rest of the evening, and we'll push on. Yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see. I think 2 hours 38 to go. They'll be able to do pretty full stints from here to the end, but they'll still now be at a disadvantage to share a car, time, and additional fuel required. And they'll be quite a good fair bit disadvantage to the Delta V car here, but they've got a lot of decent gap. I'm going to go on board here and show you that the steering wheel coming up towards Porsche curves does not snap, and so
interesting. So yeah, it was
freeze.
Yeah, looks like it was a screen freeze, or the monitor's straight up turning off. Sorry, Dean.
No, I'm sorry, Rex. I was just going to say that he's done quite well to get it off the circuit and tow quickly. That's not to avoid to affect anyone else's race as well. So that's it's quite sporting of them to make sure that they get off the circuit properly.
Yeah, indeed. It's certainly a better decision than what we've seen from a couple of cars earlier on in the race who got mechanical black flags with destroyed suspension and still tried to make it back to the pits, which, of course, is their right, but unfortunately cars just not controllable all the way through. So the 909 in LMP2 now. Effect Simulations enjoying a solid gap over Apex Racing Team. Daniel Sibijabo with those couple of slowdowns that he's gotten, 2.4 seconds behind, 2.3 actually, my apologies. And there's two cars separating them, one of them being the number 78 Maniti Racing purple entry. Maniti Racing currently P5 in the LMP2 class, and they've only just come out of the pits themselves, but they are some time behind the actual battle that they are ensconced by.
That's a nice word, ensconced. I can't say I've ever heard that one. But, yeah, there's a big gaggle of cars here at the moment as well, so definitely interesting to see the navigation of the traffic, lap in and lap out from these guys has been really great. Obviously, aside from that one incident we just saw with the GT3s at this particular location, but yeah, for the most part so far, obviously the field's quite thinned out, but yeah, the traffic management's been fantastic, but we're seeing the leader of the GT3 class coming into the lane at the moment.
Shera Esport Blue managing to fuel save as they have over all their stints so far to make it a 14-lap stint in their Ferrari. Usually the GT3s will go about 13 laps or so, but if you can lift and coast, you'll be able to extend it to 14 laps. Vermilion Esports, meanwhile, bringing it into the pit lane from 6th place in GTP. They'll give up the place to Parnell and ST Racing, who are still embroiled in their own battle for net 6th overall. Robin Glaren, meanwhile, in the WSR Esports butt kicker car, enjoying that over 2-minute lead that he has held for the last few hours now. It's been a lovely drive from WSR Esports butt kicker. Their other cars have certainly had their issues. It could have been a win in at least GTP and LMP2 on the cards for them, but their LMP2 ran into plenty of issues. So WSR's GTP is their one real representative at the front of any field in this race. And Glaram's just been putting down these beautiful, consistent times. He's the starting driver, and he has his average pace has been running around 3-minute 22, high 3:22s. His fastest lap getting into the 3:21s, and actually his fastest lap was a 3:21.6 back on lap 107. That would have been when the track was getting dark or shrouded in darkness, but he still managed to stay within 2 seconds or so on most of his laps. So big job for consistency there from Glaram.
Indeed it is. I also want to actually point out something I've noticed on my timing. We've had another car return to the race. They are way down the order to the tune of 244. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. But I did like to see the DTIX have come back out after spotting them in the opening part of the race. And yeah.
See how the track temp is vibing. That's looking a bit wavy.
Well, it's kind of well, not repeating what we've seen at the start, because the start was just that. Looking at the comparison, it's not as pronounced. But there you go. Zoom in, 2 hours of weather, not 22 hours of weather, and yeah, it is a little interesting. I mean, yeah, we are currently in an overcast state, according to the cloud cover, and that looks to be be just doing a number here on the circuit and keeping things somewhat calm and comfortable. And maybe that'll just allow for a faster track to finish at this rate, although that'll require that overcast condition staying in place on the circuit.
Yeah, well, those clouds have been casting quite a pallor over this track for the majority of our stream. As my goodness, another close call in the Porsche curbs between GTPs and LMP2s. That's the number 78 that just got passed by the ST racing car of Mark Voigtschult, and he's desperately trying to catch back up to Joseph Loke in the Parnell car, but has lost quite a bit of time. Reminder that this is two battles sharing the same piece of track. Let's see what happened to the number 38 here. Trying to get past the 78 Narnage and just too deep on the brakes. Oh, very lucky to not hit the tyre barrier there. They might have just grazed it, but a lucky escape for that GTP team.
Yeah, you got to be lucky sometimes, but yeah, it's pretty hard to gather it up once you're a bit too deep there. He's done pretty well to keep it out of the wall. Obviously, once you get on the marbles out there as well, off the line, it's a bit tricky. But personally, GTP driver myself, that's probably one of my least favourite spots to come up on a slower cast car. Is at that particular corner, and Indianapolis prior to that as well is not an ideal spot, if you ask me.
Yeah, not ideal indeed. If you're going to make passes, you'd vastly prefer it being on the many straights that make up this circuit. But, of course, basically the entire second half of Le Mans from Indianapolis to the last few corners is a very tricky spot to get moves done. You do have that straight in between Arnage and the Porsche curves, but apart from that, you're braking and turning almost all the time, and at very high speeds to boot. So if you can get someone down the Mulsanne, that's ideal. Keeping an eye on effect simulations, look at that. They grabbed 1.5 seconds on Apex Racing Team on the previous lap, and I mean, Apex, they've shown fantastic pace, but Daniel Civijabo, I think fatigue might be setting in for him, because he's gotten more slowdowns than most in the last couple of hours.
That's a good point. I was always wondering as well, was we just replace it again. I could have sworn we saw this car pick up a little bit of damage potentially from something, or maybe I'm just getting myself crossed up, but maybe it was just a super enthusiastic curb hop or something like that. Just making me wonder that get a couple of those curb hops wrong and we get some damage that might potentially show up as not being fully repairable, as I think we just saw some nice little skid block effects sparking on the way into Indianapolis there. But yeah, as much as you said, the mistakes, slowdowns are hurting lap times, are we possibly seeing something like damage that can't be properly repaired, also throwing these guys for a curveball and messing things up? That's something that's on my mind at this stage.
Yeah, Bram Van Essen, meanwhile, taking the 39 to the pits as we check out. Jay coming in clutch with the reason for that slowdown. Oh, whoa, yeah. I mean, way too much curb in the final corner of the circuit. I mean, it's one of those curbs that you kind of have to take aggressively if you want a fast time, but evidently it's very easy to overstep the mark.
Yeah, definitely. It's easily done. I think you've got to jump the first curb a lot more than the second one so you can get a better run onto the straightaway. But look, I've personally got that wrong many a time. But yeah, these guys at the top level, when they're under pressure trying to push and catch up the late hours of a 24-hour race, these sort of things can be issues. And I think as well the Dunlop chicane's probably another one of those ones that looks a little bit unassuming and can cause a lot of issues with those sausage curbs inside, where you do have to take a little bit of them, but a little bit too much, and you can really unbalance the car.
Yeah, big old unbalance, and ideally you'd like to have all four tires in contact with the road, as it seems the gap is closing between Impulse and Delta V for second in the GT3 class. The Impulse car, of course, had their technical issue earlier, and now they are off strategy compared to a few of the other cars that they're racing. But Emerick Padrinez managed to set a 3:56.7 on the last lap. Compare that to a 3:57.8 for Balazs Parla here. I think traffic might have played its part in that, but regardless, we're going to be seeing potentially that gap close ever more in the next few laps. How much time is between those two teams at the moment? It looks about 6.5 seconds is the gap right now. And it's very easy to gain a second a lap here at Le Mans if your rival makes mistakes.
Yeah, and again, another car that maybe, well, they were in the pits for a very long time. I think you'd hope they cleared up the damage that got picked up from the previous driver of that car, unfortunately, with his issues. I'm just going to I'm going to get the name for you here. It was Adrian Fruwerth. Was behind the wheel of that one at the time. See here, Emerick Padrinez aboard the Delta V Racing Mercedes at the moment. So curious to see how this shapes up. This will be good to watch become a good proper scrap if that's what it will be. It's certainly our closest battle by far in GT3, and it's really this battle for second in GT3, battle for second in LMP2. Unfortunately, we don't have quite the same in GTP. You have to go down to it's the battle for. Pardon me, we don't even have a battle within the GTP class. Unfortunately, they're all a bit spread out. I'm being told no. The closest is the battle for third. So we do have at least one for at least a podium battle in every class is somewhat on the horizon, or could happen one way or another. So let's keep our eyes on all of that there, I guess.
Yeah, this battle's been brewing for quite some time. Tatum Vesta Green showed some great pace before we went on break. There's been a driver change in that car. Kimi Tani handing the car over to Francesco Saggetti. Looks like about 17, 18 laps ago. So now we'll see what kind of pace Saggetti can keep up here. It looks like his lap times have been dipping into the 3:23s occasionally, but the majority of his laps have been 3:24s and 3:25s. German sim racing blue, meanwhile, Marcel Egbers at the wheel. He's running around the same lap times, so there's potential for this fight to close, but I think Egbers is going to have to dial up the pace a little bit if he wants to make that happen. And look at that, the Delta V and Impulse Racing cars now in the same frame here down the Mulsanne, as just behind them looks like the Parnell car getting the move done. Joseph Loke making his way past Balazs Parla there. Loke's still holding on to a solid lead for the 6th place battle in GTP. There's the Delta V Racing car, and behind them is the ST Racing Esports number 38, which is chasing that Parnell 177.
Yeah, we talk about how close the cars are when we're looking at timing, but I think as a driver, when you can physically see the car in front of you, you've got like a bit of a carrot per se on the stick to chase. So a track like this where the straights are quite long, it can probably sometimes do the opposite, where you sort of look down and you're like, oh, I'm only 10 seconds behind, and you look up and you can barely see the car in front, but you can just make him out. I think that does play a bit of a psychological part to that, but like I said before, these guys are top level, so they'll just be concentrating on hitting their marks to close that gap. There's a few close battles all over the track, and obviously, the traffic management part of it can make a big difference there too.
Yeah, indeed it can. Even at this late stage of the race, when cars are very spaced out, your traffic management is paramount. And we've already seen in the previous 3 hours that there are still mistakes to be made when you're trying to lap a GT3 car if you're a GTP, and also re-entering the racetrack if you're a GT3 that's had an unfortunate incident. So out of Arnage, Eric Padrines will come in the Delta V Racing Mercedes, chasing down Balázs Pála there. You just saw a flash of him there at the bottom of the screen in the Impulse Racing Ferrari. I love the fact that we have 2 Ferraris and a Mercedes on the podium. Of course, the Ferrari and the Mercedes seem to be the only 2 GT3 cars that have been chosen by teams for this Majors 24. Of course, there are Porsches technically in GT3s, but they serve as the safety car.
Chevy Corvette.
But yeah, the only other team to choose a different car is Fiercely Forward with their 2 Corvettes that are unfortunately out of the race. So it is just Ferrari and Mercedes left if you're a GT3 brand fanatic.
Which does unfortunately say a bit to the state of the balanced performance. Now, obviously, we are talking literally the end of the testing and new content week for the season. Yes, the fact that in this top split here, the fact that the field is basically almost entirely settled on either Mercedes AMG, which is known for being pretty solid in a straight line, as well as the Ferrari 296, which has also got a strong track record for straight line top speed, with only a few drivers willing to throw a bit of a loop or curveball into the mix. So one of the things that's kind of be curious to see is whether there'd be such a thing as per track bop versus a general season bop. So I think something like that exists in similar titles where they actually have like per track bop settings, which is what would happen somewhat in the real world at certain events where they'll make a box.
Why be you weaving?
Yes, you've got my attention now, Americ. Being told I should have checked my entries tab for a slowdown, and so there you go. There's the answer.
Just scrubbing off a little bit of extra speed helped to bleed off the slowdown without losing too much time. Unfortunately, that has really increased the gap to Impulse. They now hold on to a 6.8 second lead. So I guess at the end, not all that much time lost, but it's still one more setback that you're going to have to overcome in these last 2 hours of the Majors 24. Apex Racing Team still trying to chase down Effect Simulations. Andrew Dawson's been driving incredibly well here, keeping it consistent, avoiding slowdowns, and holding on to almost 3 seconds over Apex Racing Team. Nicely done. Looks like our poll has officially concluded in the YouTube broadcast chat. Preferred sim racing enduro takeaway food option. It looks like pizza won the vote. McDonald's and KFC joint second at 15% each. And I'm a little disappointed that's the case, because I would have expected a lot of people to choose KFC, there being a KFC restaurant in the middle of the circuit down the Mulsanne.
Yeah, KFC's definitely my favourite of those 3. That was my vote. I took a few screenshots earlier the week for some team promo stuff that for some reason the team boss didn't like, but most of them had the KFC in the background. So, yeah, I'm definitely a huge KFC fan myself. I was just saying to Jay off air that that was my dinner before getting in the car on Saturday night last night, before we eventually DNF'd. But look, I have to say I disagree with the majority, but yeah, that's not going to keep me out of the drive for anytime soon. There was one vote for Bunnings Snags from Wayne Hewitt in the broadcast chat. Nice to see you, Huey. So at least we have some Aussie representation there. Dan, of course, had pizza and for his dinner. I chose McDonald's, which might not be the most popular option, but I don't know. Sometimes I just like to get my American grease down me without KFC. I mean, I do enjoy KFC. I like it when I'm eating it, but it makes me feel terrible afterwards. Just way too much salt. Dan must be still eating his pizza, I think.
Yeah, just
the real question is, does Dan have
chomping down.
pineapple on his or not? That's what we really want to know.
We're
gonna bring that one back.
up again. No.
I used to, Dean. I stopped actually having pineapple on pizza and went for other flavors. Although I will accept a pineapple on my pizza as and when I wish for it. So I will anger some purebred Italians who would rather hear no more of this blasphemy.
Well, I recall as Marshall Hubert takes over the Apex Racing Team car, 34.8 second pit stop for them. They'll continue on for another 10 laps from here. But it looks like we're also seeing the Delta V Racing car come in too. Emeric Padrinez staying in the car. Big flurry of pit stops going on here at the moment, including Tatum Vesta Red, the second of the Tatum Vesta cars in this race, and one of the ones that would have been fighting further up were it not for an incident. I do recall from the pineapple on pizza poll yesterday, and I'll reiterate here, I have nothing against people who like pineapple on their pizza, but I personally don't like it myself. I'm in the camp of eat what you want, but if there's pineapple on a pizza, I'm probably not going to eat it. A little bit too sweet.
That is probably the most grown-up response to that question I've ever heard. I think the 24 car's just going to might get a slowdown for that wide exit onto the Mulsanne there. But just having a look at the GT3s, if I can be so brave and talk about racing again. Just having a look at the GT3s now, I saw a few of them coming into the lane, obviously. I wonder if they can stretch out that final 2 stints to get to the end. I'm not sure what the fuel numbers have been like for the rest of the race, but I do believe that most of the time you can get to about an hour and 5 minutes, depending on the circuit and that, without fuel saving. But with fuel saving, potentially they might be only 1 stop left if they're game enough.
Yeah, well, the Impulse Racing car would have been further ahead on strategy. I mean, you probably heard me utter a little woo as Dean was talking. That's the reason why. Lovely little power slide for Julian Reimer in the Scherer eSport Blue Ferrari. But the strategies have equalized now between Scherer and Impulse Racing thanks to that technical issue for Balázs Pála. So could be a bit of a closer race to the end on strategy than we were projecting, but of course the gap is almost insurmountable at this stage. 1 minute and 42 seconds is the gap that Scherer currently holds, and Delta V Racing could still be a factor as well, but they are a further 1 minute and 12 seconds behind Impulse Racing. At the very least, we do have our GT3 podium all on the same lap, so things could get spicy later on.
And there's still the fact that whilst I guess the time ticking down means the options are running out, but there's still just over an hour and a half's window in which we could get 1 or 2 safety cars to really shake things up, but we'll have to just take it as it comes, which at this stage is going to be green flag racing, as it has been since about the halfway mark when we were off air. That's what I hope it is, because otherwise I have been led astray. We might want to go, actually, if we can, bring up the weather graph once again, because I've just paid attention to where the track's at, and maybe zoom in on the scoop at the end. Well, actually, there you go. Just start with the numbers, Reese, and then we'll get a zoom in on the graph after this.
Yeah, up to 30 degrees Celsius now. Look at the rise there. That ebb and flow is starting to result in an overall average rise in temperature at the moment. It's been dipping and rising from about 24 degrees, I suppose, up to round about 30. And the line is looking pretty straight at the moment at the end of that graph. It'll probably start plateauing shortly, but I think we might be heading for an overall increase in peak track temperature on this particular day.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting to look at as well. We're all becoming weatherman slowly as well, but as the track temps increase, obviously the lap times increase as well, but I don't think they're really going to have to worry too much about tyre deg at that sort of temperature. I might be being Captain Obvious here, but yeah, obviously all 4 cars do fuel and tyre. Sorry, all 3 classes do fuel and tyres at the same time. So of course, there's not going to be an issue there. There's no double stinting tyres in these events anymore, which some people aren't a big fan of. Does take a little bit of strategy away, but obviously we probably want to be aligning ourselves with the real life scene as much as possible in the sim community, so we can all pretend that, you know, maybe one day we could be doing Le Mans in real life if you're good enough in the sim.
Yeah, I certainly hope that will end up being the case. I mean, we have had a few cars already, a few drivers already make the jump from sim to real world and racing at Le Mans in the real world. Yeah, that's an interesting pit stop graph. I think that's a pit stop graph for
it's
for the LMP2 class, showing when they took their...
the lead, is it the leader of every... No, it's just the LMP2s.
Yeah, that's almost every lap they took their pit stops on.
JK manually restricted range on that one there, so if you really wanted to, you could do it properly and show us like the past 40 or so laps rather than, you know, the past 350, but fine. He insists that having all the data is necessary.
Yeah, and the graphs kind of break down. There we go. That's what we like to see. So that's the status for Apex Racing Team. As was mentioned earlier, they're -1 lap on strategy compared to the top 2. Whether or not that's going to affect them right at the end of the race remains to be seen, but we're starting to get to the point now where we're going to have some solid projections as to how many laps teams are going to have. This looked a little bit interesting here for the 95 Penguin RC Lightning entry. Around he goes. Okay. That was a big problem there for Blake Reynolds. Some crucial time lost. Currently still running in second though, so they're solid, but that means that the gap to the lead is now ballooned to 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Clarification on a point made in the broadcast chat. Some rain in a safety car would be interesting, says it's Tubro. But yeah, there's no chance for rain. There were stability concerns when setting up the server that some drivers would have major technical dramas if rain was enabled. So the race is going to be completely dry, but there is still a possibility of a safety car sometime in the next 1.5 hours. Safety cars are randomly generated for the Majors 24, and Split 3 is in fact under safety car at the moment. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be one more randomly generated safety car before the end of this Split 1 race. But yeah, that's pretty much the only chance we're going to see to have the field close back up.
Yeah, Reese, I think we sometimes talk about rain dances in motorsport, but this time we'll be doing the safety car dance. Maybe throw a bit of spice in the dish, shake things up a little bit, and give us a really exciting finish. That would be really top notch. But if you're one of the leaders in that WSR Esports butt kicker vehicle, I feel like you'd be pretty opposite. Obviously, praying not for a safety car, same as P1 Docs and Schrerer Esports. Yeah, that's they're probably the only 3 cars on the inner field that are probably hoping that there isn't a safety car, but everyone else is probably doing the safety car dance in the garage.
And what kind of moves would be involved in the safety car dance is my question.
I think the air steering wheel we've seen, you know, the air shopping trolley here and there on the disco floor, but the air steering wheel doing the weaving to keep your tyres at temp is probably my go-to for that one.
Yeah, that's a solid call right there. I'd have to agree with you. Maybe we can make that the next viral dance sensation on TikTok. Who knows? In any case, looks like the gap is closing for third place here. German Sim Racing Blue starting to make up some time on Tatum Vesta Green. Marcel Egbers, it seems, has brought the pace up as I was hoping he would. 323.7 for Egbers on the last lap. 324.2 for Francisco Sagetti. So you never know. 12 seconds, one of the closest gaps in the field here. There's going to be a lot to play for as a pit stop's just been completed for Joseph Loke in the Parnell Racing GTP. And it looks like they've really, truly lost touch now with ST Racing and Vermilion. Looks like, ST have yet to pit. But worth pointing out that the Parnell Racing car had a 50.4 second pit stop. That's on the long side for GTP. We're usually seeing pit stops around 48 seconds in the top class here. So, chance that Parnell might have lost out a little in their battle with ST there.
It does sound like it indeed. As going to go to a replay here, unfortunately, for the team Nishiken Mercedes, number 24. That's a little wide through the S's, leaving space for the GTP. And actually, it doesn't. I was told apparently to expect this car in the fence, but unless the fence, we are going to 5-point turn this and stay away from the arm code.
Good.
And, as a result, Tomoki Hirose will carry on with only a busted set of tyres rather than a damaged bit of body.
Indeed, and even if you go for a slide, you have plenty of straights around this circuit to allow the tyres to cool down. So Tomoki Hirose will get back up to speed. Nice clean looking car once again. I think they've been either keeping it clean or steadily getting repairs done over the course of the race there. Team Nishiken, the last running of our GT3 class. There's only 8 GT3s left in this race. I think the attrition rate of this race has really done a number on the GT3 class.
Yeah, it's over 50%. Let me just confirm that before I go any further with that. We've got 3 safety. We should have 3 safety cars in here if I can count them all. Or was it just 2?
Just two safety cars. I think the iRacing AI controlled safety car acts as the leader safety car, but 19 GT3s entered this race and we only have 8 running. That is an attrition rate of well over 50%.
19 GT3s enter, only 8 leave. Like a wrestling promo just about. We need Mez back in here to get for that one. But that's something we come to expect. I think being the slower class for a lot of these guys, they're basically getting hunted the entire race, driving in their mirrors constantly. It's pretty tricky to keep the car on the circuit when you've got 2 different prototypes flying around your mirrors every 2 seconds. So definitely see that a lot. So props to the guys that are still kicking, whether they've had issues of their own and still going or have been completely clean. But I think that obviously plays a big part in even winning the race, obviously, just staying out of trouble with the GT3s for the most part.
Yeah, GTP from the top rung with a chair. Who knows? That certainly wouldn't be ideal. ST Racing, meanwhile, Paulo Munoz taking over that car. Pit stop completed for them. Minute 20 in the lane, and it looks like the Parnell car has moved back past them. with that one lap undercut that they currently have. And I say undercut, but not really a strategic undercut, just they pitted a lap earlier thanks to varying things around fuel strategy. Francesco Sagetti takes the Tatum Vesta green car into the pit lane, the 11th place GTP of MAG Performance, with William Armani at the wheel, also in the pits right now. So the Tatum Vesta green car chasing down Penguin RC Lightning and embroiled in a fight with German Sim Racing Blue as well. There's been a driver change in the number 67. It was Marcel Egbers, now it is Alexander Weitzel. Looking at Weitzel's previous stints here, he was the guy that started the car, and in the warm conditions yesterday at the start, he was setting solid, mid to high 322s on quite a few of his laps, occasionally dipping into the 323s. So I'm interested to see what Weitzel will be able to do here 2 hours from the end of the Majors 24.
I expect he'll be the one to take that car to the finish at this point, given that 2 hours is just a little over 3 stints, although that might mean that they're a little short. As you see cars coming out of the pits now, including our Tatum Vesta green. Quintani back behind the wheel of the 36. Doing some nice clean air to settle back in pretty quick.
I think Dan Yeaman just stepped behind an egg carton. Not too sure what's gone on there.
Genius move of me being like, let me just move my ear cup to let my ear quite literally just breathe a bit. And hey, would you happen to know that's the ear cup where the microphone's located?
Oh, yeah, I know I've made that mistake more than a few times back when I had a headset mic. We'll forgive you, Dan. It's been a very long last 22 hours for you.
Entirely of my own volition and making, I suppose. So I could have said no to this, and Jay would have had to find somebody else. But then that wouldn't be doing me any favors. Is that a little wide from the 36? Nope. Carry on.
Just taking the regular line seems the preferred line for a lot of the GTPs here. They tend to take a lot of liberties with the track limits through the Mulsanne straight chicanes, but escaping the wrath of the slowdown penalty for the time being. The Tatum Vesta green car has emerged from the pits with a 48.8 second pit stop. They have 14.5 seconds over German Sim Racing Blue, and that gap's starting to increase. I think Weitzel might have gotten a slowdown, or maybe he's just lost that time going behind the Impulse Racing GT3 through the second Mulsanne chicane. So again, traffic management partially defining these battles at the moment.
I think what we need for the next graphic is most commonly used phrases. I think the top contenders might be including traffic management, because that's something we've been talking about quite a lot, but definitely one of the most important things. So I think it'd be traffic management, slowdown penalty, pit stop, those sorts of ones. Definitely be the top used words in this broadcast so far. This WSR Esports X butt kicker outfit is doing a fantastic job at the moment with Blue behind the wheel, and they've got this huge gap at the moment. So I think they'd probably just be cruising to the end, try not to overdo it, save the tyres, so that they can just have a nice clean run to the end.
Yeah, I mean, now enjoying a lead of 2 minutes and 43 over Cody Cosgrove, who's taken the wheel of the Penguin RC Lightning car. Not sure exactly where Penguin RC ended up losing that time. I think it was the spin in the final few corners for Blake Reynolds, which contributed mostly to that. But Yeah, for Robin Glarum and WSR Esports, as you said, Dean, it is just a case of completing laps and doing clean laps. But I think they're still pushing for really good pace here. We're gonna, I'm gonna see what their lap time was that time by 3:25.0. I mean, that's reasonably average when you factor potential traffic in, but I think it's just the consistency and the safety that this car has been exhibiting. And just as I say that, they go for a bit of a wobble in the Dunlop chicane. So no one is quite immune to mistakes being made. But I think WSR Esports have done the best job of anyone so far.
Yes, I would agree with that one there. Because I mean, yeah, ever since we've come back, they've just ticked away lap after lap after lap, and yeah, the only cars that were close to competing with them have fallen by, well, it was just the one, unfortunately, at that point. Yes, we lost the Movano Cube Controls blue car. They're still 2 laps down, still circulating and still putting laps in, which is good to see. Just that it's now going to be a P5 finish at this rate rather than the P2 that we were potentially promised. Just to note there, yeah, our second, third, and fourth cars are only covered by about, what's that, less than 40. That's less than 35 seconds. So that could easily change with a strong stint towards the back end of things here, as we're in these final 2 hours. The other thing I was going to quickly touch on is actually just been a time flicking around to say the Majors Discord to see what's being said in there this weekend. And one question was someone who actually hadn't quite understood this, maybe from again doing their practice in the prototype car, didn't quite understand some of the driving techniques from a GT perspective, but obviously see it here in Split 1. But what's the deal with the prototype sticking to the sides of the Mulsanne straight, or most of the straights here, and the play with the GT cars opting to run down the center of the road? It's one of the first things I was taught when I first started racing here in GT cars was you run the crown, and it turns out this is a thing with it's an aero trick because it stalls out the diffuser. Stall diffuser, you get better top speed. Funnily enough, it doesn't work in the prototypes. In fact, it's the absolute opposite for the prototypes. You want to be on either side of the road. For the longest time, I tried using. One time I came here in a prototype. I then had a crack. I was running it like a GT car. I was told get off the middle of the road. I think I found like on one lap, I found like 0.4 of a second just from moving to one side of the road. I'm like, okay, that has benefit and meaning, and it's now very selective.
Yeah, it's such an interesting aspect, and I've been waiting for a chance to talk about this. Something that isn't immediately obvious when you first start driving around this circuit, but yeah, down the Mulsanne Straight and on the run up to Indianapolis and the Porsche curves, it is a public road, and that means there is a crown in the middle to allow water to run off. We'll be able to see it in action here with the Penguin RC Lightning entry of Cody Cosgrove. As soon as he gets onto the straight, he is sticking to the right-hand side of the road. He's going to blend over to the left here because as there's workings of the road to make way for the roundabouts, there are brief parts where the crown is flatter, and that's where the GTPs choose to switch sides. You'll have to switch sides again on the way out of this chicane to get your way through the second Mulsanne chicane, and you'll see that they do it pretty much as soon as they can. They're basically using those breaks and the lines in the middle of the road as their reference point for switching sides. It's a really interesting aspect of driving this circuit that you don't usually think about, but it has a massive effect.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was a bit of an eye-opener for me, as Dan was saying. It was one of the first things he learned. Funny enough, last year, one of my teammates in the GTP, I won't name him, hopefully he's not watching so he doesn't know I'm calling him out, but he was driving down the middle during some of the practice and couldn't figure out why he was down on top speed. So Look, that's not common knowledge for everyone. I only learnt about the GT3 part yesterday during the race. I've never driven a GT3 here, only prototypes, and yeah, what you're saying with the drag and iFi Esports potential slowdown there. So that'll be not good for them, but yeah, a bit of a gap behind anyway, so not too bad. But I was about to add to that as well. The outside of the Mulsanne Straight and on the run to Indianapolis is quite rough as well. In some areas, if you get a little bit too wide, you're still on the road, but it gets a little bit bouncy and rough, and I think you do lose a little bit of speed there too. If you're trying to get around a couple of GT3s or something spread across the road, and you're pushing it out too wide, it's also quite rough on the edges.
Yeah, the shoulders of this road, very big aspect once again of racing down this French national highway. Yeah, obviously it wasn't always like that. I mean, this track was first used in 1921. First started hosting the famous 24-hour endurance race in 1923. When that was the case, the track obviously was longer, and it was also mostly unsealed along its length. I do believe that this Mulsanne Straight section of the circuit was sealed at the time, but the rest of the roads around this place, they were gravel or a compressed macadam mixture. So the way this track's evolved over the years is one of my favorite aspects of covering an event like this, because there's so much history in every single turn and every single bump. Those shoulders, they weren't a thing until the 1980s or thereabouts. Used to be that beyond those dotted lines on the edge of the road here, it was just sand or grass, and you didn't have much room to maneuver if there was an incident in front of you. Of course, now fully tarmacked all the way out, but obviously still very bumpy, as you said, Dean.
Yeah, definitely changed a lot over the years. I think as well in place of the shoulder, you might have had a few spectators and that right up alongside the track. So definitely everything's sort of changing. A lot of things in motorsport are changing, and a lot of people are saying it's going the negative way, but I really think it's the complete opposite, actually. The evolution of the technology that we're using, whether it's for safety or performance, all those factors that go into motorsport, not only add to the sport, but also to our day-to-day life. The hybrid systems that you see in these GTPs and Formula One and all that, transferring into road cars to make them more fuel efficient and testing out new fuels and whatnot. And in the long run, I think motorsport's actually better for the general population, whether it's entertainment or competition or just improving society and humanity as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree. And, well, we will keep that in mind as we watch this emerging trade between two GTPs. This is the Tatum Vesta green car, William Armani in the Mag Performance car behind him, but yeah, they're separated by a lap or two. This is the car that Tatum Vesta are actually racing, and have a look at the pace that Kimitani has here. 4.5 seconds that he gained there on Cody Cosgrove. Certainly probably a bit of an issue for this car, because they are about 4 seconds off the pace, and I have to wonder what the reason for that is. They did have that big spin earlier. I'm wondering if they got floor damage potentially. It's not an ideal situation for them, but they are definitely looking less pacey than they were.
Definitely a note of concern there. Like, yeah, these cars should be doing 24s, 21, 24s and 23s. So to be that far off is a big red flag. You guys in the Penguin RC Lightning camp. Maybe, I mean, it implies that yes, there's damage. Although, let's see here. It's just got to now open up a clear bit of track. So this will be probably best test next time around. to see what that car can currently do. It's just under halfway through a stint here as well, so it should have a decent amount of fuel on board to get through this one. But yeah, we'll see what they can do on this lap. Because it was in behind an LMP2, maybe choosing to save fuel aggressively there and not just power on by. But
Oh, look at that.
That left. What do we call it? Not fender. That'd be more of a side pod on this kind of thing. That's not looking healthy.
Yeah, bit of a brush there. I'm not seeing any real deformations in the car body shape, but there obviously was a scrape somewhere along the line. So Penguin RC Lightning potentially in trouble here. Yeah, you see that? There was definitely some kind of contact that we missed.
Yeah, sorry, go on. Oh, sorry, I thought Daniel was about to say something. I think there's definitely some contact somewhere along the way. There's no way that the jumping of that final chicane is going to cause that sort of bodywork damage. I wonder if we can, dig through the history of what's happening with this car over the next few minutes and see what's going on there. But that is while I do have quite the gap behind them, it's still something that could cause not only lap time decrease deductions, but it's also
I've just caught it.
Driving it. But Reese has got it.
I've just caught it. Lap 371 for Cody Cosgrove. As soon as he got into the car, he had a problem at the first Mulsanne chicane. Ended up grabbing the wall there. Research complete. Just looks like he caught the curb in the wrong way and had some heavy contact with the Armco barrier on the outside of that chicane. That's the reason that we see this massive drop in pace from Penguin RC Lightning. Can't go over 3 minutes and 28 seconds in terms of lap time. So this is it. Cosgrove had just gotten in the car at this point. His first time coming through the first Mulsanne chicane. He was already a little crossed up there, but over the curb, just a bit of a spin and a flick and bam, into the wall. That is actually quite heavy contact. No wonder he's lost so much pace.
Well, that'll do it. And so now these guys must be holding out hope for something like a safety car so they can take damage repairs in a less destructive manner in terms of that. And saying that, I can see on this current lap, it's not lost as much time to the 36 of the Tartan Vesta Green machine behind them, but still that's pretty much a second for Kimitami in two sectors. And you've got this whole section here to go as well. In fact, the gap is now under 10 seconds as well. So this is easily going to be a could be anywhere from 1.2, 1.3 seconds gained up to 0.6 or 1.7. It really depends on how Kimitami goes. Got traffic in between the two cars here at the moment. And how well Cody Cosgrove is going to be able to adjust and maximize what he can from this car for now, as the gap to the leader extends past 3-minute mark.
There we go. So, looks like at this point, excuse me, another 4 seconds taken there for Tartan Vesta Green. At this point, for Penguin RC Lightning, they have a bit of a dilemma here, because they could pit and get that damage repaired for Cody Cosgrove right now, or just suffer through the stint here. Try to lose as little time as possible and get the repairs done at the next pit stop. And I think that's exactly what they're going for here. They don't want to put themselves off strategy this late in the race. They've got some numbers to run towards the end. They want to try and stay in touch with WSR Esports Butt Kicker and Tatum Vesta Green. But it's going to be tough. Driving a damaged car around Le Mans for a full stint, upwards of 13 laps if you can save fuel. It's going to be difficult for Cody Cosgrove. And I think with the lack of straight line speed that car now has, fuel saving might not be an option.
Reece, I think Cody's a bit of a sitting duck at the moment. He's just got to, I think they've just got to ride it out to the next pit stop and maybe get a little bit of that damage repaired and avoid making that extra stop and getting off cycle. Meanwhile, though, Tatum Vesta Green absolutely licking their chops right now. They're ready to take that position. Not far behind them as well, German Sim Racing and their blue outfit are about to go a lap down on the WSR Esports butt kicker leaders. But I do believe that they're also pretty close to the P3 fight, while it being almost a full lap. When these guys are coming in to do repairs, they're going to have to toss up whether they want to lose, potentially only one position or two positions, whether they repair or not, and run the risk of actually bidding at themselves or just running out of pace. Still 1 hour and 40 minutes left. If you're 4 seconds down on pace, it's a good way to lose a spot.
Yeah, and I think you've got to also remember that there is still potential for a safety car, and that might very well save Penguin RC Lightning from losing too much track position relative to their rivals. But I think you have to approach this assuming that there isn't going to be a safety car. So we'll have to keep an eye on how things are going here for the number 95. A very difficult situation that Cody Cosgrove is dealing with at the moment, and the time is continuing to tick down. Only 4 seconds now between Penguin RC Lightning and Tatum Vesta Green. They're in the same frame now. I just saw Kimitani pop into the back of the frame there. There he is again. And I think we may very well see the pass happen on this lap for second place.
Yeah, I think that's almost a guarantee at this point based on the time loss. And yeah, the painful thing for these guys is they're just double checking the numbers. 12 laps at their current pace, or the average pace, we're looking at about 40 minutes to a stint. So these guys, they need to survive another 20 minutes before they can even think about pitting on sequence. Now, having a look at their laps, they've completed 7 on a tank, so they can only probably go another 5 or so laps. Now, that means that everyone basically in the field of the LMD8, the GPPs, at least for these guys here, the front 4 that are technically still in the lead lap, they are all going to be about... actually, let me run the numbers on that one real quick, and I'll actually get a number back to you in a second.
All right, as Dan gets his calculator out. Yeah, 3.9 seconds taken out once again. Considering that there are, well, guess what? 3.9 seconds between them. I reckon around about the end of the lap, we're going to be seeing Kimitani try and line up a move here on Cody Cosgrove. Now, I'm going to just go back and double check what their top speeds coming into the first Mulsanne chicane were. 315 for Cody Cosgrove and about 315 for Kimitani as well. So I don't think it's a straight line speed issue that the 95 is suffering from. It's more just an unstable car, minor suspension damage, I would imagine, from hitting the wall.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. Like you said, the top speed differential is non-existent. So, process of elimination, it's got to be the corners if it's not the straights. The Porsche curves, Dunlop chicane, like all these corners, Indianapolis, they all rely a fair bit on downforce, and obviously these cars are downforce reliant. But downforce isn't going to work if your suspension is broken and off balance. So I do wonder how difficult that car is to drive at the moment. To be honest with you, that sort of pace that he's doing now is a good lap for me personally. So I don't really know what to say about that, but yeah, it would be a tricky one for sure.
Well, I can give you a clue. Maybe we can go to an onboard shot where we can see the steering wheel of the number 95. Yeah, thank you very much, Jay, and have a look at that. A little bit of left hand down by a couple of degrees, and that's a little bit hardened to Arnage there. He manages to gear it up, but yeah, you can see that car is bent just a little bit. and that's going to be just enough to unsettle the chassis through the corners. And I think particularly in the most significant turns like the Porsche curves, it's going to be an absolute nightmare for Cody Cosgrove to go through. He's still carrying a great deal of speed, but you can see that he's just being a little more conservative than we've seen a lot of our GTP drivers do. He's managing to keep it online, so full props to Cosgrove here for dealing with a car that might be a little bit leery through the corners, but yeah, everything adds up over the course of a lap here. It's a very long lap. So you need to be consistent the whole way through. And if you've got one issue that's costing you maybe a tenth or so in one corner, well, there's loads of corners around here, and it'll all add up to about 4 seconds. Tatum Vesta Green did not end up catching them as much, and Cosgrove actually getting used to the pace again. Just as I say that, he runs deep in the first chicane here. 326.9 for Penguin RC. Kimitani, meanwhile, chasing 325.6. So not as much of a gain being made on that lap, but you can still tell that the number 36 is truly quicker here. You can see him in the mirror now. So Cosgrove's going to have to start looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, that he will. I also just, running the numbers on fuel. Now, WSR Esports butt kicker car there, I actually reckon there's a possibility they're a lap short on fuel, even at this stage in the race. Now, it's hard to say that with complete certainty because there are still 3 pit stops for these cars to make, and the time they'll lose at every one of those pit stops will obviously potentially determine whether that lap counter goes one way or the other. Penguin RC definitely has got a lap more fuel, so it might be safer. Actually, no correction. They don't have a lap more fuel than the leaders because the leaders are that far in front. But they're actually on the same cycle. The car that is a lap up is the Tatum Vesta Green car for fuel. And speaking of which, they've arrived on the gearbox of Penguin RC, and for all of the straight line speed that 95 does have, the cornering is going to let it down here, and I think the move will be on in just a moment. Indeed, no waiting around for Kimitani into the Mulsanne corner. It's the first opportunity, and straight through to P2 go the 36 for Sheen. And they're the car that's got an extra lap of fuel relative to everyone else in this group. Of the top 4 that are still on the lead lap. So that might work in their favour if we stay green and drivers are a little worried about the fuel number and they're not. Although in saying that, one of the cars that might be worried is 3 minutes up the road. That's going to be a little hard to catch unless they miscalculate things. In fact, calling it 3 minutes up the road is kind of a weird way to go about it, because there they are, and we've cut back down the track. Of course, that's how it's going.
Yeah, I mean, WSR Esports could conceivably afford to take 3 extra pit stops from the projected number already, and they'd still be in front. Quite an incredible gap that they're enjoying over the rest of the field at the moment. We'll check back in with our GT3 battles here. Impulse Racing and Delta V Racing, they've been going head-to-head for some time now, ever since the unfortunate technical issue for Balazs Parla in the Ferrari there. The Mercedes still chasing, but they are way offset in strategy now. Impulse Racing only just coming into the pits 3 laps ago, and the Delta V Racing car is towards the end of their stint as Cosgrove has a big adventure in the forward chicanes. Cy Cox mentioning in the broadcast chat that the 95 looked hard to drive in the last 3 corners. I think you're correct, mate. That is certainly not ideal.
Yeah, Cody's showing us that that is certainly the case there. They're not the easiest car to drive through those corners in the first place, alone with some damage to your suspension and some damage to your steering as well. You see at the moment on my feed, I've got Cody trying to battle with a car that's a few laps down, the Mag Performance GTP. So letting a lot of traffic through at the moment, even if it's not for position. He's getting overtaken by a few different cars at the moment.
Yeah, well, we have a pit stop in LMP2. That's the Maniti Racing purple car of Francois Aldrini there. 10 laps completed for that car. We just had a raft of LMP2 pit stops as the majority of the field took their next pit cycle. P1Docs.com, Beckham Jasiah at the wheel of that car now, still holding on to a beautiful lead in LMP2. And Effect Simulations and Apex Racing Team are now separated by quite a ways, so I don't know if there's going to be much more developments in LMP2 to come, but could be a development in GT3 for track position at least. These cars are on two very different strategies now, but Delta V Racing looking decidedly quicker than the Impulse Racing number 57. And looks like on the way through there, Alexander Weitzel passing Cody Cosgrove and moving German Sim Racing Blue up into the overall podium positions. Have a look at Cosgrove there. Next car up the road is, of course, the WSR Esports butt kicker car, the overall leader. Considering how close they are already, that looks to be a gap of about 5-6 seconds maybe. Might be able to catch up to them and put them a lap down within the next couple of laps. But that won't last for long because all of these cars are starting to approach the end of their fuel stint. 10 laps completed for the overall leaders and coming up to 9 laps completed for just about everyone else, or coming up to 10 laps completed for just about everyone else in that battle, save for Tatum and Vesta Ring. So looks like another slowdown being cleared there for Emeric Padrines. We've seen him do that before. Just scrub off a little speed by weaving down the Mulsanne. And that will efficiently clear the slowdown, but that gives Balazs Bala a little bit of extra breathing room.
And that is breathing room he will most happily take every moment he can get it. Just seeing what I'm looking at, my camera is tracking the 95 machine and stuck on them at this stage as they're now trying to negotiate some lap traffic. The big thing for them is they were trying to get around in the LMP2 and just slammed on the brakes, which seemed to really hurt the car's attitude into that chicane. They are going to be the first car that will go a lap down WSR Sports butt kicker at this stage of our 4 that remain on the lead lap. In fact, there is said race leader, and there is your last car on the lead lap. It's not much left. They can make it 10 more minutes. And say that again. 11 laps done. So if I actually expect butt kicker in this lap, and that might just give some of these guys a bit of breathing room in terms of time. And this will be an important sort of reference for sort of how much these guys are probably thinking, well, I say saving. They might try and save it, but they might also realistically go, well, we don't care, and we'll just push on and just take this splash as required, which would be the more ostensible option, so shall we say, rather than stretching it unnecessarily. And I've been left all alone in. Oh no, Dean's back.
No, I'm back. I'm back.
It's been a slight shift of in and out of the booth.
Yep, we're all running to the end here. This is our last stint per se, but I was just about to add that I think whatever the WSR Esports butt kicker car is doing at the moment, whether it's saving or not, they're probably just going to keep doing that because at this late stage of the race, you've developed these habits across the 22 and a half hours that they've been running. They've been doing the same thing all race. I'd probably assume. I don't think they'd be looking at changing that up now, just as a rhythm perspective. You know, you talk about strategy and lap times and all this sort of thing that go into it. But when you're in the driver's seat, you've got to just try and keep everything as easy as possible. And I think they've got that luxury where they've got this huge advantage over P2, where they can sort of just go like, we'll just keep doing what we're doing. We don't need to change anything. Let's just drive this home and we can win the Majors 24 in the top split.
Oh yeah, that'll be in their mind 100%, of course. And yeah, I sort of say they look like they're not exactly worried. So if they were saving, they'd probably be trying to find an extra lap here or there. Whereas in this case, it looks like they'll be coming around. They'll probably come into the pits on this lap if the previous stints are anything to go by. Being 12 laps apiece, they're on that 12th lap now. It just means, yeah, if they want to avoid the splash, they'll need to find probably 2 laps saved before the end of the race to make that work. And that means doing 2 longer stints as Cosgrove getting towards the end of the stint. And Penguin RC Lightning Acura is becoming more and more of a handful. They will be saved, Reese, from going a lap down by, well, the presumption that fuel is running out in that WSR Esports butt kicker car first.
Yeah, well, they're about to reach the end of their 12th lap on this stint, the overall leaders in the 23. So expect them to come into the pits right now behind the 95. But no, they're going to stay out for one more.
There we go. They have been saving. Surprise!
Yeah, was mentioned that yeah, they're definitely not in a hurry, are they? With the massive lead that they currently have, so there's a chance that they were just hanging back a little and saving a bit more fuel behind the 95. But this could get interesting. They've got not only the 95 but a GT3 to work their way past. Tomoki Hirose in the Team Nishiken car lets both of them go. Now, this might tell the story whether or not Robin Glarham is on the massive fuel save like I'm thinking he is. Going through the corner here, out onto the Mulsanne straight. Bit of a better run here. He's flashing the lights at Cody Cosgrove, and it looks like he wants to make the pass.
Ooh, a bit of a late one over there. I'm not sure what happened there with Cody, but yeah, definitely trying to get past now, coming into the first chicane. You'd think that Cody'd let him go here, but yep, there he goes. Lets him go. I'm not sure if he knew that he was alongside there, but he did move over quite late, and that could have potentially been a huge incident for the race leader. And not to mention, you know, obviously the Penguin RC car has dropped a few spots, but you know, they're still P4, which is a very respectable position, and they could have just thrown that away very easily.
Looks like this battle for second in GT3 has just spiced up a little bit with looks like the not the ST Racing car, that's the Vermilion GTP that's just made their way through on them, and that's resulted in a position change. Emeric Padrines finds his way past Bolosh Parla with Andrew Gilliam behind the wheel of the number 18, just getting his way through at Arnage.
All right, well, there's a bit of traffic to make things interesting. And here's one of those things, I guess the guys would have been worried about. Let's see here what can Burrows do now. He's got a Mercedes punching the hole in the air along the longer straights around this circuit. As actually, never mind, nothing is the answer, because Emeric's going to drop into the pit lane. And yeah, completes their 13th lap on their tank of fuel, which has been about the norm. So they're about 25, maybe half an hour. It's about close to needing almost a half tank somewhere.
Yeah.
To race off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 2 pit stops to the end for Delta V Racing. And man, the gap between Effect Simulations and Apex Racing Team has absolutely ballooned, hasn't it? Up to about 17 seconds now. Martial Hubert took over that Apex car some time ago, and evidently Andrew Dawson, he's just on a roll right now. He's been setting super consistent times since he jumped back in there. He's been in that car now for 2 stints, starting his 3rd. So chances are the battle for second in LMP2 might well be over, and certainly the battle is close to over for the lead, because P1Docs.com hold on to a 20-second gap in the lead of LMP2.
Yeah, it's closing that gap we've just heard. So yeah, he's slowly bringing it closer, and he just bouncing across that curve there, which is not what you'd normally see in that section of the track. But so far, the P1 Docks car's done a fantastic job to stay out in front. Yeah, I think the boys at the FX Simulations Garage will be having something to say about that. Like we say, man, there's still an hour and 20 minutes left in this race. A lot can happen, 3 or 4 tenths a lap can make a huge difference over that sort of length of time in terms of closing a gap. But 24 seconds, yeah, it's not huge in this late stage of the race.
No, it can certainly be made up. But you see how hard Andrew Dawson's pushing through this final section of the lap. He's going full supercars spec over those curbs and keeping the car nice and stable on the exit as well. We haven't seen that from the likes of the Apex Racing car. Every time they've gone for the big curb hop in the final corner, they've bounced a little when they've come back onto the road. I didn't see a hint of that from FX Simulations. There's the next pit stop complete for WSR Esports butt kicker, and it looks like Daniel Kraft has decided to jump back into the car there. Robin Glareham can have a rest, and maybe we'll jump back into the car for the final stint. We've had David Baker and Nathan Moore also driving that car through the night. Casey Kerwin, meanwhile, has jumped back into the Penguin RC Lightning car as we're hearing there's been a big, huge problem for Scherer Esports. Broadcast chat alerting us to that. A disconnect for Scherer Esports. They were well in the GT3 lead, and disaster has struck.
No.
Yeah, Chris Shorter was... I've just paid attention. Chris Shorter, the driver in the car, for only a handful of laps, and then driver dropped. Where were they on circuit when they dropped? The answer is on their 333rd lap of the race. Just in the middle of, right before the Mulsanne corner. That's going to be about as bad as it, well, not bad as it's because the further around the track you get.
Oh, man.
Now they're coming back out now to start lap 334, and as a result, they have the lead still.
They've kept it.
Remember, their lead was 1 minute and 45. It is now maybe 20 seconds.
Man, and Gillall68 in the broadcast chat who pointed out that disconnect for us. Thank you very much for helping us out there, mate. Pointing out that all 3 of the GT3 top 3 have had at least one disconnect so far. So I guess it's equalized things a little there.
Yeah, that's definitely equalised it out. Super unlucky for all 3 of them to have a disconnect, all having the same issue. But look, it's just bringing the field a little bit closer together. This is adding a little bit more spice. If we're going to go back to talking about fast food, a few secret herbs and spices added to the KFC to spice up the GT3 battle for the end there. But I think they're pretty lucky to get away with that. That was probably... pretty unlucky spot to disconnect. If they had another sort of issue where a wheel disconnection or something at that sort of pace, that'd be race over for them. So that's probably the better of the evils to have at that particular point.
Well, I remember, Dan, you pointed out the pit stop projections for this last short part of the race. Scherer Esport before that disconnect were almost committing to 2 pit stops to the end. Wonder what the situation is going to be now. They came out with about 1 minute and 20 to go, with an hour and 20 to go. Sorry, Jesus. So if they fuel saved like mad, could they potentially make it only 1 stop to the end from here?
I don't think so. I am because 20 minutes. We're talking 5 laps. I don't think they're going to find 5 laps. So my actually $1 million question is, when they've done this toe-in driver swap, have they taken any fuel on board to reset? And because the biggest problem for them is now 18 seconds back to impulse, and Balash Pala behind the wheel. That car. Actually, speaking of which, why is Delta V showing? Delta's as well. So Delta's also committing to a 1.5 stop stretch. So honestly, I mean, yeah, even with the fuel, even with taking on fuel at the with the driver swap, I honestly think Impulse Racing, who are gonna easily make it within an hour to go and then do one normal stop, have just booked themselves a prime ticket to challenge for the class win in GT3 once again.
Yeah, looks like it. I just ran the rough calculations myself. 14 laps, which is the maximum stint length we've seen so far in GT3. That's about 56 minutes. You go for 13 laps, you're looking at more like 52 minutes to a stint. And, well, there is going to be one more pit stop, at least, that Scherer will have to take, assuming, of course, they did top up the fuel when the car was getting towed, but we're not sure if they elected to go for that. The battle is still on between Parnell and ST Racing. These cars have not been able to leave each other alone for 7th place in GTP, and ST Racing having to go wide for the LMP2 there. This is a brilliant battle that's been going on pretty much the entire time we've been streaming. Ruben Paulino versus Paulo Munoz. And looking at the strategy between these two cars, seems like they're a lap separated, as it looks like Tatum Vesta Green has decided to pit from second spot. Penguin RC Lightning of Casey Kerwin, meanwhile, looks like the I don't know if the damage has been fully repaired for the Penguin RC Lightning machine. Okay. So, yeah, I don't think, probably not. But Casey Kerwin is back in the car, and we know how good he is. So I think there'll be a chance for them to still try and fight for a podium if things go their way. They're 15 seconds behind German Sim Racing Blue at the moment. But ST Racing trying to find their way past Parnell. What will Ruben Paulino be able to do versus the might here of Paulo Munoz? Slightly better exit from the second Mulsanne chicane, and it'll have to be an outside run into Mulsanne corner itself. I think Munoz is going to do the wise thing and back out here, wait for another opportunity to get by. He's going to try and keep himself in there, almost makes contact with the rear, but nailing the exit once again. This is going to continue for some time.
Back to the Delatrez Automotive by Major's Garage, number 8 machine. I'm being told in my ear this car has also, dropped.
That's a shame.
Thomas Imburg, no, Augustin Bernier behind the wheel.
Outside run into Indianapolis. ST Racing Esports have gotten the podium place. Oh, sorry, have gotten up another position, sorry. Oh man, fatigue's starting to set in for me too. That was a beautiful move by Munoz to get up into 7th.
Yeah, that was really well executed there. We did cut away for a moment, but he really prioritised the exit coming out of that the end of Mulsanne there on the run to Indianapolis. And if you prioritise the exit there, you've got such a long run. He might have switched over to attack mode on his hybrid system, but he definitely executed that move well once he got the overlap. And really good racecraft, especially, talk about the commentators being fatigued, but the drivers probably even more so. So well done to both drivers for keeping that move nice and clean, especially the passing car.
These guys work their way through the 4 chicanes, and immediately the ST Racing Esports machine just pulling a handful of car lengths on the Parnell Racing 177. You've also got in there the Vano Cube Controls Blue machine, which is actually a couple laps up on these, a lap up on these two guys, trying to carve their way through as well to consolidate a top 5 finish in the 737 after what could have been. As I'm just having a look around to see, top 4 pretty much on the same strat. Tatum Vesta Green on their outlap now. Should be in the best spot for fuel. Should be able to make that home definitely with one more stop. It's just this whole game of what the others around them will do and when they'll have to come in for fuel. their final stint in relation. And then whether we see anything in the LMP2 battle that changes things there, or once again, cars pretty similar strategy in P2. It's just that GT3 battle. That's going to be the one to watch.
Yep, Luca Alper currently in the Scherer eSport car. Balazs Pala staying in the Impulse Racing 57 for the time being. Keeping an eye here on... yeah, okay, so an hour and 12 minutes to go. Currently 8 laps into the stint for Impulse Racing, and there's been... Well, they immediately went hard on the fuel save after their technical issue incident, managed to make it 14 laps on a stint. I'm guessing that they're going to try and keep doing that towards the end. Get another 14 lap stint out of this. But there's still potential for maybe a tiny splash and dash at the end. The GT3 battle is far from over.
Yeah, this one's going to go right down to the wire, and it's all just a big game of cat and mouse of, you know, fuel saving versus not, and track position, and that's what endurance racing is all about, really. You know, this is the sort of stuff that we came here to see. We're watching the two drivers play chess with each other at you know, speeds upwards of 200 kilometers an hour, albeit in a simulator. It's still pretty impressive, and I'm keen to see how this one shapes up, because, yeah, like we said before, these guys are off cycle from each other. So there'll be a point where, you know, they'll separate and come back together, separate, come back together. We'll just have to see what it's like in the last 15, 20 minutes for that battle to really heat up.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I've just done a little calculation on my end. Yeah, 8 laps complete for Impulse Racing. They have 6 remaining. About 5.5 now. 2 minutes ago, they would have started the lap, and with 6 laps in their stint to go, assuming they are fuel saving, 6 laps to go in their stint at the start of this lap means they're going to make it another 24 minutes from here before their next stop. So they'll pit pretty much right in the window for a one more fuel saving stint to the very end. Scherer Esports, though, only 2 laps completed on this stint. We still don't know if they decided to refuel the car when taking the tow. So there's a few question marks over them, but we are expecting them to pit twice more.
I'd be very surprised if they didn't refuel that car when they were in the pits already. I mean, you're already there, so you're going to lose more time if you have to make an additional stop. So I think there's that element, but there's also the element of, oh no, we've just disconnected, what's happening? And then by the time everyone's back into figuring out what's going on, the car's been towed to the pit lane, you might have actually just forgot to untick the fuel or the tyres. So there's that element to it too. But I would be surprised if they didn't take fuel. And if they haven't, I'll eat my own hat. But yeah, that'd be a bit strange to me, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, having a few more pit stops in the GTP area. Pit stop just completed for Vermilion Esports. Andrew Gilliam remaining in the car. And looks like the Movano Cube Controls blue car has taken their stop as well. Simon Carlart's taking over that machine. As into the pits comes the Absolute Motorsport Asalith GT3. They were lapping along with Scherer Esports for the last couple of laps. Also seeing AZR Motorsport Black coming into the pit lane, 6th place in LMP2. They're off strategy to the cars ahead of them. Pitting 4 laps earlier, it seems. And, I mean, they're all on their own, really. In this place on the racetrack, I don't think there's going to be much of a change in position there. But Daniel Kraft maintaining the lead in WSR Esports butt kicker. The number 23 now truly putting a lap on the Penguin RC Lightning entry. And it looks like if things keep going as they are, They might have to just settle for 4th. It was very unfortunate to see that incident for them when Cody Crossgrove was at the wheel.
Yeah, just looking at the luck.
I mean, look, I don't have a huge amount more to say at this point. I just sort of keep my eyes on as many things as I can at this point. And as you can see, a Tartan Vesta Green, 10 seconds up on German Sim Race. Last couple of laps, how have they been looking? Well, that gap's apparently growing. Actually, no, back and forth. Back and forth, quite something. There indeed. So that's what's up there. Obviously, the lap there where Tartan Vesta Green lost a minute on German Sim Racing, 385. Funnily enough, that is due to a pit stop for the 36. So yeah, don't forget that car I expect should be pretty comfy. Also just seeing here, the LMP2s, the LMP2s that are still left on the lead lap of the race here, they are all good on the fuel. For what it's worth, they will all happily make it to the end with 2 more stops, from what I can tell on numbers. So it's just going to be a question of pace at the front of the field, because, yeah, continuing to chip away at nearly a second a lap. Less than the last lap, Andrew Dawson found a second on Beckham Jasir. That kind of numbers keep popping up. We've still got enough laps to for that to be a reality there in the LMP2 category. So don't rule that out yet.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be ruling that one out anytime soon. That one's been heating up the whole time. I was just having a quick look at the pace differential in that Penguin RC car. So Casey Cohen's obviously jumped in that one. We know he's a polarising sim racer. He's done a lot in the pro scene, but having a look at his pace at the moment, he's doing 325s pretty much every lap, which isn't on pace with the leaders. They're doing 324.6 was their last lap, but it is certainly an improvement on that pre-pit stop. So I wonder how much of that is the driver change and how much of that is the small amount of repairs that might have been done to that machine. Definitely isn't up to scratch at the moment in terms of whether it's been repaired or not, but you might have got a few seconds away from optimals, optional repairs, and might have fixed it up a smidge and helped out a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's some from column A and some from column B. Casey Cohen has been one of the fastest, if not the fastest driver in that car, and he actually holds that car's fastest lap in the night conditions of a 321.5. So I would imagine, yeah, some repairs have been taken for that car, not quite enough to fully fix the damage, and combine that with Kerwin's outright pace, he's been able to extract a bit more from the car at this stage. Hasn't come quite soon enough to keep them on the lead lap, but you never know. Something big could change in the last hour of this race, which we are fast approaching.
I've just had a look on my own replay as well. Sorry, the 11 machine, the Tatum Vesta Red, seems to have an issue as well. They've got a meatball. They've actually they were running in P9, sorry, and they've come off. I think they've had a hardware issue as well. If we can get a replay of that shortly, Joe, that'd be great. But they've had a hardware issue, and that car is very broken. And they managed to limp it back to the pits, but it is looking a little bit secondhand.
Yeah, certainly is. That's the latest in what's been a very rough race for Tatum Vesta Red, and looks like actually a similar thing. No, not similar. There is a hardware failure here. So Daniel Savini coming through the Porsche curves, and the car just keeps turning left, and he goes on the brakes to try and slow it down, but that is a heavy contact with the Armco barrier. No wonder that car is down in the pits right now getting all that fixed. And with an hour to go in the race, who knows if we're even going to see them back out on track.
that might just be they might call that quits, depending on how long it takes to fix the car up. Yeah, that could easily be a 10-minute fix, 15-minute fix even. Also noting that steering wheel not turning in game whatsoever. Although that may be some kind of synchronization issue, because the wheels apparently are doing something at the behest of presumably controls, not random thoughts and feelings of the, well, destroyed suspension assembly, yes, but still somewhat functional, it looks like.
Yeah, interesting incident there, and I don't even know if that was really a hardware failure, because you could see that Savini was still working the wheel at the point where the car started going left again. It might have been another screen freeze or monitor switch off.
So you're saying these guys haven't practiced so much they can do it with no monitors? But no, that's definitely one of the cases it could be. But at the end of the day, that's incredibly heartbreaking. 1 hour left in the race. I mean, you know, they weren't up near the podium or anything, but like we said before, it's always an achievement to finish one of these races, because a multitude of issues can happen. You know, like we said, we've seen the top 3 in GT3 all have disconnections, and they're still in the top 3. You know, it would obviously be different if they didn't have those disconnections. You know, and some of the teams below might have got past them if they disconnected again. So, you know, it's just one of those things where a lot of stuff can happen in 24 hours. You know, we see a lot of stuff happen in a 40-minute race, let alone 24 hours.
Well, pit stop time for the LMP2 leaders. Beckham just here, another 10-lap stint down for the P1 Docks entry. And at the moment, it's looking like Beckham's going to be staying in the car there. The GTP just completing its stop there. Pat Pelshart in the Precision Racing 111, which was unfortunately involved in the incident that took out the BS competition GTP as well, which had been dominating the race up until the middle of the night. Shera Esport, meanwhile, keeping an eye on them with presuming about 9 laps to go in their stint. 5 laps have been completed so far, and if they decide, hey, we're going to continue on for another 14-lap stint, that's going to be one more pit stop to the end for them. Also Effect Simulations going for a pit stop here. Apex Racing team, of course, chasing them, but they are a long way behind at the moment. Daniel Sivijabo is back in the Apex Racing Team 99. Balazs Pala in the Impulse Racing 57 GT3. They're coming up to the end of their stint in about 3 laps' time. Question is, will they have enough to be able to take that lead from Shera Esports, still recovering from their technical issue earlier? And looking at the Impulse Racing Ferrari, it looks like they've lost one of their wing mirrors. I've only just noticed that. The right side wing mirror is missing.
Is that a part of the new damage model, Reese? I can't say I've seen that too often. Potentially a rogue hypercar prototype, sorry, just collecting that one. He's moving over pretty late there. Is that the Acura trying to get past? Yeah, I can't say I've seen that missing mirror before. Is that new, or is it just me?
I think it is part of the current iRacing damage model. I suppose new damage model is a bit of a misnomer now, because iRacing applied it to all cars on the service in this Week 13 build, but this Ferrari has had it from the very start of its inclusion on the service. I'm just scrolling back through the laps here for Balazs Pala, and oh, okay, he did still have the wing mirrors when he started lap 328, but by the time he crossed the line next, he had lost it. So I'm going to go and find that incident. This is just a little curiosity for me. It looks like Jay's found it as well. Maybe a little appointment with the barriers somewhere. No, it's the pit garage wall that's taken the mirror off. Oh, there you go. Cutting it very fine there.
That's a new one and then some. But okay. Now, remind me again, Reece, what your numbers were for fuel for these GT3 cars. Was it 56 minutes on a save stint and 52 on a standard 13 lap?
Yes.
Run those numbers ring roughly true. Well, we're coming up on 12 laps complete. Even if they only go 13 laps on this tank, I think that'd be pretty good. They might even go 14 again here to be sure.
And then they can push a little more in the final stint to the end.
And then they can push knowing that even depending on whether the big thing is obviously with these cars, their whole thing is going to be, well, where's the outright leader? Where is a WSR butt kicker Acura going to be when the clock hits 0? Whenever the clock gets to a point where the white flag can wave, obviously. As one last look at this here, as apparently look elsewhere on the car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the door?
I did see the door, and the front right sort of fender has taken a bit of a hit there.
Okay. Minor, very minor damage for the Impulse Racing car. You can see that the panels are kind of misaligned there. So, yeah. I don't think that's affecting the pace of the car any. They've been setting solid 3-minute 56s on the previous lap. And if anything, Balázs Pála, since he took that pit stop, there's been practically no change to his pace at all. So maybe a false alarm, maybe some optional repairs that they might be able to take in their final pit stop, but they probably don't really need to.
I think they're quite comfortable with that. And I will just say those little way the pit garages kind of stick out and how close the boxes are. Especially when you're on the other side of the machine in a left-hand drive car, they do look a little bit intimidating. That was one of the first things I noticed when I started doing longer races. This track is they can go pretty easily wrong, and it seems to have proven me right for once.
Yeah. Well, Pála's going to continue now for I think one more lap after he's concluded this one. Currently on the 13th lap of his stint. At the moment, he's the only GT3 car that's actually close to taking a pit stop. All the rest of the GT3 field is around halfway through their stint. At least if you're talking about cars on the class lead lap. We've officially entered the final hour of this race. And it looks like, you know, the lead in LMP2 and the lead in GTP is sewn up for the most part. But there's still potential for something to go wrong. The GT3, though, in a bit of doubt. We do think that the Impulse Racing car is going to be the prime car, but you never know. There could be some kind of interesting comeback from Scherer or Delta V in the final couple of fuel stops. We'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, yeah, looking at Scherer and lead the class currently. They're not saving. They're currently about a second a lap faster than Balázs, but actually this could put the whole plan of trying to stretch this tank as long as can and then be able to push in the final stint risky for the Impulse Racing squad. So there'll be 7 laps done now. If these guys are going to go to 13, so 6 more laps. They're doing nearly 4 minutes. So that's 24 minutes remaining on the clock in a second here. So it's going to be about 53. They'll only need to do, well, they'll have about 8 laps of fuel on board. 8 laps versus 13 laps. 5 laps difference in fuel. Around here, it's probably in the order of 35 to 40 litres. Depends on what the exact burn numbers are like for these GT3s. And how much time they're going to lose relative to each other. That is definitely going to be close. Try and run the numbers in my head a little bit more before we... or maybe not run the numbers too hard and just see where they end up.
Yeah, that's the approach I'm taking.
I'm not smart enough to run the numbers, so I'll leave that to you guys. But ladies and gentlemen, we just got to look inside Dan Yeaman's brain. There was some proper thinking out loud there. We appreciate you running the numbers for us, mate. Much well done, well done.
Well, Impulse Racing will continue on into the descending sun as we're coming up to about 2:22 p.m. in sim time. German Sim Racing Blues Alexander Weitzel still putting down some lovely consistent laps here, but they are looking to be lapped by WSR Butt Kicker. Looks like the heat's gone back into the track as well, up to 35 degrees Celsius now. And I think those are the highest temperatures that we've yet seen.
Someone's going to be frying some eggs on the pavement shortly, surely. It's still just creeping up, but it's quite interesting. I think the tyre deck's not really an issue, but there's always a pace with these cars, especially the GTPs. I think they get affected the most as the track heats up, and the drivers will be definitely keeping an eye on that as the race progresses. As we said before, there's no chance of raining, which might be a little bit disappointing for some, but I think we were talking about disconnections before, we'd have a few more of those if it was raining for some. I reckon it's not going to make a huge difference now, but the gaps are probably too big, but it's always something to keep an eye on anyway.
Yeah, I noticed that the sun has returned to the circuit as well, so it's still pretty overcast out there, but we have some patches of sunlight coming through and warming up the track. There will be some areas still in cloud, and that'll be something that we have to consider depending on where on the track it's cooler. Look at that. If you ever wondered about the Rolex sign on the start-finish straight, it is indeed counting down the time left in the race. Pretty much exactly. Air temp and wind direction and wind speed as well. Exactly right too. Yeah, you can confirm. Winds from the southwest at about 11, 12 k's an hour, and that is a 21 degree air temperature that is being shown there. So yeah, love all the little details that iRacing puts in to circuits here, and I think this track, one of their finest achievements. I remember being so hyped when it was announced.
It's definitely, so well, you should note that you said the clock was ticking down. The clock was different to what we've got by about 4 minutes. Should have implies that the clock had started counting, and I'm being told it would match the so basically when the session started, not when the actual green flag was flown. And indeed, I can see that, yes, for myself. So that explains a lot. So it's technically, well, yeah, we go by what we've got more than what's there on screen. Would be the only advice to give. As we check back in with our race leader, I've just also noticed the Tartan Vesta Green machine is second, but only just up the road approaching the Porsche Coast. Currently stuck in some traffic. It's making things a little exciting for them, and not in the way I think they'd appreciate. And they've just nearly run up the back end of the Alpha Esports LMP2 because that car didn't quite hold the racing line as I think they expected.
This is bad. Ciro Zambra again having some control issues in that car. He's sliding all over the place. What is going on in that 266? The GTP's going to try and go for it here at the chicane. No, Zambra's going to throw up the white flag and say, look, it's the end of my stint. Hello. I've just noticed that Alpha Esports car completed 11 laps on that stint. I don't think we've ever seen that from LMP2s. 10 laps is usually the maximum stint length. I don't know how they've managed to stretch that extra lap of fuel out of the tank, but props to Alpha Esports. You've managed to throw that spanner in the works.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Yeah, we haven't seen that yet at all, and I think fuel saving around this circuit is tricky enough to not lose the pace, but a whole extra lap on what we thought was a max is mega. Though it could have all been undone at that precise moment of the caution curves there, but that's the whole thing about this race is traffic management, fuel management, pace management. They all come together. We all had that in about the space of 10 seconds in one go.
Well, Ciro Zambra is going to make his way out of the pits then. Typical pit stop length there, 36.6 seconds. Yeah, I'm still amazed that they managed to stretch that stint out there. Alpha Esports, the last running of our LMP2 runners. They will continue on to the end and see the checkered flag at least, which is an achievement in and of itself. It's all well and good winning or getting on the podium of a 24-hour race in the French countryside, but just getting to the finish is something to be proud of for many teams out there. With the attrition rate we've seen so far, if you're still running at this point, well, yeah, we certainly give you our congratulations. You've made it to the final hour.
Oh, what have I set off an accidental chat war in the session for spectators because I fat-fingered. Just to rerun the fuel numbers, to do an 11-lap stint in the LMP2 car, you have to be burning less than 6.79 litres per lap. From some of the data I was scraped/checked in on from my teammates when they were preparing, they're sort of averaging between 7.2 and 7.3 litres a lap for perspective. So you're talking around half a litre a lap every single lap just to make that additional, that 11th lap even remotely viable, for reference. So they've definitely sacrificed pace to try and stretch the stint as long as they can, and I presume that would mean, well, the thing is interesting for that, it puts them in a bit of an awkward spot. They're only about 12, 13 minutes shy of making it to do two shorter stints now. I'd love to see how they roll that.
45 minutes about to remain in the Majors 24 for 2024. And we have 31 cars still running in the race. The most recent of our retirements being the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing entry. Austin Young was at the wheel when they unfortunately came together into the wall in a massive crash. That, I think, has been the story of many teams' races. We had 55 cars starting this race, and we have lost 20. That's roughly probably 3/4 of a car every 2 hours, every hour or thereabouts.
Yeah, a few chunks of cars left behind there. 3/4 of one, yeah. But it's crazy that the amount of technical issues that we've seen as well. Like someone's mentioned in the chat that disconnections has been quite common across all splits, which is quite disappointing because we look at iRacing as one of the premier services, and obviously the server itself has stayed up, so it's probably a client issue. But you may be thinking there might be something wrong on both ends for some of these, but look, it hasn't shone a negative light on this GT3 battle for the lead. The gaps are a bit bigger at the moment, but the Impulse Racing team just come out of the pits, and Skura and Delta V are both yet to make their final stop, I believe, and they're probably pretty close to making said stop, not far away from that.
Loving those sweeping shots, showing off this incredible circuit. there's been so many changes it's been through over the years. When things first started out, well, I'll put it this way. The only remaining original parts of the circuit from 1921 and 1923 are the straight sections of the Mulsanne, the straight between Mulsanne and Indianapolis, all the way through to Indianapolis, Arnage, and the entry to the Porsche curves. And obviously the biggest evolution in the circuit right there, the inclusion of a fast food restaurant on the infield. But the mix of architecture as well. There's houses lining the Mulsanne Straight that have been here for God knows how long, right up against these modern industrial buildings as well. It's an actual Audi dealership that is by the side of the circuit, and makes sense. Audi's had plenty of success at this racetrack.
Oh, that they have. The R8, R10, R15, R18. Oh, thanks very much, Jay. I've just been brutally insulted in the background. And excellent. Well, we've found the kids' playground, and apparently I've mentally regressed back to the point where it's deemed appropriate. Good to know. That sleepy me is excellent meme material. Fair play, I guess. Now, I want to turn attention actually back to this Scherer Esport versus Impulse Racing battle that I'm hoping we'll get after the final stop for the 16 GT3 machine that leads the class. Currently, the gap is nearly a minute 35, and they're in the pits. All right, well, here we go. They're going to come out in front. I think they come out in front, because they've gone short on this stint, just 10 laps. Now, saying that, 10 plus 4, so maybe they didn't fill up in the panic to make sure they got the car out as soon as they could after the tow. So let's just watch, I guess, and see that number count up. They're putting Chris Shorter back in. Now, don't forget, Chris, tragically, was the driver who disconnected. Now, because it's a driver change, minimum of 30-second stop for that car. See how long they can stay beyond that.
Well, still a while away is the Scherer Esport Blue car from getting past, but the gap is coming down. Impulse Racing 57 now going through the Porsche curves as we speak, and the tyre change is done.
Hang on.
They are going to come out in front.
Very longer than expected stop, that's for sure. Yeah, so definitely in front. They may be a little conservative by adding a whole bunch of fuel they might not have needed. Anyways, the race is potentially on, but we are still talking around 20 seconds. 15 or so, I have to say.
Indeed. Question from James G. How many Mustangs are left? None, because no Mustangs started in this split.
I just pointed out the same thing in text form, the same that started.
the smart reply that doesn't actually answer the question.
Politician answer that one.
Indeed.
Just going back to the pit stops as well. So that was for the Scherer. Sorry, I'm probably saying that wrong, but they had 48.4 in the lane on my overlay, which was about 8 seconds. 6 to 8 seconds more than most others on their last stop. So I definitely think that, yeah, like you said, Dan, they're just adding a bit more fuel to be safe. The last thing you want is to run out of fuel in the lead of the race coming to the closing stages. So just making sure that they get that box ticked, and that won't be an issue for them.
That's true, yeah. I mean, yeah, the main thing is, 48 seconds, so they could have easily been nearly 30 seconds ahead coming out of the pits. It says to me, in a sense, more like they were checking something before they released Chris. There you go, there's the Impulse Racing 70, the background, the same segment of the Mulsanne straight away. So yeah, it looks like this is going to be a case of, I'd be curious. I mean, there should be a difference in fuel loads, which now benefits the Impulse Racing car. But probably not enough. Just whether Chris, I have to see what Chris Shorter's pace is like. Although, probably go have a look at that from earlier in the race. So if you've done laps, the answer is he can do 3 minute 56s. So I think it's probably a good pick. Although, because they've got Balazs Pala in the car right now for the Impulse Racing, and he has done some very long stints in this race.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the laps he's done as well. He started the car, did the first 40 laps of the race. He got back into the car in the night, lap 117, and he drove until lap 156. And jumped back in from laps 242 to 280. I mean, I don't want to do the math on that one, but he's spent a good quarter of the race, I think, at least, in this car. So upwards of 6 hours of driving for Balazs Pala.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I think I was having a quick look at most of the teams, and a lot of them are split between 3 and 4 drivers. So it's just one of those factors that come into it. You know, how much sleep you're going to get between your stints. Obviously, the more drivers you have, or the longer the stints that each driver's doing, the more time you have in between to sleep. It comes down to whereabouts you are in the world. Like for me and you, Reece, in Western Australia. The race started at 9 p.m. our time, and if you've got the European time slot, if you're living in France, it starts at 3 o'clock. So it's probably a better starting time there, even in the US, even earlier. So I think that really comes into play as well. We see a few of the teams have an all one nation sort of outfit, and then some of them seem to be all across the world, and you wonder if that's by design to help with the sleep patterns, if you will.
Oh yeah, definitely would be. That's a big aspect, as Delatraz Automotive taking a pit stop in LMP2, and also the Delta V Racing operation of Johan Martin Meyer coming into the pit lane. They're a bit off sequence with everyone else, but they will have a nice quick pit stop and be lighter on fuel to the end. You're well within the margin of getting to the end if you're in a GT3. And I just want to make another request to Jay for a replay of Balazs Pala going through the Porsche curves in the Impulse Racing car, because he had a couple of minor wobbles. That car is still a ways off the lead, and he's trying to push as much as he possibly can. And ultimately, it's starting to come undone just a little bit. Maybe he needs to... Yes, on the lap he just completed. He'll have to be very careful in this final stint of the race. Check this out on board. So he goes through the first turn just fine, but he's going to cut the inside of this left-hander a little bit. And watch this.
Whoa.
And again.
It's not done yet.
Yeah, so that was a little minor adventure for Balazs Pala there. He'll be hoping that that doesn't happen again. But Kimitani and the Tatanvesta Green GTP, second place in this field, and taking their pit stop. German Sim Racing Blue took their pit stop on the last lap. The WSR Esports butt kicker entry having only just started their final stint as well. That's how far behind Alexander Weitzel is in third place. It's going to be an out-and-out race to the end in GTP. Let's see if Weitzel has the pace under him to try and catch up to the number 36.
It's the race to stay on the lead lap as well, if that's the one thing that they're also going to aim for and say, hey, we're here on the podium, man, we didn't get lapped. But we're going to have to work it out for them because, yeah, in front of this field, Daniel Kraft, he's been solid for the most part. The only thing that might save him is the fact that, well, actually, no, it won't even save him because, again, same situation. Kraft is on the same stint strategy as Weitzel. He's just literally nearly a whole lap ahead. So if Kraft needs fuel, Weitzel will need fuel. unless once Kraft gets across the start-finish line, Weitzel then just goes into full limp home mode, knowing that they can't lose third place unless they fail to make the finish line.
Indeed. Kimitani has completed the final pit stop, or the projected final pit stop for the Tatum Vesta number 36, and just exiting Tetra Rouge now, so has a nice gap over Weitzel. Simon Karlatz, meanwhile, the first car more than a lap down in the GTP class. They're coming up to the end of their second last stint. It'll be a nice, short, sharp run to the end for Movano Cube Controls, who were one of the early contenders for victory in this race.
Yeah, I was just having a look as well, going back to the Tatum Vesta Green car. I might need a confirmation on this, but they've actually gained 16 spots through the race as well. So they started a lot further back than obviously what they're finishing. They've shown that their pace is a reason for that, but obviously I wasn't around at the start of the race, but obviously just keeping out of trouble and keeping that pace up for the whole race. They've done really well to gain 16 spots. Also, Sciarra, the leader of the GT3s, up 17 spots as well. So another massive effort from them. Again, probably just need a confirmation on that, but my overlays is correct. So yeah, that's a pretty fantastic effort as well. I think it's a testament to the drivers sticking with it, even if they didn't qualify so well.
Yeah, well, qualifying means practically nothing in a race like this. You're racing for a whole 24 hours, and absolutely anything can happen over the course of that 24 hours. One lap pace makes practically no difference, and we're seeing that shown here. But Kimitani, all alone on track, running in second place. Well, not all alone, got a GT3 for company. Aside from that, just cruise to the end, or try and maximize your pace at least to take advantage if something goes wrong for the WSR Esports butt kicker car. In 45 seconds time, we're going to enter the period where there are no more safety cars, or no more potential for safety cars. As we mentioned earlier, the Majors Series, when setting up this event, a little bit of a slow up here in the Porsche curves. Meanwhile, for Kimitani, the Majors Series randomly generates a number of safety cars for each individual split. We've had 3 of them in this race, but now the time is going to come to an end for those randomly generated safety cars. It's all going to be down to just keeping it on track. If you were hoping that a safety car would save your strategy from here, well, 3, 2, 1, the answer is no.
Oh, okay. Pardon me actually thinking we only had 2 safety cars this race, not 3, but...
I could be wrong on that. There's only been 2. Okay, I'm wrong. Bonk on the head for dumb Reese.
Sleepy Reese. That's always goes. Yeah, all there. I thought we got told there was the one that happened during the broadcast, the first 6 hours got broadcast, and then one that happened off air. And I was like, wait, when did the third one happen again now? So that's all right. Yes.
My numbers mixed.
3s and 2s and whatnot. Now, that's the interesting one to note. That's come down only by about... Okay, hang on here. Yeah, good old... It's flipping and flopping. I'm being told the answer was half a second. It's not going to be enough to change things. But if Balazs Pala can can find the rhythm, allows him to push this Ferrari as hard as it'll go, without having a sort of a death-defying moment here in the Porsche case, for example. Watch out for the outside threat from Impulse Racing. And again, it's a long way back. Getting to the point now where it's going to actually, at this point, it's going to have to be like 2 or 3 seconds a lap to really even get close. a man can dream for the sake of a really exciting race finish, can't they?
Yeah, we certainly can dream, and sometimes dreams come true. I mean, thinking back to real life runnings of this race back in 2016, I mean, this is difficult for me to bring up as a Toyota fan, but when Toyota lost the 2016 LM24, just a few minutes from the end, stopping on the start-finish line, and Porsche coming through to take victory, you know, it seemed like they would have had it in hand, but a technical issue took them out of the running. That could still happen for some of the teams running in this one. Apex Racing Team is going to take their final pit stop here. Daniel Civichabo, right on the money, it seems, for this final stint. Lasts about half an hour, does the fuel tank in these cars, and pitting with under half an hour to go.
Yeah, that's really good planning or really good luck to get into that position. But not only have they absolutely nailed that, but yeah, their pace has been on point as well. Looking at that battle between the 909 and the 99 FX Simulations and Apex Racing Team earlier on, that sort of fizzled out a little bit. But like I said, anything can sort of happen towards the end of a race, and you know, you get a calculation wrong here and there. Everyone's sleep deprived. You might get your feel wrong. So cut into a replay here. Indianapolis. That is the. Oh, he just nudged the wall there.
Yeah, that was the Tadem Vesta red car. Just a little deep there at Indianapolis. Savini, of course, has had his fair share of problems in this stint. I've just looked at it from another view, and it looks to me like he just managed to keep it out of the tyre barriers. So play on, clean up your DAX, and away you go to the finish.
Now, what the headlight flashing there from the Alpha Esports car? I'm going to go have a quick look at what's happened, because that was basically all the way from in.
That's an unhappy camper in my eyes, I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, which is a bit odd, because literally what's happened is the pass has happened before the braking zone for the Mulsanne corner. Back you just see the door was wide open, and then just they're on their headlights all the way pretty much into Indy.
Yeah,
well,
that's weird.
Mysteries aside, we carry on, and that Alpha Esports car is still a handful and a half.
A handful and a half. Oh, gently does it. Yeah, it always seems to be. It always seems to be right at the exit of the Porsche curves that Ciro Zambra has his issues, right? It seems like the high-speed maneuverability of that car a little bit too far on the pointy side.
Hang on. Final stops, my bad, for our LMP2 leaders. So, well, with the exception of Apex coming in earlier, but yeah, P1 Docs and FX Simulations. Looks like they're going to come in now with just under 25 minutes remaining. Slightly shortened final stint. Throw one final set of rubber at it probably as well, and see where they end up.
And confirmation that our race leaders are on lap number 400. Absolutely incredible. I love that.
Yeah, that's a really good effort. 400 laps around this joint. Granted, you know, a good chunk of it is a straight line, but that does play a part in the focus and trying to keep yourself in check. You know, we see a lot of the endurance circuits that are on iRacing. You know, like Daytona, Bathurst, even Sebring. They've all got some pretty long straights, but obviously nothing compares to Le Mans. And the fact that, you know, you've got to keep one half of the lap is pretty tame compared to the other half, so you've really got to keep on your toes. I think it can sometimes be quite easy to get complacent over 400 laps.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the final pit stop is complete, though, for P1Docs.com. What a great team lineup they have. They've certainly gotten it down pat in that number 12. Really love the pace that they've got on board that thing, and it was a shorter pit stop for them as well. Apex Racing Team's big disadvantage there was falling into a strategy that saw them pitting a lap earlier than everyone else. What that has meant is, at the final pit stop, they've had to fill the tank up all the way to make it to the end. But these guys, not so. The pit time for Beckham Jassir was only 30.8 seconds. So only putting 9 or so laps of fuel into the car.
I was hoping our numbers man Dan had something to add to that, but yeah, slightly shorter. Yeah, they've definitely got their fuel numbers sorted. I think looking at a few of the other classes' pit times as well, they're all within a few seconds of each other. There isn't a heap of outliers, but yeah, the leaders in the LMP2s really got it on the head, and that there is a wonderful shot from producer Jay. He was cooking that one up a few minutes ago. He was getting us ready for that. That is really well done.
Fancy and all kinds of special, and whipping out the good stuff with 20 minutes left, and apparently spending way too much time practicing on his on a one trick. Well, not a one trick necessarily. I suppose it could be used a couple of times, but it might become a bit tired if it gets overused per se. Right, well, looking at things here, Tartan Vesta Green and German Sim Racing Blue, that could potentially be a fight. Although on the last lap, it definitely wasn't going to be that way. In fact, Alexander Weitzel in that number 67, losing almost 2 seconds to Kimitani. So possibly a small oversight there, a mistake or something, or slowdown seems highly likely at this point in time. His average pace for the last 5 laps, although there's a pit stop involved in there too, probably going to mess with the numbers. Apparently it's slightly faster on the average.
Gap still remains at 8.2 seconds, and it's one of the closest gaps in the entire field that we've got at the moment for crucial last 2 positions on the overall podium, and coming down a little bit more too. Alexander Weitzel being unleashed a little here, and potentially looking at doing qualifying laps all the way to the end to try and catch up to Kimitani here. See, that's the visual gap there. Really love seeing the run that German Sim Racing Blue has had. Remember, they started down in 10th in the GTP class, and through sheer consistency, through staying out of trouble, they've managed to find themselves in a practically guaranteed podium position at this point.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. We've got to be careful we don't cause any commentator curses here, but yeah, they've done a really good job from the beginning. And like you said, the qualifying, it really doesn't mean anything over 24 hours, but this is where you talk about single lap pace and where that can get you to places. They probably, correct me if I'm wrong, they probably got their fastest driver in at the moment from today / last night, and they're looking to just lay down some really rapid laps, just try and close that gap, throw everything they can, everything but the kitchen sink, if you will, because you'd hate to think what could have been if you didn't really give it your all in the last few minutes.
Yeah, look at the gap that Weitzel made up on the previous lap. He did lose some, of course, and the gap has stayed relatively the same, but if he can keep that consistency up, if he can do one lap after another, taking 8/10 out of Tatum Vesta Green, I mean, they'll at least get a bit closer. I don't think at that level of catching it's going to be quite enough to really catch them and pass them for position. They'd have to be relying on a mistake or an incident for the number 36 for that to happen.
Yeah, at this stage, indeed. We're talking, at least a third of probably the gap closing rate that would be needed to see things turn around. So yeah, it's like they're all tantalizingly just out of reach is what it seems to look like in all three of our classes since the well, that there between second and third in GTP is our smallest gap between the cars on the lead lap, and it might just be the smallest gap period on track. Let me see real quick if there's any sign of anyone. How many time it is? Okay, so yeah. Unfortunately, everyone's decided they want their own bit of the racetrack rather than bunching up to finish this one off.
17 and a half minutes remain. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I had nothing left to say.
I was just going to say, I think most race drivers are quite selfish historically. That's all part of it. You know, they call it a team sport, but at the end of the day, there's only one guy in the car. They're always thinking about themselves. So, yeah, they always want their own little bit of track, I guess you could say, yeah.
Indeed. Well, in the way of battles, yeah, that gap for P2 and GTP is looking a bit stagnant. It has stalled a little bit, the way German Sim Racing is catching Tatum Vesta Green here. The gap for the LMP2 lead remains at 31.9 seconds, and Apex Racing Team a further 26 seconds behind Effect Simulations. So, barring an incident, I think this is the running order for the podium in LMP2 that will remain the same for the final quarter hour of this 24-hour race. And in terms of GT3, well, things are a tiny bit closer. 21.7 seconds between Scherer Esport and Impulse Racing. For the time being, it looks like Scherer has the advantage. They're running lap times about the same as the Impulse Racing crew, and holding on solidly to that lead, which, you know, was in danger of vanishing a little earlier with their unfortunate disconnect. But I guess that's a big part of it. You know, if you're doing a sim endurance race and you have a disconnect, if you've built up enough of a lead like Scherer had, and perhaps them being a bit off strategy compared to others helped them in that regard. Yeah, they were able to have the margin to work with to maintain the lead, even though their car had to take a tow back to the pits.
Yep, it's the all-important thing of, yeah, you have a clean run. You keep putting time down on the board so you give yourself all the flexibility if something does indeed go sideways. And it's worked out very nicely for them. In saying that, we still have another 15 minutes and change left to sort this one out here today. So still a little ways left to go, and then to find out where we're all going to end up in this one. As once again looking at, well, first then second with third in between here on the circuit as they make their way around. Actually, might try and guess how many laps we've got left, which I don't need to guess. I can go quick on the race leader. It'll tell me what I want to know. The answer is apparently coming up on 4.5.
Would have thought we'd get another Dan Yeaman calculator trick there, but you've
I got Joel real timing. We're coming up at 11 p.m. for us, or 11 p.m. for me on the east coast of Australia. Yeah, no thanks. I will happily use all tools available at my disposal to make my life easier.
You got to be resourceful, mate. That's the whole idea. Why work hard when you can work smarter? That's right.
Yeah, exactly. If you've got software that just literally spits out the numbers for you, then absolutely go for it and use it.
There's also an interesting discussion going on in the YouTube chat. How would you change the rules around race control and safety cars, which was based on an initial suggestion that maybe, or what if there was a full AI, or which I guess in this case would be an automatic race control safety car procedure. And now we're having further discussions on more manual ways of doing it, because it's one of those things, yeah, because of the manpower and time that would be required to make live race control happen. You'd need an entire team of people that you could just basically rotate in and out for like probably 4-hour blocks. So you probably want to have a team of basically have 6 teams of people all trained to do the same thing, which would be a lot of people.
I mean, yeah, there is an argument to be made for creating an automatic caution system like they have on ovals in iRacing. But, you know, I think a big part of calling cautions in road racing is there's a lot of discretion to it, right? Ovals, I mean, it makes sense. As soon as a car is below a certain speed at right angles to the racing line on the track surface, then a caution is called. But for a road circuit, you know, especially one like this, there's plenty of places where you can stop or come to a rest, and you're right by a marshal's post, for example, and they can easily recover the car without disrupting the race. So I think AI is not quite at that level yet where it can really judge in the same way that a human in race control could. We might get to that point a few years down the line, but I don't think it's a possibility right now.
I think you've really hit the nail on the head there, Reese. And same with you, Daniel, as well. Like the amount of work that goes into putting an event on like this, as you would know, Dan, yourself, being a league admin, and I've done it a little bit, and a little bit of race control here and there, but it does take a lot of work. And, you know, think of how many splits we have in this event, how many drivers, how many pre-qualifying times need to be sorted through. It just adds another thing to it. And, you know, like maybe you'd like to see live race control for the top split, perhaps. But going back to the safety car aspect, I think AI isn't far enough ahead yet, and I really think that if we did it really realistically in sim racing, like reflecting what we see in real life with safety cars, we wouldn't have a very entertaining race. I think a lot of this race would be spent under cautions, and because it's such a huge track as well, it takes a long time to get people in the right order, do the wave rounds, all that sort of thing. I'm not sure how long the safety cars took earlier on, but I'd be betting at least 20-25 minutes once the safety car is called before you go green again, perhaps. But you know, it's just one of those things where I don't think it would actually improve the race. I get the idea behind it. Like, I definitely want to see the field bunched up every now and then, and I think they've got it pretty right with the random full course yellows that are predetermined. But you know, these are all exciting things we can look forward to being developed in the future.
One other thing we have to consider, and this is track dependent. I think in the case of the Circuit de la Sarthe here at Le Mans and the Nürburgring, the full circuit, like, you know, be it the Nordschleife or the 24-hour layout, the track is very long. And that's why in real life, at the 24 hours of Nürburgring and the real life 24 hours here in this location, they have 3, maybe 4 safety cars to pick up the field at various points around the circuit. That just further complicates it when it comes to an AI deciding when to call a safety car, because you got to make sure the safety cars are released at the right time to pick up the right people, and they've got to return to their various points around the circuit, etc. Localized yellows, yes, that's a thing that happens as well. But again, I don't know how far away we are from really allowing that to be an automated system.
Unfortunately, I think, yeah, a couple of years. There's a good point also made that if you had things like code 60s or 80, I think maybe it might be 10, yeah, but like that kind of a system where you basically force drivers to us. That's, I think, the one thing that would be nice. You don't see it very often is like if you call like a yellow or force a yellow condition on a road course, there's no requirement to drive at a certain delta speed.
And we
That
all
would be
know
the
how
way-
good sim racers are at following yellow flags.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, now, in saying that, the only game I think I've ever really seen it attempted to be done is the Codemasters F1 games, where if that game triggers a safety car, I believe what it does is it then actually enforces a safety car delta time on you. So you have to actually drive at a slower speed. And then you can have the whole thing of what happens in real life, where you lose less time by pitting under a safety car because everyone else is required to drive at a slower speed. Because we're obviously, at least for the three of us, from the way we're used to running things down here, down under, with manual safety cars, and the fact that we then therefore don't ever use the iRacing caution process on road, pretty much. You then don't have any way to restrict people's lap times when you call a safety car, so people still thrash it around to do things like pit stops under a safety car, and therefore it's still important to maintain your speed and whatnot. So indeed, those are the kind of things, especially, yes, as you said, as Dean sort of touched on, some of the things that I like to do in admin. If I had a more robust suite of admin tools and features to assist, I mean, the more that the game natively supports, the better, because then you don't have to come up with alternatives. Anyways, we're coming up to 2 laps to go, so maybe let's have a look back at the racing action. We can talk about this another time. I'll go bug Scott and Mez for a second podcast episode. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, indeed. That's definitely a podcast episode in the making, and I'd be happy to be a part of that if possible, because I can speak good, or so they say. I've already been on one episode. I don't need to be hogging the mic.
Yeah, quick shout out there. That's the You Can't Park There podcast with Scott Rank and Simon Zumo, both fellas that do a bit of sim speed commentary here and there, and Bruce and Daniel both featured on that podcast already. So they're ticking off the big names in Aussie sim racing pretty quickly.
Well, speaking of racing, there is a race still going on for the next 5 minutes here. 2 laps remaining for the race leaders here. WSR Esports Butt Kicker. This has been a truly fantastic drive from Daniel Kraft and the rest of the crew at WSR. The likes of Robin Glierham, David Baker, and Nathan Moore joining these guys. I really love the presentation of this car as well. It looks like a race winner, doesn't it?
Yeah, the livery designer definitely needs a raise for that team. That is, top notch. There are a few nice ones around. I really like the way that the colours go with the identity of the vehicle, like the Honda brand as well. You know, the Acura. The colours just work so well together. It's beautiful. Speechless.
Yeah, I mean the quality of the liveries that have come up here for this event. You know, obviously there's a lot of teams in this race that are professional sim racing outfits. They carry big sponsors with them as well, and so the standard of visuals that we've seen on pretty much every single car in this field really is fantastic. I mean, sim racing just keeps going from strength to strength, in my view. ever since 2020. There's been a huge kick up and an upward rise in pretty much everything to do with sim racing. And iRacing has certainly taken advantage of that, expanding their staff, and you know, you just have to read back through the dev logs for the past few years just to see how much work they've been putting into this sim, and to even allow us to run this kind of event in the first place. One more GT3 car to pass on this lap in the form of Mate Sporches in the ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow entry. The next car up the road for them is Alexander Weitzel in the German Sim Racing Blue GTP, running in 3rd overall. But a few more corners to go, and we will have 13.63 kilometers left to run in this race, the 4th edition of the Majors 24. Barney is holding the white flag, so he's a bit too lazy to wave it, apparently. I mean, we can forgive him. He's been manning that stand for the last 23 hours and 58 minutes.
He's a right trooper, that one. I think the other thing to also say when it comes to the paint scheme here, and also it's quite telling that this car still looks about as good as it did when it started, minus the bug collection that has been happening on the front of the thing, which definitely will show up on that white paint, unfortunately, which might. At the same time, you can also say that's a sign of a car that's been well raced, and has been able to get through any trials and tribulations. And yeah, I'm just looking else around the circuit. Our LMP2 leader in P1 Docks is actually heading down to the second Mulsanne chicane, whilst our GTP leader is now in the Daytona chicane, and that there, the Scherer Esport Blue Ferrari coming into the Porsche curves, so they will all receive the white flag as well this time by, and finish up their races in a couple of minutes as well. And yeah, unfortunately, kind of hasn't been the firecracker ender that we were thinking maybe might have happened somewhere, but nevertheless, it's meant the teams that come out on top, the ones that have been rewarded for their performance here tonight. Yep, Barney still definitely going for the hold on the white flag. Good to see. But halfway there, halfway to go for WSR.
Down into Mulsanne corner for the final time. Trail the brakes a little bit. Car rotated just slightly, and then point and shoot. Punch the power down for the run up to Indianapolis. This section of the circuit unchanged since it opened. The only part of it that has been changed is in the mid-1950s. The left-hander in Indianapolis was banked. Used to be a flat corner and potentially a little bit tighter as well. You should look up some of the photos from the first ever 24-hour race around this circuit just to see how much the place has changed. It is ridiculous. Arnage has remained the same the whole time as well. Of course, changes to the exterior. You know, flat curbs, bit more space to run off the track, and shoulders on the sides of the highway. The Porsche curves dating from 1972. They are a quote-unquote new addition to this circuit, but they've been around for going on 50 years now, and they remain just as much of a challenge as they always have. Daniel Kraft nailing the apexes here. Just slow down a little bit more for the right-hander, and then the left at Corvette. Bring it back onto the circuit before the curve ends. He wasn't even pushing it through there. Daniel Kraft and the rest of the WSR Esports Butt Kicker crew know that they have done enough already. All they got to do is just cruise home. We're going to see them cross the line to win the Majors 24 for 2024, but I think we're going to have to cut away because there's been an issue. No, my apologies. I don't know what's going on here. Casey Kerwin moving around on the timing sheet for me. It looks like he's just crossed the line in 4th. I think the timing screen was messing with me a little bit there. Sorry for that ruining the call of the finish, but Tatum Vesta Green going to be guaranteed 2nd place. German Sim Racing Blue will hold on to 3rd. Penguin RC Absolutely stellar drive to finish in 4th despite their late issues. And, well, you can't take anything away from Scherer Esports either. This car emerging from a long way back in the field. In fact, they started second last of the GT3, second last of everyone. And here they are at the end, ready to take victory.
Yeah, what a massive drive from them, from second last all the way to first. It's huge. Just less than half a lap to go now. Yeah, what's going through their mind at the moment is probably just, let's just get it to the end. Get it to the end, one piece. Let the GTPs pass, you know. Get it there. They've done a really good job. And you want to talk about nice looking liveries? There's another one. Chris Shorter finishing the race off for the Scherer Esports Blue. What a drive from them. A few bugs on the bumper, won't go Australia, but yeah, fantastic drive from all the boys.
Yeah, just a few more turns to go, really, for Chris Shorter and the rest of the crew at Scherer. The P1Docs.com car is going to be the last to take the victory flag with our respective classes, but 4 turns to go. Make that 3, and then make it 2. Here comes Chris Shorter to bring the number 16 home, and GT3 in the Majors 24 will go to Scherer Esports in an absolutely stellar drive and a fantastic recovery from a technical issue in the last 2 hours of the race. Incredible stuff. And, I mean, you can't take anything away from P1 Docs here. What an incredible lineup they ended up turning up with. And incredible pace from every single one of their drivers.
Yeah, what a fantastic effort from the P1 Docs boys. It wasn't without issues. Coming through the final few corners now, through the Corvette corner there. Coming down to the last, the Ford chicanes, get it linked up for the final corners. But Beckham here is just going to cruise over the line to take the win in the LMP2 class quite comfortably. Well done to them. Congratulations.
Beckham Jasir crosses the line to take victory for P1Docs.com in the LMP2 class, and the rest of the field making their way across the line here. We're just waiting on a couple more cars to cross the line. But, man, what a drive it has been from WSR Esports butt kicker. I have to put my hands together for them. If I had a hat, I'd take it off. It's all about survival, these 24-hour races. And these are the survivors. Ultimately, it looks like the P1Docs.com crew has won the LMP2 class by a whole lap over Effect Simulations and Apex Racing Team, just by virtue of where they were in relation to the overall leader. That takes nothing away from the incredible gap that they had built up to start with. Here comes the number 23 to take its official victory photograph here and go for, well, something resembling a burnout. It's not quite as spectacular in the GTPs, but, you know, it looks like Daniel Kraft is going to have a hell of a go at it.
Needs to find the TC off options, jam the brake bias on the front axle, and try and let it rip.
This is the first Austin Powers celebration I've seen.
He is revving the engine, but it's just not willing to go for it.
It hasn't found the right TC bind, but with that, I believe everyone is across the line, and we'll be able to go to the race results.
Yeah.
Did I just hear come through my headphones? Something, I think, from.
I think there was Daniel Kraft hitting the pit wall there in his attempts to get a burnout done. But at the end of the day, 407 laps completed for Daniel Kraft, along with Robin Glarum, Nathan Moore, David Baker as well in the WSR Esports butt kicker machine there. 3 minutes and 6 seconds ahead of Kimi Tani and Alexander Weitzel. Brilliant podiums for Tatum Vesta and German Sim Racing Blue. Penguin RC Lightning will come home in 4th, a lap down with some damage to the left-hand side of the car. Movano Cube Controls Blue, 2 laps down. They were in contention for victory early on, but unfortunately it just didn't go their way. They got to the finish though. Same goes for ST Racing, Parnell Racing and Vermilion Esports, who were battling in and around each other for the entirety of that race. Absolute Motorsport Asalith 6 laps down, with Tatum Vesta Red finishing 7 laps off the race lead. And we had the MAG Performance GTP coming home in 11th, with Pat Pelsharp piloting the Precision Racing prototype to 12th place. Those were the last finishes in the GTP class. Gericka Motorsport missed out, as did BS Competition, who were the early dominators in the race. Very unfortunate for those drivers. Fiercely Forward Black also had great potential, could not make use of it. Altitude Esports, Eclipse Sim Sports, the only Porsche 963 in the GTP field, finishing a long way down, with Movano Cube Controls Red, another early contender for victory, out very early on, with Race Clutch completing our LMDH/GTP field. Daniel, how did it go in LMP2?
Well, as we saw there to the end, P1 Docs, I can actually do this starting 22nd outright, which was 3rd in class, able to bring it home here today with the LMP2 win. And as we said there, just after the results started coming through, officially a full lap ahead of the FX Simulations 909. Sasha Lemon behind the wheel to bring that car home. And the gap was somewhere around 40 odd seconds, but throw in a cheeky outright car in between, and that's how it rolls. And on the podium, unfortunately not able to contest towards the end of the race, but Daniel Civizabo for the Apex Racing team in the number 99, getting it home in 3rd place there today. With IFR Esports, another lap down on your class podium. Going to be the first of those cars. 2 laps down there in 4th. There's a quiet race for Mini Racing Purple. Didn't really bring them up much in the final 6 hours, but they get themselves a top 5 in class here today, with Maxime Mariot finishing the race for the number 78, and AZR Motorsport Black, the 3rd and final car, 2 laps down in P6 for the number 31, with Andre Montero Rosa driving that car to the line. Then your 2 WSR Esports butt kicker LMP2 machines, with Alessandro Lau and Lucas Prada bringing the 1-2-4 on the 1-2-3 cars across the line, 3 laps behind your P1 Docs winning machines. And then Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, number 8. Unfortunately, we saw that car in the wars a couple of times, but it does come home P9 in the class, 4 laps down. And the Australia's own Synergy Sim Racing going to round out your top 10 there, with Wayne Burke bringing the 089 home, 5 laps short of your leaders in that car there, with that, I believe, also being our last car to finish in the class. Unfortunately, 7 retirements from the LMP2 field not making it home. And in fact, actually, how about there? Alpha Esports Blue disqualified, which must mean they had a driver that didn't take part, which meant that that's...
the driver fair share rules may have...
Fair share has kicked in, yep.
Interesting.
So unfortunately for them, yeah, all that work goes to doesn't get classified, which puts them down.
Only
so
used
yeah,
2 drivers. Unfortunately, that's what got them.
Indeed, it did. Well, that will see them down there. So officially, I think it's officially 3 retirements and 4 disqualifications going off of that one there. And Dean, that leaves us well in the final class, but certainly not the least. So hand it to you to chat and walk through our GT3 results.
Yeah, the GT3 battle was pretty good towards the end there. I did see, we all saw that the top 3 disconnected at some stage during the race, which was fantastic. I'll pass it over to Reese to talk about it. He's been on the race for a lot longer than me, so I'll pass it on.
All right, no worries, Dean. Chris Shorter, along with Daniel Sommer, Nicolas Haider, Julian Reimer and Luca Alpert. Taking home the Scherer Esport Blue car to victory, Balázs Pála piloting the Impulse Racing 57 to second place. He was joined by Norbert Leitner, Adrian Fruwerth, and it looks like that's all of the other drivers in that car, but Balázs Pála doing the real heavy lifting there. Johann Martin Meyer piloted the Delta V Racing Mercedes to third place, with Solpec Precision Racing getting fourth place, a lap down. 2 laps down for the ArcticSimRacing.com Team Yellow. They were battling with the Strumenti DS Racing car, which unfortunately got a mechanical black flag somewhere along the line, and 3 laps down for them. Absolute Motorsport Asalith GT3 finishing 5 laps down in 7th, with the last finisher in the GT3 class being Team Nishiken, the all-Japanese lineup, managing to get to the finish. Big congratulations to those Samurai Warriors. Unfortunately, the 56 Racing team was not able to make it to the finish. That French lineup coming away with a massive crash some way from the end, and Mag Performance rounding out the top 10 with 195 laps from the end, unfortunately not able to make it. Moving on over the page to 11th in GT3. Well, this was one of the cars that really should have been a massive contender in this race. The Grid and Go Esports 717, unfortunately not making it to the finish. 364 laps from the end. I'm not too sure. No, that would be too much. I think my timing's gone wrong there. 237 laps. Fiercely Forward also lost both of their Corvettes from the GT3 field. A big shame for them. DTIX Motorsport also not able to make it to the end there. We had a big raft of retirements as well from virtualcoach.gg by Grid and Go, Maniti Racing Green, the second Fiercely Forward Corvette, Netrex Grand Prix White, who were the last of our GT3s classified there, and not even classified, a long way from the finish there for Netrex Grand Prix. So a lot of heartbreak stories, but a lot of fantastic stories to come out of the 4th running of the Majors 24. And I tell you what, guys, I'm really happy to have called that. It was a great honor to get the top split here on SimSpeed TV, and really love the fact that there's there's so much support for the Majors series out here. If you're interested in taking part in the Majors Championship or want to catch the next championship counting round, the World 100 Dirt Derby at Eldora Speedway will be taking place in August. So we're going on a bit of a long break here after the Majors 24, Dan.
Yeah, that we are, but also a chance to have also return now from the 24 being this event that brings everyone that's part of the Majors community, and also comes for this one-off event. Then we break back up into, we'll be taking it as broadcasting here, the Pacific region of the Major Series, and there will be the Atlantic region of the Major Series that will run separate to us as well. So there'll basically be, the World 100 here at Eldora running in parallel come that first weekend in August. You can see their times on screen if you're on this side of the world here in Australia. Sunday, the 4th of August. If you're over on the American side of the world, it'll be the night of Saturday, August the 3rd. And if you're in between, well, you have to figure out that time zone for you, but Atlantic might also be the better time slot for you guys as well as a result. I'll have to see if I'm around for that one in terms of commentating. We'll see how it goes, but I might pop in and have a chat. But it's been great to be here, part of the conclusion to the Majors 24 for this year, despite the fact that I might have struggled with the first 3 hours. We've rebounded a little bit towards the end, but look, always good to be part of that one there. And great to have yourself here, Reese, for Zabisky. Be able to fill in, well, not fill in, but be able to talk about this whole race with you. And also, Dean, great to have you along to be able to share your insights from the second half of the race as well.
And that's going to bring this broadcast to an end. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in here on SimSpeed TV, no matter which platform you come from, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Kick. We hope you've enjoyed the show, and big thanks to all of the other people who helped us out in commentary during the first 6 hours of the race. We really do appreciate the lot of you, and thanks so much for jumping in. Big shout out to our friends at Global Sim Racing Channel, Pit Stop Racing TV, and Grid Vision for covering the other splits of the Majors 24 as well, not least the Majors crew themselves for putting this whole event on in the first place. One of the biggest sim racing events of the year comes to a close here on SimSpeed TV. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman and Dean Hunt were with me in the comms box. Jay Kennedy manning the producer's chair for the whole duration of both of our shows here. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, we say bye for now, and thank you for watching.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.